Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome to the final race of the Ultimate Cup European Series. It's the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, a 6-hour race that will determine the championships for all but one of the categories. The UCS4 wrapped up in Magny-Cours, but all remaining titles still to play for. We once again have a mix of UCS1 cars, a couple of GT3 spec machines alongside the Vortexes, and another very healthy Porsche Cup field where the excitement, I'm sure, will come from with the Cup cars providing a lot of entertainment, and also BMW M2s joining the UCS4 category in amongst all the Alpines.
For our final race of 2025, the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. Alongside me, Claire Cottingham, is Alexander Herben, who's been in the pit lane all day. Lovely to see you. You're going to be in the pit lane as well, up and down for this race, because we've got a lot more native speakers for you in France, and I don't speak French. I don't know if I've mentioned that. How excited are we for this one? 6 hours in Paul Ricard.
Yes, it's the one and the only one this year in Kennol GT Endurance Cup, 6 hours. Lot of drivers, lot of famous drivers, new drivers who comes especially for this race. So it will be a great spectacle in between every categories in UCS1, but also in Porsche Cup and in UCS4. So let's do the show.
Let's do the show, exactly. Now, obviously, looking behind us, if you look down, the cars just making their way onto the grid at the moment. Like you say, we've got a lot of new drivers to be looking out for, but also championships and things like that to be decided today. Just talk us through what we're looking forward to.
Yeah, we're looking forward a lot of action in squash standings. Visium against Vortex, but also in Porsche Cup in a GP racing team with the number 89 with Benjamin Pack. He completed the lineup with Loic Ter, Anthony Beltoise and Cyril Saleh, and in the 98 Sébastien Loeb is back with Gabriel Péméan and Laurent Godet, and also Grégory Guilbert is on this car, and in UCS4 the championship is closed with the win of Luca Desgranges and Frédéric de Brabant, but in Alpine Endurance Cup there is a match between the two Chazelle cars.
So much to look forward to. I'm going to turn my back just slightly and see if pole position has slotted in yet. It hasn't. What we'll see is the Visium team getting ready just behind us to welcome the Visium car, but it's not here yet. I don't know where it's gone. It was one of the first out. We can see one of the drivers. Now, Alex, I'm going to give you the microphone and you're going to go wild out there because I want to hear you speaking to all of the drivers in your element. Please take it away, you wonderful Frenchman.
Thank you Claire. Et oui, on va être de retour en France et sur cette grille des 6 heures du Kennol GT Endurance Cup avec donc la Ferrari numéro 1 du Team Visium qui est en pole position. On voit Jean-Paul Pagny. On va essayer d'interroger le pilote qui prendra le départ. C'est Jean-Bernard Bouvet qui sera au départ de cette course. Vous le voyez à l'image en direct. Il est en train de se placer sur cette grille. On va reculer la Ferrari des doubles champions en titre puisqu'ils se sont imposés l'an dernier, on s'en souvient, et puis l'année passée également. Jean-Bernard Bouvet, bon, on a Jean-Paul Pagny avec nous. Jean-Paul, on va vous déranger rapidement, un petit mot, cette finale de 6 heures qui pourrait vous couronner une nouvelle fois, et puis une course 2 heures plus longues que d'habitude. Il va falloir faire des changements, évidemment.
Quelques changements, oui, mais bon, voilà, on est là pour rouler, donc on va rouler. Effectivement, les relèves vont être un petit peu plus longs ou multiples. Donc voilà, on va regarder notre stratégie qui s'adaptera en fonction des événements de course. Mais voilà, on est tous motivés à 100% comme d'habitude et donc on a envie de victoire. Même si c'est encore une fois être champion, ça fait toujours plaisir, aussi bien aux pilotes qu'à toute l'équipe et tous les gens qui nous supportent.
Puis quelle meilleure façon de célébrer un titre qu'une victoire?
Effectivement, si en plus on peut gagner et qu'on est champion, voilà, c'est le Graal et on est tous motivés pour ça.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Paul. On va voir Romain Yanetta qui est en train de parler avec Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Jean-Bernard, on va vous poser une petite question. Thomas Léal vient vous saluer. Jean-Bernard, bonjour, bienvenue dans cette course de 6 heures. Vous allez la débuter depuis la pole position avec l'objectif évidemment d'aller chercher cette victoire et de remporter le titre.
Ouais, on a une course de 6 heures, voilà, ça va être long. Le premier run, il est important, première heure. Effectivement, l'objectif, tout le monde le connaît. On va faire tout pour gagner le titre. Voilà, maintenant c'est long, il y a du travail et voilà.
Vous avez l'habitude de gagner des titres, de jouer ces championnats. Est-ce qu'on a toujours ce petit stress quand on commence une finale malgré les années et l'expérience que vous avez acquise?
Ouais, tu sais, il y a toujours le stress. C'est comme quand tu montes sur scène, je pense David il serait bien placé pour le dire. Si tu ne l'as pas, c'est qu'il y a un problème. Voilà, le stress il est important aussi, il fait partie du jeu. Je pense qu'il y en a plus que les autres courses, voilà. Maintenant, voilà, c'est mon métier et je suis habitué à ça, donc je le gère.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Bernard, bonne course. Et puis on va se diriger un petit peu plus loin sur la grille. La deuxième ligne, on aura donc la Craft RS0 en côté de la Vision, mais la deuxième ligne, la voiture numéro 22 en catégorie UCS1 et puis les poleman de la catégorie Porsche Cup, c'est la GP Racing Team numéro 89 qui a signé la pole position à Manicourt il y a cela un mois et qui a décidé d'avoir un pilote supplémentaire en plus d'Anthony Beltoise, Cyril Saleil et Loïc Terre. C'est Benjamin Pack qu'on retrouve sur la grille. Benjamin, on vous retrouve sur la grille du circuit Paul Ricard, on vous avait eu en mars dernier. Et là, vous êtes en mission, aider la 89 à remporter le titre Porsche Cup.
Oui, déjà la première mission elle a été faite, on a fait la pole position, j'ai fait le meilleur temps de toutes les cups, donc ça fait plaisir. Donc maintenant on va vraiment tout donner, faire une course propre et essayer de ramener la grande couronne à la maison.
C'est une stratégie qui a été faite en interne, mais c'est aussi une bataille en interne, puisque vos plus proches rivaux sont la numéro 98. On a séparé le box en deux pour cette course?
Non, on n'a pas séparé le box en deux, il n'y a pas de consigne d'équipe, c'est free, donc voilà, c'est vraiment 2 courses à part. On va essayer de faire une belle course, pas d'erreur, pas de conneries, qu'on ne se prenne pas de pénalité. Et puis voilà, on va essayer de tout donner comme d'hab. Et j'espère qu'on va finir devant la 98.
Et puis vous retrouvez cette Porsche Cup dans un format endurance que vous avez fait depuis de nombreuses années. Cette année encore, des courses de 24 heures à Dubaï, à Zolder. C'est toujours un plaisir d'emmener cette voiture dans des relais plus longs qu'une course sprint.
Ouais, ça fait toujours plaisir. C'est un peu plus compliqué parce qu'on doit manager les pneus, que d'habitude c'est vraiment à fond du début jusqu'à la fin. Donc là on doit un peu plus manager. Mais j'adore ce format, j'adore les changements de pilote, la stratégie et emmener cette cup dans les longs relais. Donc voilà, j'espère qu'on va avoir une bonne stratégie et on verra où ça va aller. Et puis on se donne rendez-vous à la fin des 6 heures pour voir si cette couronne du GP Racing Team va aller sur la numéro 89 ou la numéro 98. J'espère sur la 89 et surtout la course fin de nuit, donc début de soirée, donc ça va se finir dans la nuit. Ça va être assez sympa, moi j'aime bien rouler la nuit, donc je pense qu'on peut avoir de la bonne bataille en piste avec aussi des bons pilotes de cup. Si on se retrouve en même temps, ça peut être assez chouette.
Merci beaucoup Benjamin pour cette interview. On va revenir vers Chris et Renault quelques instants, puis essayer de retrouver les poleman de la catégorie CS4 au moment où la grille commence à être évacuée.
Thank you to Claire and Alexandre on the grid there as we build up to the finale here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. Interesting mix of drivers at the head of the field with Lucas Valk, silver class driver, will be starting the Craft Renault that starts on the front row of the grid, so you might expect him to move forward. Also, GP Racing Team opting for one of their quick drivers in the 89 car that starts on the Porsche Cup pole position. Anthony Beltoise, Lorenzo Montiero in the driven car, also a silver class driver starting. Gregory Goulvet in the second of the GP Racing team cars. Mathis Jaubert starting the 71 machine from Martinet by Almeris car, one of two silver drivers aboard that car. Mathis Jaubert, of course, future Genesis Magma Racing factory driver alongside Danny Juncadella, Pippo Dirani and Andre Lotterer. Great to have him with us for this weekend. Enzo Richer starting the number 20 Vortex. He's just climbed out of the Lamo Nova, rounding out the European Endurance Prototype Cup season, and straight in to start the Vortex as well. So quite a lot of pressure on that young man's shoulders. As I say, we do still have the overall championship to be decided. It is 9 points separating Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani from the Vortex pairing of Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. Also still in mathematical contention is the 89 GP Racing team squad, although you would imagine that they won't be beating the higher class cars in this race. But one to keep an eye out on. They'll be more focused on the Porsche Cup category, which I'll get on to shortly, because in UCS 1, as a separate category, that is also 9 points in the favour, 19 points in the favour of Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani. In the Vortex Endurance Challenge, specifically for the Vortex crew, it was Philippe Bonnel leading that category right up until Magny Courbe, when his car suffered some mechanical failures. So it's Arnaud and Olivier Gomez leading that one by 10 points. In the Porsche Cup category, it's a 20-point lead for the 89 crew of Anthony Beltoise, Cyril Saliel and Loic Thiers over the sister car of Laurine Gaudy and Gabriel Pimont. Now, they have got Sébastien Loeb back with them in that second car, and also being joined by Gregory Goulvert, who starts the car, and the championship leading car also being joined by Benjamin Pack this weekend. In UCS 4, that championship is wrapped up, as Alex was alluding to on the grid. So that's Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange from the 123 Chazelle Alpine crew. But the Alpine Endurance Challenge, which only accounts for 4 of the 6 meetings here, that is still very much in favour of Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange over Mark Jacob and Gianni Scarbaresi in the sister 94 car. But still a not yet decided, with 22 points the advantage there. And of course, is as the 6-hour finale is 1.5 times the usual points. So that means that it's a little more open than it usually is for this final round of the season, where it is all to play for in the vast majority of the championships. 6 hours of racing, 7 mandatory pit stops to come. And like we were talking about in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, they will have to be taking refueling on separate occasions because of the nature of the pit lane here, where the access to the fuel bowser is in the middle of pit lane. So the teams after that, it's impossible for them to do both their pit stop itself, where you do the driver changes, tyre changes, whatnot, and do their refueling in one fell swoop, like we see when the refueling is at the beginning or the end of pit lane in the other circuits. So that is a strategic element, because they'll be tempted to take fewer fuel stops than absolutely necessary as the formation lap gets underway. Let's run you through the grid. Jean-Bernard Bouvet starts the championship leading Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 on pole position. It's Lucas Valk alongside him in the Craft Racing Renault that is alongside him. Arnaud Gomez starts the championship contending Vortex, the number 22, in 3rd position. Then in 4th, it's Anthony Beltoise on Porsche Cup pole position for the GP Racing team, the championship leaders in that category. And then it is the guest entered driven Porsche being started by Lorenzo Montiero. Yan Pen Lu starts the 2B Autosport car that won last time out in Magny Courbe, the number 7. And then Gregory Goulvert starts the second of the GP Racing Porsches, number 98. Mathis Jaubert starting the Martinet by Almeris Porsche in 8th position overall. And Christophe Lapierre starting the 911, the guest-entered GP Racing Team car. They've got 3 for them this weekend. Enzo Richer completes the top 10 in the number 20 Vortex. Then comes Thibaut Kirai in the Mirage Racing Porsche, and then Reggie Rigaud de Seb in the Racetivity Run number 17 car. Lionel Amrouche starting the number 21 Vortex, the 3rd and final of them on the grid. And then Jean-Francois Demorge starting the Racing Technology Porsche, which joins us for this weekend. Frederic de Brabant, the UCS4 champion, starts on class pole position. Best of those cars, best of the Alpines, trying to wrap up the Alpine Endurance Challenge. Between him and his class rivals is Franck Galliègue, the Top Gear France host in the Switch Racing Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, which makes its endurance debut this weekend, having competed in GT Sprint throughout the year. And then a flurry of the UCS4 cars. Gianni Scarbarassi in the 94 from Giselle, and then Sebastian Margot in the 110. And then our 2 BMW M2s that have joined us for this weekend from the E2P Racing Squad. So it's Pablo Bergia, the father in the father, son and daughter trio there in the 101, and then 117 is started by Philippe Fab Obario, and then Bruno Cervezo in the 93 Alpine, rounding out the grid, Benoit Marion in the number 19 Alpine. 22 cars to take the start for this 6-hour finale. Remember, it's 1.5 times points, and all bar one of the championships is to be decided. So they start to pull up into grid formation then. Lucas Falk, the silver class driver in the Renault. You would imagine he'll take an early lead in this race and disrupt the Vision somewhat, which I'm sure is something that they're going to want to do without. But remember, that Kraft car will have to hand over to its bronze drivers later on. It's Christophe Derignoux and Jean-Christophe David. Joined by Thomas Leal as well. Pace car peels off to drivers right, and for the final time in 2025, we're going to be racing for the Kennol GT Endurance Cup with the championship on the line. 6 hours of racing to come. The lights go green now, and a lovely start from Jean Bonnard Bouvet, actually. And look at the Porsche Cup car of Anthony Beltoise trying to charge around the outside. Not a great start at all from the Renault, in fact. Really being mired in the pack, but it's the Vortex, the Arnaud Gomez car, that comes through into the lead of the race out of turn 1. Oh, but spins from the lead! Extraordinary stuff! Oh, I cannot believe it. That's the championship contending car that has gone round at the earliest possible opportunity. A dream start for Vision and Jean Bonnard Bouvet as the Porsche Cup cars weave their way through the hotel chicane. It's anybody's guess in that category between the GP racing cars and what looks like Mathis Jalbert as well. But extraordinary scenes at the first corner as Arnaud Gomez spins away his championship hopes early doors. Onto the Mistral for the first time then, and the number 20 Vortex there of Enzo Richer, which has come out in about 4th position, I think, just bottoming out down the straight there. But it is the Porsche Cup cars, so it is the 98 of Gregory Goulvert that's come out best in that battle. So the car that is second in the Porsche Cup category and needs to outscore its sister car big time in this race to have a hope of the championship. But that car's emerged in 2nd position ahead of the sister car of Anthony Beltoise. And then the 3rd Porsche Cup car is the number 11 Racing Technology machine, I think, of Jean-Francois Demorgue, which would be quite an... no, sorry, it's Lorenzo Montiero, I think, in 41, excuse me. And then Enzo Richer in the number 20. Extraordinary stuff at the start of this race, the first lap. Start is going to be looked at. Now, that is a standard procedure, but there's more for them to look at than normal. So at the end of the first lap then, Jean-Bernard Bouvet leads by 3 seconds over Gregory Goulvert, Anthony Beltoise, and it was Mathis Jalbert, excuse me, I was right the first time, as Lucas Falk tries to reclaim some of those positions he lost. The Renault just did not get going. Well, the Nissan developed 3.8-litre twin-turbo V6, not pumping out the power I'm sure he was expecting. He's just rounded up Enzo Richer for 5th position overall, and now has got the Porsche Cup cars in his sights. But how about that for a grid of Porsche Cup cars? Gregory Goulvert, Anthony Beltoise, Mathis Jalbert as well. 7th is Lorenzo Montiero, Thibaut Caray in 8th. Jan Penlu and then Christophe Lapierre completing the top 10. Let's see the start again. So it's a huge dive on the inside from Arnaud Gomez, but then loops the car around on the exit of the corner. Extraordinary scenes. The car fighting for the championship. Jan Penlu having to go way off to driver's right. Most of them taking to the left-hand side of the circuit, using the runoff there. And most of them getting away with it. That would explain why Jan Penlu's lost a few spots in 9th position. But Gregory Goulvert started to pull out a nice lead in the Porsche Cup category, 1.4 seconds. Oh no, this is dramas for the 21 car. Lionel Amrouche in pit lane at the end of the first lap. And that was the only car, I think, that could take the title away from the 22 as Lucas Falk moves on the inside and Mathis Jalbert, the Renault, moving past the Porsche Cup car into Le Bousset. That is now 4th position for Lucas Falk, who's got a job on his hands to try and undo the damage that was done at the start of the race. Next car in his sights will be Anthony Beltoise. So it's GP Racing 1 and 2 in the Porsche Cup category there. Oh, wide moment there. Mathis Jalbert coming into pit lane at the end of the 2nd lap from 3rd in class. Now, what is that about? Is there problems on that Martinet by Almeras car? Or is this part of the plan to get some of those pit stops out of the way early doors? A curious maneuver here from Mathis Jalbert. So he's on the board. They don't seem to be in any quick hurry to get the... Oh, now it's going onto the trolley. That doesn't look good at all, does it? Now coming off the jacks, and it looks like that car's going to be brought into the box. So problems early doors for the Pierre Martinet by Almeras Racing crew from 3rd position in the category after that start from Mathis Jalbert. It's now going into the garage. Well, a very hectic first 5 minutes here as Jean-Bernard Bouvet stretches his legs up at the front of the field. 5.5 now to the good over Gregory Goulvert. Here comes Lucas Falk into the chicane, trying to make that maneuver on Anthony Beltoise, and should emerge out of the chicane ahead there of the GP Racing team. No, he did not. So Beltoise hanging on to 3rd position for now. GP Racing car running slightly wider, out of seeing corner and through on the inside at Le Bousset. Lucas Falk does like that move on the inside there. Now that is a GT3 spec Renault. The car initially developed for a Renault Sport Trophy 1 Make series, but then later homologated to GT3 specification with a bit of weight added and a detuned twin-turbo V6 engine. And so it should, in theory, be quicker than the Porsche Cup cars, although, that being said, it was developed some 10 years ago now, whereas the Porsche only a couple of years old in its age. So, you know, we were talking with some of the prototype drivers yesterday about how LMP2 cars are as quick as LMP1 cars were about 12 years ago. At their height, at the very least. Of course, they're detuned quite a bit now. So Lucas Falk now up into 3rd position, but already 10 seconds back from the race leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who's done the fastest lap of the race, a 2:04.0. In UCS 4, by the way, it is Gianni Scarbarassi who's taken the lead there for the 94 crew, so he's moved ahead of Frederick de Brabant. Philippe Fav-Obario is now up to 3rd position in that category, in the first of the BMWs. Remember, it's 94 that is still vying for the Alpine Endurance Cup with the 123 crew, and they're up at the head of that field at the moment. Slightly difficult start, I think, for Franck Galliègue in the GT4 Porsche, his first ever proper race start. We were talking to him during the GT Sprint race on Saturday evening about his race debut, his first competitive race start. So no wonder he's struggling just a little bit. Here comes Enzo Richer moving past Anthony Beltoise, the number 20 Vortex, the lead car from the French manufacturer as it stands. Arnaud Gomez still circulating out there in 6th position, so hasn't actually lost too much time, and has actually made quite short work of getting back through the pack. 14 seconds off the race lead. That's a really good effort there from Arnaud Gomez, actually, to not lose that much time. There's Yan-Pen Liu, who is on the back of Lorenzo Monteiro, who we saw last year in Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, racing for the SR&R team alongside Lyle Schofield in Ferrari Challenge machinery, has since moved on to the Iberian Supercars Championship, where he's been racing a McLaren Artura, and I think this is first time in the Porsche Cup car. Really great to see him back in this championship, and it is quite the lineup as well. Rodrigo Almeida is the other silver driver in that car, multiple or a Carrera Cup Asia racer, but the ace in the hole there is Vlad Lomko, the gold-rated driver who races in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2. So that should be a very rapid car later on as well. Yan-Pen Liu back for a second meeting this season in the car that he won the championship, the Porsche Cup Championship, with Olivier Favre last year. So it is rejoined with Olivier and Olivier's son Romain Favre. They won last time out in Magny-Cours, and it's Louis Perrault who joins them this time, the multiple sprint challenge champion and competitor. Just completed his campaign in Carrera Cup France. So an incident between Mathis Jalbert and Gregory Goulvert on lap 1 at the start has been noted. Now, we were too busy looking at the Vortex spinning to notice what went on there, but that might go some way into explaining why Mathis Jalbert had to pull into pit lane. Potentially some damage that we haven't quite seen that has befallen that car. It's still in pit lane, sadly, is the Jalbert machine. So Lorenzo Monteiro, the Portuguese racer, the nephew of Tiago Monteiro, who raced in this championship at the start of the campaign in that very car, in fact. I think sadly will be most remembered for his involvement in Seb Lejou's monster crash down at turn 3. But here we have the 21 Vortex Lionel Amrouche heading back out onto the racetrack. His daughter Soline racing in Hoosier Formula Cup this weekend. Wrapped up her season in the championship yesterday. But Amrouche, unfortunately, currently dead last. And there's Arnaud Gomez now going back past the sister Vortex, the number 20 of Enzo Richer. So that's now up to 4th position overall for Arnaud Gomez, who's on the recovery after that first lap incident with, well, himself. Still close between the Porsche Cup runners here. Jan Penlu trying to get around Lorenzo Monteiro here into Le Bousset. Oh, but Jan Penlu just losing the back end of the 2B Autosport car. I'm sure the rear of the driven car would have been looming a little bit closer than he would have hoped. 2B Autosport were also meant to be running a Bentley Continental GT3 car during the GT Sprint Cup this weekend, with the Calançon father and son combination. Lorenzo Monteiro now coming into pit lane, only 13 minutes into the race. What's going on here with some of these cars coming in so early? He's the third one to come into pit lane. We've seen mechanicals for Jalbert and for Amrouche. What's going on with Monteiro here? Well, meanwhile, Lucas Falck onto the back of the Porsche Cup leader, Gregory Goulvert, now for second position overall, out of turn 5 and into the right-hander at 6. So a lateral traction zone through 7 as well, as they blast their way onto the Mistral. So it's a 4-litre flat 6 in the Porsche up against the 3.8-litre twin-turbo V6 in the Renault. Flashing the lights there for Lucas Falck as he soaks up the slipstream of the Porsche. Has to follow him through there, but Lucas Falck, the silver-graded driver who has been competing in Italian GT this year with the Antonelli Motorsport squad in a Mercedes AMG, but was with the Craft Racing team for the race in Aragon and helped them to score pole. But now through into second place with ease. When Lucas Falck is not racing, he is actually an F1 expert host, helping to look after the VIPs and giving them some insight into the world of Formula One. Gregory Goulvert, meanwhile, a relatively new name to the championship, as not the most regular contender here, but stepping in for Stephen Pallett, who has joined the 98 crew on occasion. A race winner in the GT4 European Series this year with Paul Petit in the speed car Audi R8. Been in that championship for a few years now, with the Chazelle team as well in their BMW, as well as GT4 France in Alpine with the Schumacher CLRT squad. So I'll be familiar with some of this machinery that's competing here today. So Monteiro coming into pit lane, that promotes Jan Penlu up into third position, as Lorenzo Monteiro is actually just coming out of the pit lane now, rejoining the race. But yeah, well down the order now. Here's a look at the two BMW M2 Club Sports that have been racing in Spain with the E2P team. Wonderful to have this Spanish outfit with us. Pablo in the 101, Pablo Bugueria, sitting behind Philippe Feve Obario in the 117 car, which is currently third and fourth in the UCS4 category. And I'm just thinking there might have been some swapping around of those drivers. So it is, yeah, Falva Barrio. Yeah, so the 101, excuse me, that is the family car. So Pablo, the father, and his daughter Catalina and son Jaime joining him for the racing together for the first time. They've been competing separately in Spain, but nice to have the BMW with us. Sitting in very nicely between the 5 Alpines it is from Chazelle Technology course, and actually it might be a swap between the BMWs here with Pablo Buguera moving through on the inside and taking 3rd position in the UCS4 category away from Philippe Favre. Philippe in that 117 car. Racing in the Copa Racer Championship in Spain. So Pablo Buguera just having to defend a little bit from his teammate. See a little look in the mirror there, the central mirror, to see where his teammate is. But very closely matched as it stands. The chasing Alpines and the Vortexes working together to lap the Alpines. To give you an indication on the various pace differentials between some of these cars. The leader, best lap of 2:04, whereas the Bruno Cervezo Alpine in 18th position overall, best lap of 2:23. So you can imagine that lappery is going to be quite consistent for these Alpines. So Lucas Valk gets around the BMW. That allows the Gregory Goulvert Porsche Cup car to also sneak its way through. But Lucas Valk not able to match the pace of Bouvet at the moment. It's nearly 20 seconds that Jean-Bernard Bouvet has been able to pull over the Kraft Renault. And Arnaud Gomez will soon be on the back of the Porsche Cup leader, I'd have thought. Rounding up the BMW on driver's right. You see there's the Porsche and now clear space between himself and Gomez. Gomez lapping 1.3 seconds quicker on that previous lap to the Porsche Cup leader, and is actually about the 2nd fastest car on the racetrack at the moment. Lapping only the only car that's quicker is the race leader. So Lucas Valk able to put some distance between himself and Gregory Goulvert last time around, just at the end of that lap. Pulled nearly a second on him just in the last sector alone. Yan Pen Lu now brings the 2B Autosport car into pit lane 22 minutes into the race. it is safe to say that they don't need 7 pit stops, certainly on fuel, to do these 6 hours. We give them more deliberately so that there is a little bit extra strategy involved. So we see sometimes drivers taking it very, very early and then planning out their race to the end. See, I've got the roaming camera view as well. Give you an update on Mathis Jalbert, that of course came in at the end of the second lap. A lot of work going on underneath that car, and a lot of attention being paid to the front end of it as well. I'm not quite sure what did happen with that contact that apparently was into the back of Gregory Goulvet. If memory serves me correctly. Oh, now this looks more promising for the Almera squad and Mathis Jalbert, who recently wrapped up his European Le Mans Series campaign with the EDEX Sport, alongside Danny Junkadea and Jamie Chadwick. Thought the championship would be going their way after 2 victories at the start of the season, but certainly has done enough to prove his worth to the Genesis Magma Racing Squad in their trajectory program car, which Jamie Chadwick will still be a part of. So Jalbert back out into the race. Former Ultimate Cup champion is Mathis Jalbert in the CN category, Prototype Championship. Gianni Scarbarassi, meanwhile, pulling a very healthy lead in UCS4 over now Pablo Bergera. Now, the car he was racing was the 123 car, the sister car. Frederic de Brabant has already brought that car into pit lane to hand over to Luca de Grange, his silver class driver. It's been a real tit for tat in the Alpine Endurance Cup. In terms of UCS4, we talked about the championship being wrapped up. That's because Frederic de Brabant and Luca de Grange won 4 of the 5 races this year, well, so far this year. The other being won by Mark Jacob and Gianni Scarbarassi. But in the Alpine Endurance Challenge, it's 2 wins in Paul Ricard and Manicourt for Frederic de Brabant and Luca de Grange, and a win in Mugello for Mark Jacob and Gianni Scarbarassi. Not scoring points last time out. That's what's given the 123 crew a slightly bigger advantage. Into the pit lane now has come Anthony Beltoise from 2nd position in the Porsche Cup category. Lucas Valk pumping in personal bests in 2nd position, starting to get significantly closer to the pace of Jean Bonnard Bouvet, but not quite able to beat it just yet. Now nearly 23 seconds behind the race leader. We saw Yan Pen Lu come into pit lane. It's Olivier Favre, the other bronze driver in that car, who's taken over in the number 7. That's come out in 12th position overall. Porsche Cup champion of last year. His son Roman was competing in Le Mans Cup this year with the Forestier by VPS squad alongside Louis Rousset. Finished third in the championship there. Of course, we also saw him in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with the Inter-Europol squad, winning the last 2 races for Inter-Europol. So there's Jean-Bernard Bouvet. He and Jean-Paul Pani going for their 6th title together across Ultimate Cup and V2V competition. Jean-Paul Pani going for his 9th title in total. Oh, spin for the UCS4 class leader according to the timing screen at turn 12. That's the Virage Bendor. So Gianni Scarbarassi losing an awful lot of time. Yes, 2 minutes 42 last time, so lost around 24 seconds to that spin. Rejoined the track. But does still seem to be at the head of the UCS4 category, though, by 15 seconds. So that's why you pull the significant advantage. So Scarbarassi still leading in that category despite that spin. Still close for 3rd position overall as we take a look at Sebastian Margot in the 110, who seen some wild cards in the Ligier European Series in the JS2R. Ooh, the number 7 TB Autosport car under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That's usually a slam dunk, as the number 22 Vortex comes in, championship contending car. Now, it's currently showing Olivier Gomez in the car, but I had the starting driver listed as Arnaud Gomez. I don't know if that's just changed now before he got into pit lane. We see the driver change and a tyre change as well. You can listen to the turbo chirp in the 488. Something you don't hear on the 296 anymore. Lucas Falk puts in another personal best last time around. It was a slow lap from Bouvet. Let's see what this one is. Back into the 205s as Olivier Gomez comes out of the pit lane. Here's a look at Franck Galliègue, the Top Gear France host, making his first race start. Switch Racing just you know, an hour or so ago completed their first campaign in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. in the Nova MPO2. Very nearly came away with a podium, in fact, which was an extraordinary effort from the team. This GT4 car very much laid the groundwork for this for that entry, and car that has been competing in GT Sprint for the majority of the season, with Jeremy Maria at the wheel, but joined by Franck and by Laura Camp as well. It's one of their silver class drivers this weekend. Pit stop for the UCS4 leader, Giannis Garbarassi, who's climbing out and handing over to either Marc Jacob or Francois Bilot, who joins them this weekend. A Peugeot 206 racer in the Trophy Tourisme and Endurance in France. And it's a leisurely stop for the Alpines, because they have a standard minimum stationary time of more than 2 minutes, and then you have the handicap to serve on top of that as well. So they are leisurely. First track limits time penalty has come in, and it's 5 seconds for Lorenzo Montiero in the 41 driven Porsche driven motorsports events, led partially by Jules Doncio. So Enzo Richer has got past the Porsche Cup leader. Yes, he has. So Richer now up into 3rd position overall. Christophe Lapierre, in amongst all these pit stops, has moved up to 2nd in class as well in the additional car from GP Racing this weekend, the 911. And Thibaut Kerai for Mirage up into 3rd as well. Pit stop completed there for the 94, and it is Francois Bilot who has climbed aboard. Felix Crepet we saw also coming. It's Felix Crepet just making his way out onto the racetrack now, rather than Francois Bilot, who's already rejoined the racetrack. First pit stop for Switch Racing. Now, this will be the first pit stop they've ever done on this car. I'm sure they'll be used to doing it on the Nova, of course, but this car that has only competed in sprint competition up until this point. And so they will be, just checking the tyres there and potentially exchanging Franck Galliègue there for one of his teammates. Clean on the screen. There's the sole GT4 car in this race, unfortunately. It's another 5-second time penalty for Lorenzo Montiera. That's the second one he's picked up, I'm afraid, in less than 40 minutes of racing. So not a terribly brilliant start to this race. Certainly a driver I was looking forward to seeing back in the championship. We welcome back to the commentary box Claire Cottingham, who has been very busy in the pit lane in the European Endurance Prototype.
Where haven't I been?
Race. Well, yes,
where haven't
true.
I been?
The grid, the pit lane, in the box.
I know, and I realised how thirsty I am as well, because I've been running around like a headless chicken and unable to get the right amount of water down me. So track limits reported at turn 13, first infringement for Olivier Gomez in car number 22, currently running down in 7th after that pretty awful start for the Vortex. And unfortunately they had to make their way up from the back, basically. Car number 7, team manager is being told to come to race control. I was in the Cogemo earlier, that's Olivier Favre. I was in the Cogemo pit box earlier, or the garage rather, when that message came up for the 555, and I always wondered, you know, what do the team do? And it turns out all they do is shrug and look around for the team manager, and I thought, yeah, that sounds about right. So very interesting insight when you're down in the pit lane and you see these what look like quite scary messages come up on the screens here with team manager reported and etc, and in fact actually doesn't make a huge amount of difference to the team, just the team manager. So the 93 then comes in from 16th as it stands. Bronze driver gets out and will make way for his teammate to come in. And that will be Bruno Servayex. We're going to say it differently. How are you saying it, Chris?
Servazo, I've been.
Servazo. Sorry, I turned you off then.
Oh yeah, but I have no idea if that's correct.
Servazo. Okay. Well, yeah, let's go with that. We can go with, but there's a Z anyway. Well, either way, he's got out the car now, so we don't have to worry about it too much. And coming in then will be one of his teammates in the 93. Which could be one of 3 drivers in Marc Lopez or Benoit Poulien. And the Alpine car in UCS 4. So 93 will head back out very shortly for the first of their 7 mandatory pit stops. As it stands, we've got 7 because it's a 6-hour race. Usually we would have 5 for the 4-hour race, but we've got 7 mandatory pit stops. And of course, if you've got more silver drivers or however it works, you can take big penalties. So it's always worth paying attention to how the pit stops are shaking out. Olivier Gomez in a bit of clean air out there, setting a personal best, and now is actually stuck behind some traffic in Jean-Bernard Bouvier. So that's not for on the track position as it stands. But Jean-Bernard Bouvier obviously will either, he doesn't have to move over actually, he's leading the way. Do what he wants. Do what he wants. He says, no, Mr. Vortex, you can sit behind me and think about what you did at the beginning. Car number 37 then still second as it stands at the moment, with Lucas Volkre in the seat as it stands, the silver driver. Enzo Richer going well in third at the moment in the other vortex of car number 20. And he's had quite a quiet weekend, actually. Enzo Richer races in the prototype as well, and actually it was one of the first races I don't think I've gone and spoken to Enzo, so he obviously did neither well nor badly. So always interesting to see. Ended up 6th overall. It's not bad, really. It's a good performance from those guys, but unfortunately when we've got a championship that we're deciding, and if you didn't watch it, the prototype race, and it went down to the wire in the end, and all sorts of drama going on with championship contenders getting suspension issues. This is car number 17 then, currently down in 8th at the moment with Daniel Wrzwinski at the wheel in the Porsche category. 4th at the moment in class, and 8th overall. Just come out the pit lane after serving his first mandatory pit stop. Got some good names alongside us here in the paddock, one being that man, Sébastien Loeb, who is watching Laurent Goudy, who's about to get into the car, his driver and partner in life. And Sébastien Loeb missed last time out, so it's great to see a driver here of his calibre back in the championship and fighting for the overall Porsche category, I think, is Sébastien Loeb and Laurent Goudy. And who else is with them this weekend? Oh, we've got 4 drivers. Gabriel Pamont, who I know is definitely here because I've seen him, and Gregory Gullevert. I'm not sure if he's here. Gullevert, he is here as well. 4 drivers in that one. And yeah, good to see Sébastien Loeb back in the fold then as they go for the overall win in the Porsche category. Not come in yet, has that car. Oh, we got a 40-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane for car number 7. Now it's Olivier Favre in the Porsche category, currently 5th in the class overall, and the bronze driver has been slapped with quite a big penalty there. Speeding in the pit lane is not something they take lightly, as we see Laurent Goudy then getting into the car. And I think that's Greg getting out. Yes, it is, because it says Greg on his back. So I would assume that is definitely Greg, unless he's taken someone else's race suit. And there's some damage on the rear left of that car, quite a big whack. Could have been when I was slightly looking elsewhere. Chris, fill us in. What happened with car number 88? Was there that's a smack in the back?
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen that, actually. So there was an incident reported between this car and the Mathis Jalbert Martinet car at the start of the race. We were too busy watching the vortex going around to really see it, but Jalbert, at the end of lap 2, ended up coming into the pits with seemingly no obvious problem, but clearly it was Jalbert into the back of the Gullevert car that damaged the front of his car, and clearly the rear end of this GP racing car as well.
Yeah, it shouldn't cause much damage there. It's like getting a ding in the back of your bonnet, and actually doesn't cause too many issues. Laurent Goudy then taking over for her stint. I always feel like they're being held for a lifetime there. And interesting conversation earlier Chris was having with she's had a bit of an issue there. That's going to cost her a bit of time, unfortunately. A version of a stall, basically, where the engine cuts out and she has to restart it. I don't think the engine fully cut out, though, actually. I think she just launched it a little bit. Smoke reported on the track at turn 7. Oh, car number 71. That makes more sense. Sorry, I didn't read the beginning. I was like, smoke's on the track. Someone's having a barbecue. Car 71 is being reported for having smoke. That's Matthias Schauber, who is down in 22nd and seems to have stopped. So because they haven't come through the second sector at the moment. No yellows out, so I don't know if they have fully stopped trying it. They are still going around. They're in the final sector now. So interesting to see what oh no, I'm looking at 7, not 71. They are now in the final sector, so they're still going around, but as they've had a very long sector 2, so I would assume there is an issue with car number 71, or they've spun. I don't know what the smoke being reported is about. It could have just been smoke coming out the car. We'll see, I'm sure, if they come into the pit lane in this part of the lap. They're coming through the final few corners now is car number 71, who's had this reported smoke. And the final corner now, are they going to peel into the pit lane? There they are then, looking quite slow in the Pierre Martinet car, and there is, well, you can see why. I don't need to tell you why. Chris did point it out, but I felt like I didn't need to say anything about that one, Chris, because it's quite clear there's a rear left is hanging off.
Yeah, less than ideal there. Goodyear's gone pop.
You'll write that to your friends at Goodyear.
Yeah.
Why did that one go pop?
Well, do you remember that we had one of them in here, and they took one look at it and went, "Yep, that's Stabury, that is." So this is the car that went into the back of the 98 at the start of the race. Now I thought smoke on track might have been that they've still got some persistent problems, but man, this is a dismal first hour for the Martinet by Almera's crew. Contact at the start that put them in the garage for most of the first hour, and now a left rear puncture as well. Matthias Schauber doing a really good job to not let that tyre delaminate and bringing it back at an appropriate speed so that it doesn't do too much damage to the underside of the Porsche. But certainly less than ideal, and well, the day goes from bad to worse for Matthias Schauber. At least he knows where he's racing next year. But this is going to be a tall order and difficult to motivate Cedric and Marius Mezard, his teammates, for this weekend. I'm sure they were thinking, yeah, let's put Matthias Schauber in for the start. That's going to launch us up to the front of the field. And, well, that plan hasn't quite gone to plan, I'm afraid. It looks like they're going to do a driver change as well when they swap that tyre around. At the same time, we've got yellow flags at turn 2. So the Almera's team going straight to work on that right rear. Might just replace the one tyre there. It was Philippe Favalbario in the 117 BMW that spun at turn 2. That has continued on. So was battling away there with the sister car, the Pablo Bergeria car. Changing both rear tyres for the 71 in the end. Oh, look at that. They can't get the hydraulic jack released as well. Oh, nothing going right for this team. There we go. Eventually got it done. And the car being released eventually. Or dropped from its jacks eventually. Now that's, I suppose, the good thing about these super long stops, that hasn't actually cost him any time, because the handicap that car has to serve is about 51 seconds, in addition to quite a significant amount of stationary time as standard anyway. I think it's 80 seconds if memory serves me correctly. Olivier Favre back into pit lane as well. That'll be to serve his significant stop and go penalty, I'd have thought. Really have been coming down hard on the pit lane speeding. I don't remember race control coming down quite so aggressively on the pit lane speeding, but certainly this weekend they have really been dishing out some harsh penalties for that. Speaking of which, car 21 under investigation for speeding in pit lane. So that is the car that Enzo Richier vacated. No, it isn't. Sorry, that's the 20, isn't it? So it's the Philippe Bonnell car, the 21, the car that Lionel Amrouche started and spent quite a significant portion of the race in the garage.
Car number 20, though, that has Philippe Papin, and he's been on the entry list for the last two races, and hasn't turned up. There he is.
Yeah, actually in there.
I didn't think he existed.
No, he's out there. He's circulating. So Olivier Gomez, remember, he has done one of his stops. I don't think all hope is completely lost for this car, in all honesty, because it actually lost so little time with that spin. It was rocketing up the order far quicker than I expected it to. So, obviously, you know, still 5 hours to go. I think we shouldn't count the chickens just yet. Flurry of Porsches making their way into turn one. The 911 car chasing the Mirage machine. That is a battle for position. So Christophe Lapierre chasing Jean-Jacques Ardili, and Ardili not getting the best exit off of turn two. And Lapierre goes through on the inside there for fourth position in that category. A third car this weekend for the GP Racing squad, and it's Lapierre, the bronze driver, has a huge history with Sébastien Loeb and his team in Carrera Cup, particularly in France, a 5-time Pro-Am champion in Carrera Cup France. And we're talking about Mathis Jalbert. Another huge name from Porsche Racing is Alessandro Ghiretti, who's in that car, the Super Cup champion of this year, and of course last year winning the Asian and the French championship, sharing that car with Marius Fossard as well, who was racing in the European Le Mans Series this year with Racing Spirit of Le Mans, alongside Jean-Ludovic Foubert and Jacques Wolf, who we know from the European Endurance Prototype Cup with the same team. So Olivier Favre a lap down on the two cars in front of him, but it is Cyril Salial and Laurent Gaudy battling for the Porsche Cup lead. This is for position here in the lead of the Porsche Cup category, third position overall, and it's the 89 car that leads the championship that's chasing Laurent Gaudy for the lead in that class. And coming down the Mistral could make a move on his teammate. These are the two cars going for the Porsche Cup Championship, and the championship leader is about to take the lead in the class here on the inside. And so, yes, it is 89 Cyril Salial who moves ahead of Laurent Gaudy. Saleal, the former Super Trofeo racer, 52-year-old Frenchman who's familiar with Porsche Cup machinery from racing in the Dubai 24 Hours in this car with HRT. Car that was started by Anthony Beltoise, of course, and now into the lead of the Porsche Cup category. Still some 20 seconds ahead of Lucas Falk, who astonishingly hasn't been through pit lane yet. I wonder why he's so far back, unless he just did a refill. That's way too early for that. Okay, questions over at Craft Racing. We saw the 21 Vortex under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That is a 35-second stop and go penalty for Philippe Bonnel to have to take. So Cyril Saleal puts a lap on the Daniel Wazinski Porsche Cup car as well. So we approach the end of the first hour then. Jean-Bernard Bouvet leads the way in the championship, leading Vision Ferrari ahead of Olivier Gomez in the championship contesting Vortex. Cyril Saleal, your new leader in the Porsche Cup category, in third position overall, but only 1.9 ahead of Laureen Gaudy in the sister 98 car, both fighting for the championship. Lucas Falk, fifth in the 37 Craft Renault, ahead of Philippe Papin in the second of the Vortex cars, the number 20. Lorenzo Montiero currently third in the Porsche Cup category for Driven, ahead of Christophe Lapierre in the third of the GP Racing cars, but that is also less than a second separating them. Jean-Jacques Ardilly in the Mirage car, Daniel Wazinski for Racetivity, and Olivier Favre for 2B Autosport. Then comes the first of the UCS4 cars, Pablo Bugera in the BMW, just into pit lane alongside his teammate Philippe Favre-Barrio. And then the first of the Alpines is Francois Bilot in 94, ahead of Luca de Grange's title rival in 123. Julien Bouni, the third of the UCS4 cars, but with the GT4 Porsche of Jeremy Merrier between himself and his teammate. 21 into pit lane here for that 35-second stop and hold penalty. This is going to feel like an eternity, you'd have thought, for the Vortex. As into the pit lane has come the race leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet. It's the first time that car has been to pit lane. And we enter the second hour then of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup finale. Oh, that did feel like a long time for Philippe Bonnel in 21. So slightly curious as what happens to this Renault then, because timing is showing that it hasn't been into pit lane, but it was second at one point, and I kind of refuse to believe it lost 3 places unless there was an incident that we did not see. Usually if a pit stop is not served correctly, i.e. they don't serve the minimum pit stop time correctly, they get what we've dubbed the asterisk of doom, where it will tick it off the mandatory list, but there'll be an asterisk next to it, which if they don't then do the final stop correctly before the pit lane closes with 15 minutes to go, then they will take a penalty. So it's usually a pretty clear indication, because teams would rather take the penalty than come back into pit lane. Olivier Gomez trying to put a lap on a pair of Porsche Cup cars, and that was actually the change for third position there in the Porsche Cup category, with Christophe Lapierre moving past Lorenzo Monteiro. So it's a GP Racing 1, 2, 3 now in the Porsche Cup category. They really have been the benchmark so far this year, and that's reflected very much in the championship standings, as Olivier Gomez, the second place car, dispatches one of the Porsches, dispatches the second into Le Bousset. Bouvet just coming out of pit lane now, and in fact is already through the first timing split, about 2 minutes ahead before the pit stop. So Olivier Gomez actually moving into the lead of the race now, with Jean-Bernard Bouvet out of the box. Been a very eventful first hour. Let's take a look back at what has happened so far.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome back to Circuit Paul Ricard, and we are into, as you can say, well, 4 hours 50 left of this race, this 6-hour race in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, and we've got someone waiting for us in the pit lane to have a chat. So let's head down immediately, I think, to speak to Renault, who is, I think, in the Vortex garage.
Et je suis dans les stands de la Vortex numéro 21 avec Evan Meignier, le tout jeune pilote de 18 ans qui va nous raconter ce qui s'est passé, parce qu'en début de course, on a l'impression que dès le premier tour, avant même le départ, il y a eu des soucis pour cette numéro 21.
C'est ça, ouais, on s'est rendu compte sur l'après-gris qu'il y avait un problème de DA, donc de direction assistée. Et donc on a tout simplement fait le tour de formation, et avant même le départ, on est rentré dans les stands afin de réussir à corriger ce problème le plus vite possible et reprendre part à la course pour perdre le moins de temps possible.
Alors, est-ce que le problème est définitivement corrigé? Est-ce qu'on a retrouvé le rythme qu'on souhaitait avoir dans cette course?
Oui, on a retrouvé le rythme. On espère qu'il est définitivement corrigé et on va essayer de faire de notre mieux pour finir la course en beauté.
Alors du coup, est-ce qu'il y a un objectif ou une stratégie qui a été remise à jour dans cette course, en sachant que bon, c'est arrivé au tout début de la course, donc on a 6 heures pour se rattraper?
On va essayer de finir la course, comme je vous l'ai dit, en beauté, sans prendre de risques, essayer de la finir en rattrapant comme on le peut notre retard, en maximisant la performance. Et après, on verra bien comme ça se termine. Le but, c'est de prendre un maximum de plaisir. Et voilà, je pense que c'est le plus important.
En tout cas, du plaisir, on dirait que vous en avez, parce que vous avez déjà un grand sourire malgré les aléas de cette course. C'est la deuxième fois de l'année qu'on vous voit. Vous avez déjà vu à Portimao. En dehors de ce calendrier d'Ultimate Cup Series, parlez-moi un peu de votre saison et de votre carrière.
Ça fait 10 ans que je fais du karting à plutôt haut niveau. Je fais le championnat de France, on a fait les championnats d'Europe et les championnats mondiaux. Cette année, je fais le double programme, donc je fais du karting et de la voiture, comme vous pouvez le voir ici. Et donc oui, c'est ça, on fait des grandes courses. Je suis pilote pour Sodi Kart en karting et donc pilote pour Vortex. C'est une très belle opportunité et je suis très reconnaissant.
Et est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre à vous revoir en 2026, peut-être pour une saison complète en Ultimate Cup Series, peut-être même pour les Winter Series?
Ça serait avec plaisir, c'est l'avenir qui nous le dira, suivant les sponsors et si les personnes réitèrent leur confiance en moi ou non. Mais pour ma part, ça serait avec grand plaisir.
Merci beaucoup Evan Meignier, qui est bien soutenu. Si vous regardez par là, il y a la maman, regardez, il y a la maman derrière qui est là et la copine. Donc en tout cas voilà, toujours des histoires de famille et beaucoup de soutien pour ces pilotes chez Vortex qui gardent le sourire malgré tout.
So Evan Meignier, there, the number 21 Vortex, I believe, is in his first car race. A very young driver who didn't have a driver grading before before we arrived here. In fact, with the number of new drivers, I know that the administrative office has been quite busy determining a grade for some of these drivers. Of course, there is a little bit of help from the FIA database on some of the contenders, but not all, especially for super young drivers such as Evan. So, first driver change at Craft Racing there, Lucas Falk. Vacating the Renault, a swift exchange there. So it is either Thomas Leal, Christophe Derignou or Jean-Christophe David who will take over. I imagine they put one of the bronze drivers in now after starting with one of their quick drivers. See a change of tyres going on there as well. Now we're 14 minutes into the race. So, good system there with one doing the wheel and the nut, and then the mechanic with the gun able to quickly move around. They aren't exactly pressed for time. It'll be 121 seconds total minimum stationary time, I believe. So the standard 80 seconds and then 41 as their handicap. A few cars coming out of pit lane. Oh, now being told to cut the engine there. Because they realised that the left rear was not actually done up. So had to cut the engine for the mechanic to actually do that and then light it back up again. So quick signals and quick communication there for the Craft Racing team. And hopefully that did not cost them any time. See, it's Christophe Derignaud who is now aboard that car, so would have had to cut the engine and then restart it to allow that mechanic to tighten the wheel nut. So this is now our overall race leader as we're in the pit stop sequence now. Cyril Saliel. Who has, since passing Laureen Godey, pulled 44 seconds on Laureen, who did have a slow lap last time around. I will say at 2:15.9, which is less than ideal. Laureen, as we mentioned, Sébastien Loeb's partner, but also his co-driver in many rallies. I think that's how they met. They won the Rallye du Var and the Azor Rally together in 2019 and 2023 respectively. Has also competed for Seb's French GT4 team. Live together in Switzerland now. Meanwhile, Salial, who's now headed for pit lane. Former GT4 racer in the European Series and the French Championship as well. 52-year-old Frenchman now bringing that car into pit lane and followed by one of the Alpines there as well, Julien Bouni, that was in the number 19 car. That was the benchmark team in UCS4, the Julien Bouni, Olivier Martinez and Benoit Marion combination, which won all bar one race in their category last year. Before we redid the categories, it was UCS Light, and they won every race except for this Paul Ricard finale. So Lucas Falk has just vacated the Renault, and let's head down to Renault in the pit lane.
Et oui, effectivement, Alexandre, vous l'avez bien reconnu, c'est Lucas Falk qui vient tout juste de descendre de sa voiture et coquet comme il est, qui me dit ça va, j'ai pas eu trop mauvaise tête, mais non, on n'a même pas l'impression que vous descendez de votre voiture. Ce premier relais qui s'est bien passé, il me semble.
Ouais, franchement, ça s'est super bien passé. La voiture était nickel depuis le début de la course, comparé aux essais et aux qualifs qu'on a pu avoir les jours précédents. Donc non, franchement content. La voiture, elle avait un bon rythme, les freins nickel, tout était nickel. Donc j'espère que ça va continuer comme ça le plus longtemps possible.
Au premier virage, dans le premier tour, ça a été un petit peu la cohue, vous en êtes plutôt bien sorti. Qu'est-ce que vous avez vu de là où vous étiez? Comment ça s'est passé là?
Alors en fait, j'ai voulu essayer de me battre avec la Ferrari, donc Jean-Bernard. Et au final, j'étais entre deux vitesses au moment où le feu est passé au vert. Donc pile au moment où je passe la 2, ça passe au vert, et les Porsche derrière qui ont un peu plus de puissance, je me suis fait prendre en sandwich. J'ai dit je préfère les laisser passer plutôt que de m'accrocher avec eux. Et au final, bon, j'ai réussi à les redépasser rapidement pour garder et perdre le moins de temps possible sur la piste.
On a l'impression que cette Renault RS01 est à l'aise sur tous les circuits. Chaque fois qu'on la voit, on est toujours bien placé. Bon, un gros travail de l'équipe Craft, j'imagine, mais une voiture qui a l'air toujours polyvalente. Quel retour vous en faites à la fin de cette saison 2025, après tout ce que vous avez pu vivre au volant de cette Renault?
Alors moi j'ai fait que 2 courses cette année, j'ai pu rouler en Espagne à Aragon, elle était super. C'est vrai que je pense que c'est plus une voiture pour des circuits avec virage plutôt que des circuits comme le Paul Ricard, parce que comme je vous ai dit, on a beaucoup moins de vitesse de pointe que les autres. Donc après voilà, c'est quand même une super voiture. Le Castellet c'est comme ma deuxième maison, donc on essaie de rattraper le coup avec ça.
Très bien. À quel moment on va vous revoir en piste dans ces 6 heures du Paul Ricard?
Là normalement j'ai terminé, j'ai fait mon relais d'1h30, donc maintenant on laisse place aux autres et après on verra ce qui se passe par la suite.
Merci beaucoup Lucas Valcre, pilote de la Renault RS01 numéro 37 pour l'équipe Craft Racing.
Thanks for that, Renault. Remarking at how fresh Lucas Falk looks after an hour and 15 minutes or so in the car, and Lucas saying that the car is handling very well and everything's going good so far. We alluded at the start, he was a bit swallowed up by the pack. I think he was a bit surprised by the power of the Porsches and able to fight his way through the mayhem at the start, where we saw the Porsches making contact and of course the Gomez spin. It's his second outing, I think it is, in this car, potentially third, but the car not as suited to this kind of track. It's not the best in a straight line, and so they prefer the tracks with more corners than straights, and so this being quite a power circuit, car's not working fantastically compared to, say, the Ferrari, for example. And then just confirming his drive time is done now for the day. So it will be Christophe Derinaud, Jean-Christophe David and Thomas Leal who will take that car to the checkered flag. It is the former who is behind the wheel at the moment.
More drama for Daniel Wrzewinski in the Porsche class. Car number 17 that's currently in the pit lane at the moment. We're watching the 110 Philippe Crepet in the UCS4 Alpine, but also in the pit lane is Daniel Wrzewinski, and the team manager has been asked to report to race control. They were under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. I believe that's his second, isn't it? He had already been speeding in the pit lane. He already served a 40-second time penalty, didn't he, Wrzewinski?
That was the Jan Penlu number 7 car.
717.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
We also saw one for the 21 Vortex.
Okay, so car is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and team manager told to go to race control. And actually this team manager in at the 110 as well has been told to report to race control. So race control is quite an easy one for them to get to. It's just in the middle of the pit lane for this one. It's not like you have to walk very far.
Yeah, nice central building here Paul Ricard. I wonder how many teams fight to have the garages either side.
Yeah, I don't know how it works actually. They're usually in very similar places, I've worked out in this pit lane. But as in for this championship, so I don't know if it's done, I don't know, not championship border, but some sort of...
No, I've often wondered how they do it. There must be a way in which you get first dibs.
Maybe it's, yeah.
It's not something I've ever really thought about, because...
Oh. I haven't.
It's a great question to ask one of the teams, because do you remember at Le Mans this year, Toyota requested to be moved further up the pit lane because they said being in the first box last year screwed them over, and so they requested to be moved further up the pit lane.
So different endurance racing, because it's not the same way as in, you know, a straightforward hour-and-a-half race of Formula One where, you know, timing in the pit lane is so crucial because it's such a different setup. So I feel like the teams, with respect, and I know quite a few teams are probably either listening to this or our French colleagues, teams do like to complain.
No, that's absolutely fair.
And when I get it, I totally get it, because, you know, you've put a lot of money and time and effort into these race weekends, and if things don't go your way or things aren't how you'd prefer, and you know just a quick phone call would make it easier, you know, the most vocal are gonna get to where they want to be. So I totally get it, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe Renault can ask somebody. Renault, if you're listening, please could you ask someone how the teams work out where they sit in their pit box? He's probably listening to Alexander Herbin. Anyway, let's head to the pit lane because Renault Lacroix is standing by.
Avec Félix Crépet qui vient tout juste de descendre de sa voiture, et comme son prédécesseur à mon micro, sa première question c'est ça va, est-ce que je suis bien en essayant de se recoiffer? J'ai cru comprendre qu'il faisait chaud dans cette voiture, notamment au niveau de la pompe à essence.
Ouais, il fait assez chaud dans cette voiture, il y a peu d'air qui circule, et quand on s'arrête pour le plein, ça dure 1-2 minutes. On a toute la température du moteur qui remonte dans l'habitacle, sans ventilation, et c'est long les minutes sont longues.
Alors cette voiture numéro 110 pour Chazelle Technologies, moi je lui vote le prix de la plus belle voiture. J'adore la déco, j'adore ses couleurs, et c'est donc votre première course de la saison dans ce championnat. Votre premier ressenti après ces premiers tours de roue dans cette première course?
Bah écoutez, super, l'organisation est top, le circuit est magnifique, le plateau, beaucoup de jolies voitures, assez homogène dans les catégories. On a de la place, il n'y a pas trop de monde. Donc honnêtement, beaucoup de plaisir, c'est très agréable, c'est vraiment très sympa.
Chazelle Technologies qui est l'équipe, je pense, qui engage le plus de voitures dans ce championnat. On peut dire que c'est une grosse structure. Parlez-nous un peu, comment êtes-vous arrivé là, déjà, chez Chazelle, j'y arrive, et comment on s'y sent dans cette équipe?
Alors comment on y est arrivé, c'est toujours un peu le bouche à oreille. La formule avec les Alpines est quand même une bonne première formule pour passer de formules plus, on va dire, plus abordables avant à ce qui se rapproche un peu plus de la GT. Il n'y a que Chazelle malheureusement qui propose ça, c'est un peu dommage. Alors on se fait la course dans le team, c'est assez sympa. Et Chazelle, pour ceux qui connaissent, c'est quand même une vraie belle entreprise familiale. Les parents, les enfants, le rallye, le circuit, une super bonne ambiance entre toutes les équipes, ça se bagarre sainement. Et franchement, c'est toujours très sympa, des très bons week-ends à chaque fois.
Et donc en dehors de cette Alpine, en dehors de l'Ultimate Cup, sur quel circuit, dans quel championnat, sur quelle voiture on peut vous retrouver?
Cette saison, on fait que cette course. L'année prochaine, on espère en faire d'autres dans ce format-là. Et sinon, c'est plutôt de la Fun Cup de manière un peu occasionnelle.
D'accord. On revient à cette course, donc catégorie UCS 4 avec ces voitures. Quels sont les objectifs? Est-ce qu'il y a un objectif déjà en particulier et au sein de l'équipe et au sein du peloton qui est quand même très fourni aujourd'hui?
Alors les objectifs, il n'y en a pas vraiment, comme c'est notre première course, première équipe, première fois qu'on court ensemble dans notre groupe. Nous, on va essayer de terminer, de faire une course en prenant du plaisir, sans erreur. Et puis si jamais on peut arriver un peu devant certaines Alpines, voire devant certaines BM qui sont dans notre plateau, on sera content.
Et donc avec Romain Fontanel et Sébastien Margot, comment ça se passe? Donc du coup, vous découvrez aussi vos équipiers, j'imagine.
Tout à fait, très sympa. Il y en a qui sont plus rapides en piste, d'autres plus rapides à l'apéro. Je dirais pas qui, mais pour l'instant ça marche bien, assez homogène quand même. Donc très bonne ambiance.
Voilà, bien merci. Félix Crépet, pilote de la numéro 110 pour Chazelle Technologies en catégorie UCS 4.
So Felix Crépet wanting to look good for the camera because
he had great hair.
Yeah, it did, didn't he? But he was saying it's very hot inside the car, especially when they stop for refueling, because then there's not a lot of air coming through the car at the best of times, and then when the car's stationary, there's no air at all. So
he looked great.
He did, didn't he?
Well done. Looked better than I would if I ever crawled out of a car.
Just sharing the story of how he joined the Chazelle team. It was basically a word of mouth that he heard about the team, but it's an affordable way to go racing. Likes the fact that it's a family team as well, and always enjoys the weekend. Was alluding to some, let's say, off-track enjoyment with the team. saying next year may do some more races with the squad.
What kind of things they've been doing off track?
All sorts of lascivious beverages.
Oh, they've been having a few bevies, have they?
So I think it's the 110. Felix was saying that it was his first race, but I swear he's been.
I feel like he'll know
all these races. I mean, yeah, he was definitely with the team last year.
Was he in this channel? Maybe he means the first time in the Kennol GT Endurance.
Wow.
Was he in a different one last time?
He has not started a race this year.
Oh, there you go.
That's astonishing. Okay.
He was right. Who knew, Chris?
Well, no, I'm just surprised because it was
he made such an impression on you.
It's such a familiar name from last year. So
it was the hair. You
yeah,
the hair,
clearly.
Good bouffon.
Yeah, I want the name of his barber.
French men have very good hair. A good head of hair.
Good jaws as well. Very jealous.
Oh, okay. Never looked at their jaws, really.
Yeah, you know the French character from Ted Lasso, the French player.
Yes, he has a good. Yeah, he has a good jaw. Good jawline. Good hair, good jaw. Well done, French.
Yeah. We're in the right place, aren't we?
Yeah, we have to say this because we spend most of the time with the French versus English, don't we, in this category?
It's very true.
It's all said in love and war, or whatever it is. In jest, in love, in desperation.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Do you know, I was just thinking, when we were on a bit of a break, I stepped outside the commentary box and they were playing Skyfall.
Okay, did you sing along?
Adele. No, I did not, but it did.
You could do Adele better than Adele, couldn't you? Go on, give it a go.
No.
Do it.
No.
Do it. Go on, you'd be great. You nearly did that, didn't you?
No, I did not. I was not even considering it.
Oh, that was a consideration.
Maybe,
you could do better than Adele.
maybe at the prize giving tonight, I might.
I am not
grace everyone with.
For everyone, look after Chris.
We'll send you a video.
Oh God.
But it did make me think about the fact it's kind of become the unofficial Formula One theme. I think. If you see all those TikTok edits that people make, and it's usually of incredibly dramatic moments over the last few years, which has been put to the theme of Skyfall.
Yeah.
Fleet Papin just getting some assistance
I want to be pulled out of my car like that all the time. Did you see how he just literally let everything go and just... That was amazing.
Yeah.
I would like a car puller outer. It is harder for the maybe older gentlemen to get in and out of these cars. You know, they're hard for anyone to get in and out. And
definitely.
You know, there's a reason why endurance racers and many racing drivers are very slim and petite, because they've got to get in and out these cars very quickly.
We'll also look at how much bodywork and how high the bodywork is on that car specifically as well. So, you know, manufacturers with their cars, they'll obviously, because it's not like a normal GT car where it's a road-based machine. Getting in and out of them is, you know, you've normally got quite a simple door. Okay, you've got to climb over the roll cage a little bit, but that's a tried and true practice.
Clunky enough, clunky.
But that vortex hasn't really been designed for driver comfort, I don't think.
No. It's cool though. Still looks great.
Yeah, it does look good.
Still think it looks like the back cave.
Batmobile.
Batmobile, thank you. Doesn't it? Looks like an orange Batmobile. Vortex. It's funny, I haven't heard my producer in my ear shout at me for anything recently, so he mustn't either be listening or he's really enjoying my rendition of Batman. He's probably given up, he's turned me down.
No, he said he's listening. Oh, I'll tell you why.
But he's not talking to me. Why is no one talking to me?
Sorry, I'll tell you why, because I turned it down for when we had guests in the commentary box.
That was me thinking that I couldn't hear any counts, couldn't hear anything. I was like, Nathaniel, he doesn't love me anymore.
Let's turn him back up. And yeah, sorry, because I had guests in the commentary box.
He's back again in my ears.
Drivers are not used to having people talk in their ear while also having to talk, so I turned that and
me down.
You down, so that they didn't have to.
I wish I'd known that, because I kept always talking when you were talking, so that I wouldn't put the drivers off.
Oh, that's very considerate of you.
Oh, I try not to mess up the entire broadcast. You can deal with me talking in your ears a lot more easier than other people that suddenly hear, you know, and you can hear when they hear you because they suddenly go, oh, and you go, no, just keep talking, it's not for you, don't worry.
Oh dear. But yes, no, you should be able to hear him now, thankfully.
Thank goodness. I was worried that he'd left us.
No. He's
so what was he saying?
there.
Did he like that we were saying things about French people looking good then? What was he saying then?
Oh yeah, he was very complimentary of what we've been.
About my jawline and hair?
No.
That's a shame.
Not the slightest.
I was expecting for the similar sort of. Though, to be fair, with respect, Nate doesn't have any hair. In my ear, he has just said that's what he said.
Okay. Good. Blimey.
It's all fun.
Yes.
So we got to keep laughing. Okay, looks like we've got another interview being lined up with our man Renault, and he is down at GP Racing Team having a little chin wag at the moment. Hopefully he stops long enough to bring us an interview.
Et oui, je suis effectivement avec Grégory Guilbert qui a pris le départ de cette course et qui a l'air d'avoir déjà bien récupéré. Je sens en forme, pas une goutte de transpiration. Un départ facile?
Ouais, non, pas si facile. Hein. Il fait chaud au volant de la Porsche et puis je pense que j'ai tout donné quand même. Donc un peu déçu hier de la qualif parce que je voulais bien faire et dans mon premier tour, j'ai perdu la lame et quand on perd la lame sur la Porsche, c'est fortement pénalisant. Donc voilà, on partait 7e sur la grille, bon départ, même très bon départ. Je peux presque même pointer en tête à l'issue de la première chicane parce que c'était très chaud entre JB Bouvet sur la Ferrari et la 22 qui a porté une attaque, c'était un peu musclé. Et du coup, après, il part en tête à queue sorti du T2, là, de la Verry. Moi, j'ai qu'une option, je peux aller sur sa gauche. Et là, malheureusement, Mathis Jobert, il me touche. Bon, moi, j'ai pas grand-chose, hein, un petit poc sur le pare-brise arrière. Et lui, il est resté sur le carreau, donc un peu dommage pour lui. Mais sinon, pris beaucoup de plaisir. Et c'est un privilège de rouler avec Sébastien Loeb, sa femme Lorraine et le patron de l'écurie Gabriel. Donc non, vraiment pour l'instant fantastique week-end.
Et donc c'est votre première course avec cette équipe, première course en Ultimate Cup Series. Vous êtes un peu le renfort de luxe pour cette fin de saison au sein du GP Racing Team.
Ouais, renfort de luxe, je sais pas, hein, à côté d'un Loeb, non, il faut rester modeste. Mais non, en tout cas, on est... Voilà, moi je fais du GT4, championnat d'Europe, et la fin de saison c'était à Barcelone. On se dit la saison c'est un peu long, et puis là on fait 2 week-ends à la maison et on a envie de reprendre un volant. Donc non, c'était la petite dernière avant de raccrocher le casque, avant de reprendre la saison prochaine. Donc non, toujours un plaisir, et puis c'est une très belle découverte, le championnat Ultimate, ce qu'ils offrent aux nous acteurs et spectateurs. C'était un très très beau meeting, et c'est un très beau meeting.
Et quand même, vous intégrez une équipe qui joue le championnat dans sa catégorie. Quel a été le briefing? Quelle sont la dose de stress qu'on peut avoir quand on sait que c'est une équipe qui joue quand même quelque chose et que vous êtes un petit peu parachuté là, vous découvrez cette équipe, vous découvrez la voiture dans ce championnat. Comment on est briefé comme ça avant une course?
Ouais, toujours pareil, je pense qu'ils savaient à qui ils avaient affaire. Et j'ai appelé Anto Beltoise pour lui dire t'as pas une petite place dans ton team? C'est comme ça que j'ai atterri là, honnêtement. Et puis après il m'a dit j'ai parlé de toi auprès de Gabriel. Et puis voilà, ils connaissent, je pense, à qui ils avaient affaire, autant en termes de pointe de vitesse que voilà, de personnes au sein du team. Et tout se passe très bien, on a construit le week-end, on fait des débriefings. Le setup est très bien, l'ingénieur ça fit parfaitement. Donc non, c'est au-delà de l'Ultimate, ce qu'ils offrent, le team GP Racing Team est un très très beau team. Donc voilà, encore, c'est une deuxième belle surprise, la deuxième belle surprise du week-end. Donc maintenant, j'espère les aider pour atteindre leur objectif qui est le titre.
Justement, c'était bien parti en tête de la catégorie, mais malheureusement avec la 89 juste derrière qui est l'adversaire direct. Qu'est-ce qu'il va falloir si on ne peut pas faire plus que premier? Qu'est-ce qu'il va falloir pour aller chercher ce titre dans les heures qui restent dans cette course?
Alors là, je ne suis pas encore au fait de vraiment tous les points, mais c'est sûr, ça va jouer, je pense, donc pour la 89, hein, c'est ça, 89-98. Donc non, il ne faut pas oublier les autres concurrents et il faut rester focus. pas d'erreur, hein, c'est le respect de la ligne de course aussi, ne pas perdre cette fameuse bavette. Donc voilà, il faut mieux des fois sacrifier et perdre 2-3 dixièmes plutôt qu'aller abîmer sa moustache contre un floppy. Floppy, c'est les choses dures qu'on voit en dehors de la piste qui délimitent la piste. Donc non, il faut rester focus sur notre objectif. La Lorraine est au volant et Seb va prendre le volant là dans quelques minutes, donc avec un train de pneus neuf. À lui de mettre du gaz.
Eh bien justement, on assiste en même temps derrière notre caméraman au changement de pilote. Lorraine Godet qui est descendu effectivement, et c'est bien Sébastien Loeb qui a pris le volant. Merci Grégory Gilbert, et surtout bonne course et bon courage pour la suite de cette course et la fin de ce championnat.
Thank you very much, Renault. I was chatting with Gregory Gilbert, and I was talking about the start of the race where he was touched by Mathieu Jalbert, which damaged the rear of their car, and was talking about discovering the Ultimate Cup Series, which he's thoroughly enjoyed, and of course wrapped up his GT4 campaign, and he said you spent 2 weeks at home and then you want to go racing again. So very much enjoying joining the Ultimate Cup Series and helping the GP Racing Squad fight for the Porsche Cup title. Very much an intra-team battle there for that category. So still hasn't asked about how teams find their grid boxes or their pit carriages.
I don't think he's listening to us. I think he's got the French on in his ears.
What a shame.
Yeah. Oh, I still don't have the answer.
But it's funny because we were talking about comparing it to Formula One. I don't really remember the last time being in a certain position in the pit lane was like a huge advantage.
In F1?
Yeah.
I do.
You've probably got a better memory of such thing than I have.
Yeah, no, it was, I'm going to have to, because the reason I thought about it is because it was something that came up in my head the other day, actually, and it was, oh, it's going to really irritate me now. I can't remember which race it was, but it was something to do with it being much better for winning the championship. I'm never going to remember it, but it was a couple of races ago that it became a talking point within Formula One about where Max came out, I think, Max Verstappen in terms of someone else because of where the championship had placed the pit box.
Right.
More than that, you're going to struggle because we've had a long weekend, and I've only got a certain amount of capacity in my brain now.
It's also just a super long F1 season. I forget most of the things that happen in.
I forget what I did yesterday, so don't expect me to remember anything that has been gone on recently. We've got a drive-through penalty then for car number 41, Monteiro, who is back this weekend, joining us. The Portuguese driver will be frustrated at himself for that one. Nice kid, but he's got a drive-through penalty for car 41, which is currently running as well in 5th, so even more frustrating for that driver. Sébastien Loeb, there's a spin there for the Vortex 20, and that is spinning out of 11th with Roland Marchi at the wheel at the moment in UCS1 for Vortex, so I think he's only just gone in as well. He's not on an outlap, but how long has he been in?
Not long, I don't think.
Yeah,
that car also has the asterisk of doom next to it, and it's only done one.
Enzo will be happy about that. Yellow flags at turn 11, but I would assume that might have been the Vortex spinning.
No, that was down at turn
was it?
4.
Oh, was it?
Turn 3-4, so this will be a separate incident.
There's then the replay.
Yeah, this is what happened to Roland Marchi. A bit too much curb maybe on the inside at 3. It was car 110, Romain Fontenelle, that spun at turn 11 and brought the yellow flags there at Le Bousset just now. So 2 separate incidents in quite short succession.
They're running very close, those flappy little things on the track, aren't they?
Yeah, well, if it's where the track limits are, then that's where the drivers usually want to be. But it's, yeah, I think James Winslow was talking about them during the European Endurance Prototype Cup race earlier when he was in the commentary box with us, that they can damage the front of the Novas and probably damage a few of these cars as well, some of the more fragile machines.
This driver here, 89, Benjamin Pack, has just had a slap on the wrist for track limits, and it would assume it's because he's trying to get round this vortex. Are they fighting for position? Bear with. No. They're on the straight, he's getting past him. Yep.
Trying to put a lap on that car. That is the Porsche Cup leader, the 89 of Benjamin Park.
Well, he's going to have to be a bit careful out there because he's been given a warning flag for track limits. One more and you get a penalty.
Yes, as Lorenzo Montiero has found out, because he already racked up 10 seconds worth of time penalties for track limits, and then that's then followed by a drive-through.
Oh yeah, the penalties just keep coming thick and fast after that.
Yeah, and they tend to get more and more severe as well. So Jean-Paul Pani at the wheel of the #1 Vision Ferrari leads the way ahead of Christophe Derenault and Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex. So we have our top class cars 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Lorenzo Montiero just coming into pit lane from second position in the Porsche Cup category, which may well promote Christophe Lapierre. It's Sébastien Loeb now at the wheel of the 98 GP Racing Porsche, the 9-time World Rally champion, but since moving to a slightly more sane version of motorsport at the end of 2012. I say that, he did continue to rally, made his Dakar debut a few years after that, but did start doing circuit racing in the likes of Carrera Cup. I remember his first appearance at Macau in the Carrera Cup race there. Raced in FIA GT, the World Touring Car Championship, and while he was still rallying as well, made his Le Mans debut in 2006 with Pescarolo, second in that event, and has contested the majority of the season with us here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, but only when he's had a couple of rallies that have clashed with events. But did you know that originally he was a gymnast?
Sébastien Loeb?
Yeah, I think that's what's giving him all the flex and reflexes.
He was only till like he was about 14 though, wasn't it? It wasn't that long.
I think going up until 14, that's...
I don't know, I can't remember, but that was my question. Is it until 14? You don't know?
Oh, no, I'm not sure.
You don't know, okay. But yeah, I mean, you do gymnastics at school and things, but yeah, it's definitely a different sort of... Well, do you know, I'd love to ask him about that.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to Sébastien Loeb on a non-race weekend.
Do like a little podcast with him.
I'd love it, because in race weekends he's lovely and always very friendly, and he knows the deal. He understands when you go up to him. There's, you know, you can't really say no when you're at that level of motorsport. Really, you just have to be very polite, and same as Nicolas Prost when earlier, you know, he'd lost the championship and he went, of course I'll talk to you, like, why would I not? And I was like, well, because some people wouldn't. And he's like, well, racing's racing, you know. They have a different mentality when they've been through the ringer, I guess, in that sort of way. But he's very focused on racing when it's race weekends, and he always has a slight, it's a scowl, but not a menacing scowl. He just always is frowning slightly. And even when, just before you're about to interview him, he still frowns until you ask him the first question, and his face just, it sinks into a lovely sort of friendly open face again. And then as soon as he's done, he's back thinking about, you can tell he's thinking about the racing. It's not, there's no malice in it whatsoever. He's just so focused on racing. And it's obviously a different medium for what he's been doing. But I would love to get him on a nice relaxed day, you know, and just speak about everything that he's gone through, because I've seen so many different interviews with him where he is that relaxed Sébastien Loeb that you see, and I'd love to have that chat. I think it would be a fascinating conversation.
reminds me of last year when Pato O'Ward lost the Indy 500 with, you know, one corner to go.
Yeah.
That epic finish. And of course, then he has to go and speak to NBC. Like, that's the deal. Doesn't matter what happens.
Oh, yeah.
You go and speak to the TV broadcaster afterwards. And he was in tears.
Yeah, I've had drivers in tears before. I've had all sorts of drivers in every single type of motion. The spin again for the Vortex, which I believe is not 20, is it? 20 again?
No, it's the
other one,
isn't
isn't
it?
it?
It's the 21. Lionel Amrouche
yeah,
car.
which is currently down in 20th at the moment, the AM driver. Lionel Amrouche is at the wheel at the moment. No, it's the 22. It was the 22 that spun. It was Arnaud Gomez.
Is the...
Well, I've just seen 22 come past our screen again.
Now, it looked like the slightly redder
I thought
one,
it was
didn't
2, unless we cut away, but...
is that 22 in front of it that went past it? And maybe if we can get a replay of that, we'll confirm which one it was. It is funny because at some angles it does look like the slightly redder one, doesn't it?
Yeah,
where the sun's
I thought it was
the
the slightly redder one, which is the 21, which is that slower one in the foreground.
We might get confirmation on the timing screen.
Yeah, they usually tell us, don't they?
Unless we have the replay of that available.
Incidents involving turn 20 and 94 noted.
So that then was contact with Mark Jacob then for the 20 it was. So that was Roland Marchi again in the wars.
Yeah.
But this time,
spinning.
yeah.
Got you.
But this time due to contact with Mark Jacob. Is that the race leader going slowly? He's way off the racing line.
It's a
that
pretty
is
slow car.
Jean-Paul Pani moving very, very slowly. And the team that seemed to have the championship very much in hand, suddenly moving very, very slowly as we approach the end of the second hour. So dramas for Vision.
They've had issues before with this. Do you remember a couple of races ago, you might not have been here, and the Vision did exactly this, just stopped working suddenly, came into the pit lane, they did a system reset, and I don't think they won the race in the end, but they managed to recover. But they had some sort of technical gremlin in the car. I can't remember exactly what it was, but we've seen this before this year from the Vision team.
Yeah, I think it might have been one of the races that I missed.
Let me double check with one of the guys.
One of the races that Vortex ended up winning, but Pani bound for pit lane. I'm sure it's all go. Now, that does look like a driver change being ready. I think Roman Iannetta is being prepared. Yes, he is. Roman getting ready to climb aboard the #1 car. So that now puts the Kraft Renault into the lead of the race.
It's never, they always do this. They always have a driver completely ready. So they'll do a driver change while the team work on the car. And then as the driver change is happening, the driver being taken over gets wheeled into the garage and has to sit in the car then, a boiling hot car after they've just taken it over. I've just asked the other guys when this happened with the Vision, because it definitely did happen, and there was an issue. It doesn't look like yet they're going to put it into the garage.
Well, I wonder if this is a simple case of running out of fuel.
No, because you'd go to fueling first. You wouldn't come through to the pit lane, would you?
True, unless they were not ready for them.
I remember it clearly. So clearly, but also not clearly at all. It was in maybe Mugello. Where did the Vortex win?
They won races in Portimao.
We're going back out. They have done nothing to that car.
Unless it was a simple electronic reset, potentially. Unless Pani specifically had some sort of problem that meant he had to, with himself, that meant he had to move back. Extraordinary stuff. Well, I'm sure Renault will be making his way over to the Vision garage and trying to find some answers for us as to what happened there, because that's extraordinary. They didn't seemingly do anything to the car to make it work. It's just started working again.
See if we can get Renault to get a bit of confirmation on that, and I hope it was Jean-Paul Paganel, wasn't it, that was in the car, so I hope he's feeling all right and everything's okay in that one. See what we can find out.
But to answer your question a minute ago, it was Portimao and Aragon where they took wins.
Well, could have been either of those, because I didn't think you did do Portimao or Aragon, did you?
And also, the Vision did not score particularly well in either of those. They only finished 9th in Portimao and didn't score points at all in Aragon.
Well, it would have been Aragon then, because the car went kaput.
So if it was fully kaput then, yeah.
It was Aragon. It was definitely a Chaz race.
Yeah, one of the Chaz races.
That's how I work out things in my memory. But they had some sort of mechanical problem. But I mean, there's no point talking about it because the car seems to be fine now.
Well, by the way, Romain Iannetta is down in 2nd place now. And we'll see what the gap is to the Renault. I wonder if potentially Pani had a small puncture that we didn't quite see, and that's why nothing was particularly working well, or wasn't going particularly quick. Well, the tyre's being taken back. Those two look quite all right. Renault is in the garage. I just saw his arm and leg there. And seems like it might have been something to do with the wheel, because I can see Renault asking about the wheel in question, and I think Even is going to give us an update about what has happened there. So Renault's on standby, that is for sure, but it doesn't seem to have hurt them too terribly much. They are in 3rd position now, 28 seconds from Arnaud Gomez. If it were to finish like this, I don't think it's enough to give Vortex the championship. It would need a little bit more drama, I think, for the Vision team. Okay, so Renault's down in the Vision garage with an update for us.
Oui, effectivement, je suis dans le stand Visium. Je ne suis pas avec les pilotes, tout simplement parce que Jean-Paul Pagny et Jean-Bernard Bouvet sont en direction de course. Il y a eu un contact avec la Vortex numéro 22 et je peux vous dire que c'est en train de lever le ton en ce moment dans le stand Visium. On n'est pas content du tout. Apparemment, ce n'est pas le premier incident qui implique à la fois la voiture numéro 1 et la voiture numéro 22. La Visium, Jean-Paul Pagny qui était en train de doubler et qui s'est fait apparemment percuter par la numéro 22. Et vous voyez, le contact a eu lieu là au niveau de la roue et a décapité la valve. On voit la trace, effectivement ils ont pris les photos pour les amener à la direction de course. Cette valve en fait évidemment qui a explosé et qui a crevé le pneu, enfin en tout cas qui l'a fait se dégonfler, d'où l'arrêt imprévu de Jean-Paul Pagny. Je n'ai pas les pilotes avec moi parce que je vous garantis qu'il y a des choses on va pas passer à l'antenne en direct, on va les laisser redescendre en pression un petit peu eux aussi et on ira peut-être leur parler. J'espère qu'on aura l'occasion d'avoir Jean-Bernard Bouvet avec nous. En tout cas, je peux vous dire que les esprits s'échauffent et qu'en ce moment, ça doit être en train de discuter sévère en direction de course.
Well, Renault reporting that there was a contact with the 22 Vortex. So their championship rival, we didn't see that, must have been during the pit stop sequence, and that the problem they had is a tyre problem that happened as a result of that contact, and they are properly miffed about this. They've got two of the drivers right now up at race control. So that'll be Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, because Romain Ionet is at the wheel of the car. So they're both up at race control now, showing pictures of the contact and the subsequent damage done to their car in order to get them a penalty. Extraordinary.
How quickly did they print out those pictures?
Might have just taken them on the phone, I imagine.
No, I imagine there were big cutouts of that. In that time, we got a 5-second time penalty for, I think it says Solian Amrouche, but it's not. It's the dad Amrouche, which is Lionel Amrouche, and that's car number 89. Sorry, car number 21, but 89 once again. Loeb now is being reported for first infringement at for track limits as well. So 89 that's in championship contention once again with Loic Thiers now at the wheel, needs to be a bit careful again. So Romain Ionet already setting very fast times out there with a fastest purple sector and first sector, second sector, third sector, and overall best lap of 2:03.2, and that is 2 seconds quicker than the entire rest of the field that's currently running at a 2:05. So quick driver is Ionet. And once again, proving that there wasn't anything too wrong with the Vision team. It was just this tyre issue that they had, because suddenly that car is lighting up for fastest times now, and Ionet once again setting the fastest purple sector, getting a bit frustrated, one of the cars there, and flashing his lights. But yeah, the bronze driver is obviously come out to some clear air. And Guardo Gomez is the driver now leading the way after taking 2 of the 7 pit stops. But we'll see what happens with this contact between what sounds like the 22 Vortex and car number 1. So be interesting to see what is the outcome of this. Renault just saying that he was in the vision box when it happened, and they were not saying things that were particularly suitable for live television. And so instead he interviewed a tyre, the highlight of his career. And you know, I get that. He did a good job.
Yeah, it certainly did. Great update there. So I'm just checking, because if it were to finish like this, although Olivier Gomez has just come into pit lane, but if Vortex wins the race, then they will win the championship. Remember, it's 9 points that they sit behind in the championship. But a top 6 finish will guarantee Vision the championship. Now, why a top 6 finish if you get 9 points for 7th place? Well, if Vortex were to win the race, they would actually win it on countback, because they've had a 2nd place finish and Vision have not. So top 6 is required. Well, guarantees them. Same for the UCS1 category as well. I think the other categories are slightly more academic, but we will keep an eye on those. So we now have just under a standard Kennol GT Endurance Cup race left to go. just under 4 hours. Marius Fossard making his way past the Cedric Mezard's car. So that's the son that's just put a lap on the father there between the GP Racing Team and the Martina by Almaraz car. 4 hours to go in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup finale.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Well, welcome back to circuit. Paul Ricard with 3 hours 51 left of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. The 6 hours here, of course, in the south of France. Beautiful weather we've had all day today and all weekend, actually. We've not seen a spot of rain. It's been absolutely beautiful for November in France. Sometimes Paul Ricard can throw up some interesting weather, but we have lucked out, and so far it has been glorious out there. Some things to bring you from our highlights. What's been going on track. Under investigation is car number 123 after speeding in the pit lane. Car number 8, track limits reported, turn 15. That's only their first infringement. And then after the back of the investigation of speeding in the pit lane, you've got car number 123. Team manager has been summoned to race control. So I would assume if they're under investigation of speeding in the pit lane, it's pretty clear cut usually. This is the Vision team that are leading the way with Roman Iannetta at the wheel at the moment. They had a touch with Olivier Gomez in the UCS1 class in the Vortex, car number 22, and had to come in for an unscheduled pit stop after picking up damage, but is now back out there and setting some quick times, and now leading the way once again.
And as soon as we say that, comes into pit lane.
Yeah, the other one was unscheduled though.
Yes, but no, it's always the way, isn't it?
I don't know if did it count down to the pit stop for mandatory. I don't
see why it wouldn't have done, to be honest, because you don't have to refuel. All you have to do is sit there for the minimum time.
Sébastien Loeb also coming into the pit lane as it stands, and from 5th in the Porsche class. The 123 also in the pit lane at the moment, and wonder what they're... I don't know if they're on pit out. Where are they? No, they're definitely in the pit lane. As well as the 101 UCS4 BMW as well.
Yeah, so it's Catalina Bergera at the wheel of that car now, the daughter in the family team. The 101 car. She and Jaime, both silver class drivers, and their father a bronze. And they say they are evaluating a full season entry for next year, our E2P racing, with these two cars, which are not cars we've seen often. I don't recall ever seeing an M2 in the races that we've done so far. Oh, goodness me, that's a lot of smoke coming out of the 123 Alpine. Now, that is not only the UCS4 leader, that is also the championship leader in the Alpine Endurance Challenge. So that could be significant for them in their battle with the sister number 94 car.
That's on fire, that car. We've seen the Alpines on fire before, but there is a extinguisher inside the rear of that car. That car is also under investigation for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, there's a fire car now on the scene as well. So
beginning of the year, we've seen the Alpines. So the fire marshal's then coming over, and looks like their smoke is kind of... Oh, he's put his helmet on, never mind.
It looked like it was dissipating.
It did, didn't it? And then he put his helmet on, I was like, never mind. So slightly charcoal sausages as it stands, rather than burnt sausages.
Yeah, and some sad looks.
It's the team manager there from Chazelle as well, to the left of the screen, speaking to one of the drivers.
It's Louis Chazelle.
Louis, thank you. I couldn't remember his name. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a family-run team. His father, the owner, and Louis' sister, the team manager, as well.
Shake of the head from one of the drivers there with his helmet on, and disappointment, really, isn't it, to see it end like this?
Well, the saving grace on that car is that they'd already wrapped up the UCS4 championship for Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange, and of course was looking very good in this race as well. But yeah, so now it's going to be eyes on Gianni Scarbarassi and Mark Jacob, because what is that, 22 points back. So if they finish third or above, which, bearing in mind, there are only 4, 5, 6, hang on, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 cars in that class. And the Alpines have been very rapid in that category. So a top 3 finish for the 94 would give them the championship if that 123 car does fail to finish.
Romain Ionetta's just come back out from refueling. Does it tick down the mandatory pit stop after they finish their outlap?
I have noticed a bit of a delay, but it's worth remembering that. So yeah, because, no, it's a complicated system. Hold on, so I just write down.
I'm sort of tutting because car number 89 has got a 5-second time penalty now for Ligier because of track limits. But anyway, yeah, sorry.
That's that car's first track limits penalty of the day. But because of you can't refuel and do your pit stop in one go. You have to do them separately. So you have to come in, do your pit stop, go back out, then come back in
which
to refuel. So it would have ticked off the pit stop, but it doesn't tick off for the refueling because that doesn't count as.
But it didn't tick off for the pit stop either. They're still at 5%. Anyway, let's give it a second and see if it wakes back up after the outlap. I could have maybe I got it incorrect, but he definitely came in for refueling.
Loic Thiers also getting the asterisk of doom now, actually, the car that leads
car number 17.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. It's done 3 stops and all of them being looked at.
Oh dear,
at the
car number 21 is having a shock at the Vortex with Evan Mania.
I've been saying. Yeah,
Mania.
Well, welcome to car racing, Evan Mania.
Yeah. All 3 of those pit stops.
That might be a debut to forget for Evan Mania.
That pit stop hasn't ticked down then for Romain Ioannetta. And I could have sworn they definitely came in for refueling. But maybe that's why it's not pinged down mandatory yet, but you'd think it should. But
did it not? When Pani came in to change the tyre after the contact and gave the car to Ioannetta, I think that one ticked off.
Yeah.
But if Roman's just come in for a refueling, that won't counted as the mandatory stop.
Yeah.
And so, because they're still kind of on schedule. Some people have been ticking them off a little bit more quickly, but we're only, let's say, 17 minutes into a normal GT Endurance Cup race where you would have to do 5 stops anyway, which is how many they've got left.
Yeah. That's mad when you think about it, isn't it? It would only be 17 minutes into a normal race.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes me feel happy or tired.
Well, yeah, it's still a little ways to go in this GT Endurance Cup finale.
It's been a good race so far, though. We've had a lot going on, a lot of action. It's not all been straightforward for the Vision team, which is what we saw a lot of last year and actually a lot less of this year. They've had a bit more competition in terms of the Vortexes stepping up a lot more. Last year, the Vortexes were very much in a transitional period and learning period, and I feel like they've taken a big step, the Vortexes, in this last year in this championship, and they're not allowing it to be all Vision's way anymore.
Absolutely. It was a breakthrough win in Magny-Cours for Vortex's 2.0 car last year. As you say, it was very much a developmental year for this Gen 2 car, but really hitting their stride now as a manufacturer and a team. Another car under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That is the Wilfried Casalbon-driven Mirage Racing Porsche.
Makes me feel that they've been told the wrong speed for the pit lane, because we've had a lot of speeding in the pit lane. In the driver's briefing, they get told, you know, how fast they need to be in the pit lane, or how much they need to bring their speed down by. And you know, there's a lot of drivers getting caught out by this.
Yeah, it's odd to see. Bless you.
Sorry, I nearly sneezed on the. I had to finish that sentence really quickly because it was. I was going to sneeze regardless, and I was like, sorry.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
I was just like, spin it in the pit lane. I was going to sneeze on everybody, so I did. Thank goodness. But yes, it was an odd one. It's odd that so many are getting caught out by it.
Yeah, so that's either coming in too quickly or getting off the limiter too early.
But that's something they get told in the driver's briefing, you know?
Yeah, just not necessarily they're doing it at the wrong point, just misjudging it.
Yeah, which can be by, you know, a millimetre.
Yeah.
If you don't get that right. And this is car number 10 then, that's just been slapped on the wrist and is now under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. The Porsche category, currently running second at the moment in the Porsche class. So if they pick up a penalty for that, it will be potentially podium over. Brakes are steaming quite heavily there, aren't they?
Yeah, getting
checking tyre pressures.
Getting a bit of heat dissipated there, as obviously there's no air running through them. The car is stationary, so but of course the Porsche Cup car is one of the few one-make cars that has been developed specifically for both endurance and sprint racing, because we see them in Sprint Challenge, in Carrera Cup, but there is the endurance side of it, particularly in the NLS and the 24-hour series. So you've got to think there's a wide variety of circuits that it races on, and then the Nordschleife as well. It is probably one of the most versatile race cars in existence at the moment. And of course that's been a big target for the new car that's coming in next year, the new GT3 Cup 992.2, so to speak. So Cedric Mezard, still that car circulating last, but I think has now actually caught up to the back of the UCS4 group. Now this is a very calm pit stop for the 21, not a lot of action go down there. So this is the 20 car. There's not a lot of urgency in this pit stop happening at the moment. In fact, exchange between drivers as well. It almost looks like Ethan Faramore is explaining some sort of problem to his team. And the look
car number 20.
Yeah, the look on their faces as well. It's not full of hope, is it? Well, the back of the car was off as well, so.
Yes, this car is plagued slightly, and I do feel for the car number 20 Vortex team. I know Enzo Richer hardly ever gets to go out there sometimes because he's the third driver, and sometimes it doesn't make it round for the entirety of the 4 hours. So let's hope it can make it round a bit more. It's coming back out the pit lane now with Ethan Faramore at the wheel.
And yeah, I'm suddenly remembering that this car wasn't, this driver wasn't actually on the entry list.
No, it should be Philippe Papin.
We've seen Philippe and Enzo and Roland, so I think it's a fourth driver.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got a fourth driver. We've had Roland, Enzo, Philippe, and now Ethan.
Yeah.
That's all right.
So, well, that. So I'll double check, because having 2 silvers and an AM, I think will change how much handicap they're actually supposed to be serving. So I'd written down 29 seconds, but if they have AM, silver, it's actually 46 seconds that they have to serve in each of these stops. So off goes the 911. Marius Fossard's brought that car in.
I wonder how much they had to fight to have that as their number, the 911 Porsche.
So I think that is Christophe Lapierre's car from Carrera Cup. But I know what you mean. Normally, when you see the 911 on a Porsche, it is you know, one of the factory cars, for example, in a blue ribbon event like at Nürburgring or Spa, and it's like this is the focus car, right, where we've put the best drivers and put the most resource into. But I think for a lot of the gentleman drivers, I think if you pay enough money to have the, you know, the 911 on your car, then they'll happily give it to you.
Not us.
No, not us at all.
Struggling for heat in his tyres though.
Just working those up. No blankets, of course.
Make your mind up. He's like, no heat in my tyres, but also please get out of my way.
Yeah, that was a bit early to be on the flasher, wasn't it? To be honest. It is still Marius Fossard at the wheel. Well, actually, it fell because it was the Alpine in front of him. By the time we got to the other side of the chicane, he was ahead.
I think he actually thought it through.
Yeah, so that just goes to show, doesn't it, the pace difference between some of these cars.
I've seen them do this a couple of times now, and because I'm not an engineer, I don't know what it means. They just keep poking the little temperature gauge into the floor.
Yeah, so checking the track temperature.
Yeah, but that's not track temperature. That would be...
Well, you get an estimation from the pit lane.
Yeah. I just think it's mental to, So I don't know. I'm very easily flummoxed.
Yeah. I think the more important thing is to know whether the track is getting hotter or colder.
Probably getting colder,
So,
I could tell them that.
Yeah, so if you...
I don't need a little temperature gauge to tell them that.
Well, if you're measuring the same bit, then you'll know what the...
it's getting colder. Hang on, let me put my hand
I
down.
don't know, it was jolly warm in direct sunlight. I was surprised at how warm it was, actually.
Director just walked past. I don't know who's steering the ship anymore.
Nearly wiped out our director.
I did a little bit. I opened the door on him. And he knocked him down the stairs.
Goodness me.
So there's the Vortex Garage just watching on. Hoping for the best at this point, with Olivia Gomez leading the way. Car number 22, the car we're watching now. Heading down the Mistral straight towards turn 10. And has leapfrogged Roman Iannetta. They've also taken one more pit stop out of Roman Iannetta. We've got another 35-second stop-go penalty. Speeding in the pit lane is for car number 10. And that was earlier we reported that.
Yeah, the came up as the investigation a little while ago, didn't it? That's now coming through as a confirmed penalty. 35 seconds seems to be the most common, although we saw 80 in the prototype race earlier today. In comes the race leader, Olivier Gomez. 3 of That car's mandatory pit stops completed. So Roman Iannetta now in second position, but might cycle through to the lead here. Roman not in the championship hunt because he is the stand-in for David Hallyday, which he has been for now 3 of the races so far this year. Got a surprise entry for Magny-Cours with David Hallyday having to deal with some last-minute tour preparation dramas, and David now on tour now, I believe, which is why he's here this weekend. So Hallyday, the usual partner to Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani, but it is those two who are the championship contenders there. Jeremy Maria now aboard this car from Switch Racing, former French Drift champion. Car that started the season in GT Sprint competition with Jeremy and Sandro Perasuti. Sandro moving on to the European Endurance Prototype Cup with the Switch Racing Nova. Jeremy also making a wildcard appearance in that car. Oh, a very harsh penalty coming in for the 123, which might be academic, actually. Well, no, actually, the 123, I think, has gone back out onto the track. So it is not out of contention just yet, but
it's pretty far down.
Yeah, but a 55-second stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's up by turn 6 at the moment.
Yeah, but well, it may well be out of victory contention, but it only has to finish to win the Alpine Endurance Cup title.
Oh, that's harsh.
Well, according to my maths anyway, because there are 7 cars in the field.
Well, but if it just has to finish, that makes no sense. There'd be no points in that. So why would you just have to finish?
Because there are only 7 cars, so it like...
I would still get points.
Yes.
In the class, right, got you. Sorry. A moment of...
Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, in its specific category.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, I'm talking a nonsense. It's even fewer cars because the BMWs aren't in that championship. So there's only 4 cars that are scoring points in the Alpine challenge. Sorry, I was getting confused with the UCS4. Yes, there are 5. Yes, sorry. Oh, goodness me. So sorry. I was getting confused with the UCS4 championship for a second there, which is already sewn up. But in terms of, yeah, specifically the Alpine Cup, because it's 22 points.
Are you okay?
Yeah, hang on. So it's 22 points. So with 5 cars. Ooh. Actually, I may be wrong again, and I might be about to correct myself for I think the 6th time now, because you get 37.5 points for the win. That half point might make all the difference for 94, actually, and snatch them the title if they win it. That's the critical thing. They're currently 3rd, so.
Gaffer tape's out.
I think that's just replacing the tape that was put on that car earlier on.
Cedric Mezard at the moment.
Yeah, so that's the car that Mathis Jalbert.
Everything's happened to that car.
Yeah, yeah, the puncture, everything. I'm just going to do a little bit of mental arithmetic and make sure that I've got this down
This is the best thing about having two people in the commentary box, because when you're at this point in the championship, it's very difficult to do the maths while you're also trying to commentate on air. So we instead shall follow the Porsche of 98 that's running in 5th at the moment, Sébastien Loeb, bringing his wealth of experience to the championship, and he's very welcome here, getting used to this car now and Porsche racing, and very much enjoying himself, and has been with us for much of the season actually, which has been a real joy. And it's got a bit of a flappy bonnet, but other than that, sometimes we see the bonnet of these Porsches lift up, so that's why you often see them taping it down sometimes, because they do have a tendency to fly away. You've got your microphone back on, Christopher.
Yeah, I've worked, so I've got it. if the 123 finishes, then 94 has to win, and they'll take the championship by half a point.
If the 123, say again.
So the 123 has to finish.
123 has to finish, or the other one will take it by half a point.
If it wins, yes. So 90, regardless, 94 I think has to win if the 123 finishes the race.
Right, and at the moment they are 3rd.
The 94 is, yes, running in 3rd position in the Alpine class.
So even if they're here until 5 o'clock tomorrow evening pushing it round, they will finish.
Yes.
Got you. 3 hours 20 left on the clock then. Sun will start setting soon, local time of 4:20, and it is surprising how quickly the sun sets around here, for sure. You blink and suddenly it is pitch black out there. Means we'll probably have 2 hours or so into the sunset and into the evening. Need to be a bit careful with those track limits, Mr. Loeb. Took that corner a bit hot into turns 8 and 9 and along the Mistral Straight.
Official sunset 5:16 p.m. today.
Well, that is in pretty much an hour's time.
Yes, it is.
When they say sunset, does that mean when the final moment you'll see the sun, or when the sun starts to set?
I think it's when the sun is below the horizon.
Below
which I think, well, to be honest, here it's a bit earlier because we're in a mountainous region. So.
It depends where it depends if it's setting at a mountain or not, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's very true. But I don't know. There are cleverer people than me who work it out.
Nate, our producer, really enjoys it when we talk about the sun and the moon and things like that.
And the stars.
He loves it. It's his favourite conversation. The sun sets to, so if you're looking basically down the straight into turn 1, the sun sets on the left side of the circuit, overlooking the pit lane.
Just if you were to consider the pit straight north, it's sort of northwesty, isn't it?
Oh, Nate's just woken up and just said the exact same thing that you said in our ears, so thanks for that, Nate. Interesting information from our producer giving us. Oh, we've got to have fun because these races are quite long, and though we've had some good racing here today, we've all got to keep each other going. 98 then, second in the Porsche category at the moment, and Loeb currently leading the way for the Porsches in the 89. If it stays like this, does that mean that the 89 is the champion?
Yes, 89 is the car ahead in the championship. Basically, 98 needs a bit of a drama for the sister car because they're 20 points back. So they at least need to finish 3rd to have any hope of the championship, but they'll need some dramas to befall that car, because even if they win, they would need the sister car to not finish I think. Because how many Porsches do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay, so anything outside of the top 7. Would give 98 the title if it were to win. So basically 89 just needs to finish inside the top 7. Which basically means don't shunt the car.
Definitely got a flappy bonnet on that 98.
Yeah, I don't know why we often see this. I know it's to do with the the vortices coming off the cars in front normally, because you usually see it when they're in a slipstream at a high-speed part of the racetrack.
Oh no, I haven't seen it at all. He's not had any slipstream, and it's been flapping all day.
Well, he's
all race.
Yeah.
They've just not put it down properly. Just get some tape on it.
I feel like that might be something that Porsche have addressed in the new car.
Yeah, I just don't think any of the other Porsches are doing it quite as much as that 98.
No, you always do, just one random one will flap a little bit. I don't know why. That's... Yeah, usually it's just something to do when you get a slipstream. So look, yeah, bringing that 89 car into pit lane from the lead-in Porsche Cup. Remember, they have got a pit stop under investigation. 98 is now being driven by Sébastien Loeb, by the way, head of Lionel Ricard. E2P has joined the Asterisk of Doom list with their 101 car, Jaime Bergier.
It's all calmed down a little bit out there at the moment, hasn't it? Sort of everyone finding their rhythm and sticking with it. Apart from the Vision that's just speeding past everyone and flashing their lights. Iannetta still at the wheel of that one.
Vlad Lomko now joins the race in the driven Porsche, the LMP2 racer, with the Vector Sport team this year, alongside Ryan Cullen and Pietro Fittipaldi, 4th in the European Le Mans Series this year, after making the switch to prototype racing with the Cool Racing squad after his final year of single-seater racing in 2022, runner-up in the Euro Formula Open Championship, but making the switch to prototypes shortly after, and in his first year taking part in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 20-year-old gold-rated driver is Vlad Lomko. Just taken over the car from the Carrera Cup Asia racer, Rodrigo Almeida, the Portuguese-born Mozambican. So Sébastien Loeb now out of the car. And I assume handing over the car to Gabriel Piedmont, who we've not yet seen in this race. Who was in the sister car last year, on their way to 3rd in the championship. See the evidence still there of the Jaubert contact from the start of the race. Stuart in the in the Discord chat for the Missed Apex podcast, which I am on, asked that we talk more about the weather, sun, moon, and stars. But unfortunately, Claire Cottingham is heading back into the pit lane to take over from Renault. So we'll have to hit pause on that chat. But thank you for tuning in. So go back and watch the prototype race, because that was a great end to the championship. A dramatic turn of events with dramas at the start and dramas in the middle as well. Very fun race to call with the Novas. As we're approaching the end of the season, I'll just remind everyone that 2026 will see more Ultimate Cup Series action than ever before at the widest variety of circuits as well, with the introduction of the new Winter Cup for this, the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, the European Endurance Prototype Cup, and the Hoosier Formula Cup as well, which is 3 Iberian meetings, starting off in Portimao on the 13th of February, moving to Estoril on the 20th of February, and then to Navarra in Spain on the 20th of March. So 2 new circuits to Ultimate Cup competition. And then when we get into the season proper, we will have another new circuit as well, with Spa-Francorchamps joining the calendar. So we will start the year as usual here in Le Castellet on the 23rd of April. Magny-Cours, hopefully slightly warmer conditions when we head there on the 28th of May. Then back to Mugello once again, which I'm sure will be a scorcher of a weekend on the 9th of July. And then to Spa, as I mentioned, on the 17th of September. Back to Navarra on the 15th of October, which replaces Aragon. And then rounding out the season in Portimao on the 5th of November. So 4 European tracks for the 2026 calendar. More visits over the French border than ever before, into Belgium, Italy, Spain and Portugal. Visiting more countries than ever before. And of course that will be the full complement with the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup as well. Dramas for Gabriel Pimont as he spun and rejoined at turn 4. So that's at the Hotel Chicane. That's the 2nd place car in the Porsche Cup category. Of course, next year as well, we will be slightly more endurance focused, with 2 6-hour races for both the Kennol GT Endurance Cup and the European Endurance Prototype Cup. And they will come with the 1.5 times points complement as well. just double checking where those races are going to be, actually. It is was announced before at the Portimao weekend, I think. Plenty to look forward to in 2026 with yeah, more endurance races, more trips across the border as well. 6 fantastic races. And 2 at-home visits as well. Right, Claire Cottingham is back in pit lane and immediately finding drivers. She's with Enzo Richer.
Vortex to speak to my favourite Frenchman, Enzo Richer. We're just speaking, saying we haven't seen each other this weekend. Nice to see you. You spun the car.
Yes, unfortunately I spun. I had too much oversteer during the whole weekend. And yeah, it was a bit difficult. I put too much speed. And yeah, I spun, but I bring the car P3, so even if I spun, I think I did a good stint.
Yeah, you did do a very good job. We're only being a bit silly. It's a very long race out there. We've been talking all year about how the vortexes have really been developed over the last couple of years, and where they were last year to where they are now is such a huge step, isn't it? It must be nice to be part of a team that's really made such a huge step forward.
Yes, I really like Vortex. The two boss, the two Gomez brothers are really working on the car. For me, it's a beautiful thing because we don't see many new brands coming out and doing a big championship like that. But yes, it's really great to be part of it. I hope doing more races with them, but it's really great to see them fight with the Ferrari because they always win the championship, and now it's a bit like a fight, so it's great for them.
You've just had to hand over your crown as well as reigning Formula Cup champion in the... do you remember you did that last year? Enzo Richer now champion in the Ligier Formula Cup. You've made such big steps, though, from, the little kid that we spoke to a year ago. Now look at you, you've all grown up and you're, pretty much here. 2 different races you've been doing. You've already been part of a 4-hour race today, now a 6-hour race. This is just really the beginning, isn't it, of your career, really stepping up?
Yeah, I think it's a good beginning for the endurance career, but yeah, it's always good to race in more categories, so I don't have really time for me, but I do that. It's like my hobby, so it's fun to drive a lot, better than a bit. So no, yeah, I think the F3 Ligier really bring me much of learning, on the car. We did really much. We worked a lot, and it gained really good experience for me this year. So yeah, I did a lot of work on me too. So now I hope for next year to drive even more and to be back in the Proto.
I was going to say, is there anything we can talk about for next year yet, or is it all TBC?
Yeah, to be known, like you said, it's always a bit tricky. We don't know what we're going to do. The prices are always a bit high. So we are waiting for some offer. I hope to be back in the prototype. Maybe LMP3. But I really like Ultimate Cup, so I hope to be here for the weekends.
It's like your little home now, isn't it? We welcome you in. Are you going back out in the car? Let's have a look at the race at the moment. Where are we at in terms of strategy?
Here in the Vortex?
Yeah, the car, you know, the race that's happening right now. I know we're having a lovely chat about the weather, but like, you know, there is a race going on.
Yeah, I'm here like, you know, I drove so much, so I don't know. But
do you know your name? Who are you? Where are you? And so, is Dad around? Maybe we'll take you home.
No, but we have 4 drivers, so I don't really... It's not that I don't care, but I have confidence on them, so I know it's going well. I know I'm doing the end of the scenes of the race. So I know we have a bit of a gearbox issue, but it's okay. Yeah, I hope it's not raining. But
not raining?
Yeah, it's
I think what? I think you'll be okay.
Yeah, you don't know, you know. We are in November, so.
That is true. But you're going back out to finish the race.
Sorry?
You're going back out to finish the race.
Yeah, I hope if the gearbox stays, yeah, nobody has.
Confidence in the driver, less confidence in the gearbox. I got you. 22's just come in for tyre change and a driver change as well. Just finally then, you know, we're going to hopefully see you racing here again next year, but we've been talking about the confidence in your teammate. You've got 4 of them, you've got 3 of them. You've got a new one this weekend as well. Like, how is that all fitting in? He wasn't on the entry list.
Yeah, we had another driver, a new one, who didn't came. He called us on Friday and he said like, yeah, he can come, and we got him. He was there at Portimao, so he got a little bit experience, and so we called him, and yeah, it's doing a pretty good job. He's like one second behind me, but yeah, it's good.
Happy with your season?
Yeah, it's okay.
Good, that's what we like to hear. Well, we hope to see you again next year, and we've really enjoyed seeing you here as well, stepping up from the Ultimate Cup, the Formula Cup, into this championship. It's been great, so hopefully we'll see you again. Good luck out there, and good luck to your gearbox.
Yeah, I hope see you again too next year.
Thanks, Enzo.
Thank you.
Great chat with Enzo Richer, who's always up for a chat in pit lane. Busy boy out there, having stepped straight from the European Endurance Prototype Cup race and finishing that one straight into the start of this one. Spin for 101 at Le Bousset, that's Jaime Bergera. And is currently down in 21st place, I'm afraid. Of course, one of the talents coming from the Formula Cup got his prize fund to compete in the Novas. And making good use of it at the moment. Hopefully we'll see him moving up the ladder. Javier Morchello Rodriguez leading in UCS 4 at the moment. For the E2P BMW M2 squad, ahead of all the Alpines as it stands. Of course, not entirely sure where they stand on strategy. They've done the same number of stops as everyone else for the mandatory stops at the very least. As here comes Luca de Grange in 123. unlapping itself against Bruno Cervezo, and good to see that car still going after what looked like a fire, or what was, certainly appeared to be a fire with that car in pit lane earlier. The fire marshals were on the scene, and so remember that car can afford to pootle around unless the 94 is leading. As Ethan Faramond brings the number 20 Vortex into pit lane. Approaching half race distance then, and it's Romain Iannetta who leads the way in the championship, leading Vision Ferrari, but has done fewer stops than everyone else. We're yet to see any decision being made on the contact that that car had with the Vortex, which is currently in second position. A couple of laps down on the leader, but as I say, they have done more stops, 2 more stops in fact, than the Vision car, with only 3 remaining in these final 3 hours. Jean-Christophe Davids just pulled the Craft Racing Renault RS01 into pit lane from 3rd position. And then we have 50 seconds behind him, the Porsche Cup leader, which is the number 89 GP Racing car of Anthony Beltoise, who's back at the wheel of that car. In fact, just moved past Jean-Christophe David for overall position while that Renault is in pit lane. Vlad Lomko sits in 2nd position in the Porsche Cup category for the driven number 41 squad. But that car is not scoring points, I should say. That is an invitational car for this round. Not sure if I mentioned that at any point, as, oh dear, looks like some further checks. So in addition to not being very accessible for the drivers, it's also not very accessible for the mechanics either, that Vortex. Gabriel Piemont in the 2nd of the GP Racing cars, number 98, is 3rd in that category. Then Lionel Rigaud for the Mirage Racing team, 4th, ahead of Daniel Wazinski for Racetivity. Then Marius Fossard aboard the 3rd of the GP Racing Porsches, the 911. Philippe Bollet for Racing Technology. Ethan Faramond coming back out into the race in 11th position, the number 20 Vortex. Then Olivier Favre in the 2B Autosports Porsche. Then Franck Galliègue back aboard the Switch Racing GT4 car, which is 13th at the moment, ahead of the final Vortex of Evan Manier, which I don't know if it's had more illegal pit stops, because we've run out of space on the thing. So then it's Mathis Jalbert on his recovery. The 117 E2P Racing BMW of Javier Marcelo Rodriguez leads in UCS4. And then 2nd in that category, best of the Alpines, is Benoit Marion in the number 19 car from Chazelle. His teammate Felix Crepet in 110, just behind him. Then Jaime Bergera in the 2nd of the BMWs. Bruno Cervezo in 93 from Chazelle. Francois Bilot in the 94 Alpine. And then at the back, Luca Degrange after the fire for the 123 car, but still in a championship winning position, as is the number 89 crew for the Porsche Cup category, which should be said, particularly if they take yet another win here this weekend. And of course, if it were to end like this as well, Romain Iannetta in the lead, then it would be the title once again for Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani. So we're into the second half of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup finale now.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Well, you join us in the second half of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup finale with more dramas for Vortex. It is contact for Philippe Papin against Bruno Cervezo going into turn 4 at the Hotel Chicane, which has reportedly left the number 20 moving slowly on the racetrack. Checking to see where that car is on the track at the moment. Just coming through the final few corners, so maybe has picked up the speed again. But definitely a drama there for the number 20. Five-second time penalty coming in for the 117 BMW. The Fav Albario car that is second in UCS4 at the moment. So third infringements there for Philippe Fav Albario. Claire telling me from the pit lane that the 20 is still limping out there as a result of that contact, and I can actually see it's coming into pit lane now. Yes, very much in limp home mode, and you can see some damage on the front left side there where the contact happened. So that's Philippe Papin after his contact with Bruno Cervezo's Alpine. So the bodywork askew, some damage to the front left splitter. So you can see where it's damaged where the clip is for that bodywork, and so the duct tape having to come out, mechanic's best friend, to just cover off the edges and get things pointing roughly where they are supposed to be, enough so that that bodywork doesn't start to come off the car, and doing that with bare hands as well around very sharp bits of carbon fibre, checking the front left suspension there on the wheel. Iannetta also into pit lane for what looks like a fuel stop. Still 5 pit stops they have to tick off, and the refueling does not count as one of those. So going to be plenty more visits into pit lane for the race leader. Claire reminding me that there's a common strategy for Vision where they do leave it super late to get those stops out of the way. It's worked for them in the past, but of course their race somewhat compromised by the contact with the 22, with a very slow lap for Jean-Paul Pani. It was before Romain Iannetta climbed aboard the car. Oh, fire out the back of the Racing Technology Porsche, the underside of that number 11 machine. I can't think what might have lit there, but going through Le Bousset, clear as day. Philippe Paulet still circulating out there. So either the fire's put itself out, or he's still going with that car ablaze. I'm told by the production team that they can't see any more fire out of that car, so just a brief bit of flame there. I'm sure that would have been a momentary scare for the team, but the car still seems to be circulating without too much drama. Bruno Servazo also in. That's the car that Philippe, the number 20, made contact with. Philippe Papin. So I'm sure they will have checked that car over. They do have about 2.5 minutes, or close to 3 minutes sometimes, for the minimum stationary time total to check those cars over. Thibaut Karai moved past Daniel Wazinski for 5th in the Porsche Cup category on that previous lap. So that's the Mirage car moving past the Racetivity run machine. Amazing to see how much of this race we've had under green flag conditions, especially with some mechanical woes and a bit of argy-bargy, particularly at the start. But no safety cars, no full course yellows, anything like that, which has been very good to see. Some people in the live chat asking why we're racing on a Monday. It's because it's a bank holiday here in France this weekend. So a fitting end to the championship. We're racing on a holiday. We'll enjoy the prize-giving ceremonies tonight. We'll be crowning all of our champions in Ottoman Cup Series competition. So, of course, that's still to be decided here in this championship, but in the European Sprint Prototype Cup, it was Romain Carton who took the overall championship just a few hours ago, and the 555 Kojimo crew of Denis Callon, Philippe Thirion and Sébastien Morales for the AM championship there. Of course, in Ligier Formula Cup, Nano Lopez taking the overall championship honours, and the rookie classification as well, which is the one that comes with the prize money. Laurent Vucic taking the Gentleman Class Championship with an incredible run of form at the end of the season, with 11 wins in total. Over in GT Sprint Cup, there is plenty to look at there, with Olivier Morahan taking the UCS1 title, Lyle Schofield the overall and Ultimate Cavallino Trudente Cup, Alexis Berthe in UCS2, UCS3 going to Jeremy Merrier, UCS4 to Pierre Aru, and then in the European Sprint Prototype Cup, Ewan Thomas taking the Pro-Am honours and the overall honours for Breton Racing there as well. So it'll be a great night of celebration. Of course, we've still got a few championships to be decided here. We are looking at the overall honours, the UCS1 category, the Vortex Endurance Challenge, which looks like if things stay as they are, will be going the way of Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. The Porsche Cup, which the 89 crew have got a good hold on at the moment, and then the Alpine Endurance Cup as well. So Jean-Paul Pani taking over from Roman Iannetta in the Vision Ferrari. He's just come out of pit lane. And there he is. See the sun very much beginning to set. We are coming up to official sunset, which is at 5:16 p.m. Currently 8 minutes past the hour here in Paul Ricard. Look at that orange sky. Absolutely fantastic setting for this finale, and we will be racing into the night as well. And there are a few floodlights around the circuit, but it's not you know, Singapore Grand Prix, it's not Yas Marina. There will be some darker parts of the racetrack where the headlights are the primary source of vision for the drivers. Fav there in the 2B Autosport Porsche. I was saying the 2B Autosport team due to have a Bentley in GT Sprint this weekend, but that was rather unceremoniously binned before qualifying. Well, I'm delighted to say that joining us from the number 20 Vortex crew, Enzo Richer. How are you doing, sir?
Really great. The race goes pretty good, but Yeah, I'm doing great.
Excellent. You've had a really busy day with 2 endurance races. I know it's the same every weekend, but today you finished in the Lamo Nova and then jumped straight into the Vortex for this. How on earth do you do it?
Yes, you know, they said to me, yeah, maybe we're gonna go P3 with the Nova, and I was like, wow, I don't know if I can do the podium, but yeah, we finished P6, so I got out the car. I could take my helmet off. I took 2 bananas and I got straight into the Vortex. So yeah, it's a bit hard because we are sweating much and we need to drink a lot, but I prepare for this. So
I mean, it was quite warm this morning as well, wasn't it? So you're getting quite the workout.
Yeah, really, because now there's no sun anymore, but yes, it was really, really hot in the car.
Well, we got some dramas for the Craft Renault, by the way, which has stopped on track at turn 8, so halfway down the Mistral chicane. Oh, it's got going again, apparently. So a minor drama there. This, of course, your car, Enzo, but some contact for that car. I think probably while you were heading over here, actually, and so it's getting a bit it's a bit bandaged up, but still going out there.
Yeah, Claire just came and said to me, "Hey, you want to come here with Chris, with commentating?" And he came in and well, they put some tape on it, and thank you. They put some tape on it, and it's going well. I think so. I just want him to have some fun in the car.
Well, I'm afraid it's a drive-through penalty for your car for causing that collision with the Alpine down at turn 4. It's good timing for you to be in here. It's so funny. I think we were the lucky element for James Winslow because he joined us. Well, first of all, he spoke to us on the grid of the prototype race, and then joined us for the first hour in the commentary box, and then they ended up winning the race. I think for you guys, may not have been so lucky.
I don't know if we're gonna win this race, but maybe we're gonna finish it. Would be great.
Yeah.
But what's funny too, they said to me, we need to have no penalty, don't do any track limits, and I did my best. I think I did 1 track limit, and yeah, now we see we got a drive-through, so it's not really.
I mean, track limits here, very easy to do.
Yeah, and we don't got many chance, like 3 track limits, and we already got the penalty, so yeah, we need to be to pay attention.
I suppose that's the advantage of having 4 drivers for this weekend, because it's per driver, the track.
No, it's per car.
Oh, it's per car?
Yeah. So 4 drivers, yeah, 3 track limits, we got 5 seconds, and then etc. I think 5 track limits, it's a drive-through, or 6.
Yeah,
so it
5.
goes really fast, really fast.
Wow, okay. No wonder we're seeing so many of them then.
Yeah, because in Proto Nova it's like that too. So it's hard, but.
Now we were just talking about your Formula Cup season. You've made the transition up. Obviously, you got the prize money to go up into the European Endurance Prototype Cup. So you're racing in prototypes. You're racing in this GT series as well. How have you found the transition from the single-seater over to these cars?
So great. We did a season with Formula Motorsport on F3 Ligier, and where we tested a lot of things on the car. I learned a lot this year, so it helped me for this year to help the Lamo racing to put a car who can perform well. So I didn't drove a lot on the winter, so it was a bit hard. But you know, as a driver, you need to adapt and you need to prepare as you can, even if you don't drive that much. So it went well.
And what do you make of the season that they've had in that championship this year. Have you been keeping an eye on what Nano Lopez has been up to?
Not that much, because the F3 were driving really early on the day.
It's true.
So, but when there was some race on the TVs, because they got many TVs in the box, I saw a bit, but yeah, it was a good good championship fight. I think Est could have done better, and if Hugh Butter would stay, maybe 2, it would be more of a good fight. But it's good that Nando Lopez won that championship. He was driving well last year with us, so it's great.
Could well be competing against him next year in the Novas if you are to stick around, because of course he's won the prize money now to move into that championship.
Yeah, maybe next year maybe the Italian teams are gonna buy a Nova. I don't know. Because they got an LMP3, but yeah, the prize money goes for the Nova, so we're gonna see what he's doing.
It certainly would be nice to see. Your season overall, obviously we're at the end of 2025 now. How would you sum up your year?
This year was a bit difficult. When we signed with Lambo, we didn't think we were gonna be so unlucky. I thought I got better teammates too, but I think I did my best. I hope the other teams saw my performance, but as a team, I think we could have done much better. But as a driver, I think I did my best. So I hope that next year, I hope that this year will help for next year. That's, I think, for sure. But we could have done much better.
Well, we'll hear more from Enzo in a little bit. In the meantime, let's go down to Alexandre Urban.
Minutes avec de la fumée, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
C'est au niveau du cardan. Le cardan a malheureusement lâché, donc on a dû, ça a fait surchauffer tout le bloc moteur, et on a dû rentrer la voiture, attendre déjà qu'elle refroidisse et que le feu s'éteigne, et on a dû la rentrer pour changer le cardan. Donc malheureusement ça nous a handicapé de pas mal de tours de retard, mais bon, après ça reste une endurance. 6 heures c'est très long. Comme on l'a vu, la 110 a eu un problème aussi, donc maintenant on est P4, donc ça sauve le championnat pour l'instant. Donc à voir, la course est longue, il reste encore 2 heures je crois, un truc comme ça, 2 heures et demie. Donc on va essayer de continuer sur ce rythme-là et de garder cette première place au championnat.
Parce que vous avez remporté le titre UCS 4 à la fin de la course de Manicourt. Vous êtes donc en lice et leader de la catégorie Alpine Endurance Cup. En cas d'un point inscrit, vous serez champion. Donc forcément, le but, c'est d'aller jusqu'au drapeau à damier en espérant le moins de problèmes possible et pourquoi pas profiter des erreurs des autres.
Ouais, bien sûr. Là, on fait tout pour garder la voiture, pour économiser et essayer de remonter en même temps. Donc c'est un juste milieu à trouver qui n'est pas facile à trouver. Donc bon, ça va être très compliqué à dérouler, mais ça va le faire, je pense. Surtout que ça ferait mal, honnêtement, de perdre le championnat pour un demi-point.
Oui, on sait que ça a été très serré cette année entre votre voiture et la numéro 94, cette saison en Alpine Cup qui a été brillante pour vous en sprint, en endurance également. L'avenir, il va s'écrire où?
L'avenir, il va s'écrire là où, pour l'instant, on n'a pas encore vraiment décidé. On a des offres, on les étudie et on regarde et on verra. Pour l'instant, on se concentre sur la course et on verra ça plus tard.
Alors, on vous souhaite une bonne fin de course et un bon relais à venir.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Alex, down in pit lane. So Enzo, yeah, we were just talking about your season as a whole, and I know you've already told Claire that you don't necessarily know what's going to be happening next year, but do you have any ultimate ambitions for your career?
Yes, of course. I would like to step up maybe on P3, like on Michelin Le Mans Cup or LMS. but the price of the season are really high, always higher season per season. But we did some testing on Portimao, rookie test. It went really well. We were on the top 10, top 5 easily, but I don't know. They always search some guys who can pay and who are not maybe that fast as me, but it's always difficult to find some teams. So I just hope that I can drive next year. I have my 2 gentlemen who always drive and call me. Oh, someone spun.
That looks like one of the GP Racing Porsches, wasn't it, down at Le Bousset?
Yeah, he's back at it. It's okay.
So, continue.
But yeah, I hope I will just drive next year, even if it's back here at Ultimate in a Proto. It will be really great. We'll be really happy. And if I can compete for the championship, will be more likely.
I think it's safe to say, since moving to the 777 car, the sister car from Lamo with Alexandre Lafourcade and Danny Bunshu, the results have come much stronger.
Yeah.
2 really good finishes in Manicourt and here this weekend.
Like we did 3 weekends with the 17, 4 with the 17. At the start of the season, Lamo said I would drive with the 777, but like 1 week before he called me, he said, "Nah, we're gonna do with the 17 with 2 good bronze driver." And I was like, "Okay, let's do like that." So it wasn't really great. I think the 2 bronze driver had much to learn, so we were not quite happy. We said always after the weekend at the Lamo boss Laurent Lamolinaire, please put us in the 777. So he did fine. Okay, for Manicourt we're gonna do this, and yes. So it's great. We're doing some good results. I think we could do even more better, but we can always do better. So, but it's great that we changed.
And I think it was a bit of a win-win, because the 17 became an AM car with 2 bronze drivers in it, and did they win in Manicourt, or they were on the podium?
On the podium, yeah, I think third. Because we said to Lamo, put them on the AM, so they're gonna have fun. They can play for the podium, and they don't have this like stress from me, because I want to be up front. And yeah, it was difficult for him to change. I think more like financial difficulties, but we did it. I think too late, because we had a really good lineup. But maybe for next year he has a bit of an idea of what we can do.
I think a lot about drivers who are paired with bronze drivers, because the bronze drivers, they are so necessary to racing. They basically make the world go round, don't they? Because they're the ones providing the money and usually providing the seats for professional drivers such as yourself. But when you end up getting paired with ones who need a little bit more work, I can understand it can be an incredibly frustrating experience. I think of drivers like David Fuminelli and Alex Fontana, who do a lot of Pro-Am racing. But I think the difference there is that they're usually getting paid by the bronze driver as well. So when they smash the car up, they don't mind so much.
Yeah, it's like that. It's with if there was not any bronze, there will not be that much car. So they are really necessary, even in a bigger step, like you see bronze in LMP2. So you need to do like that. You need to be good with them. You have some who are more likely to fight the title. Like Lafourcade, it's his car, his choice who's gonna drive his car. So it was really great of him to let me drive with Danny and Alex. So yeah, you have some good bronze. You have some yeah, I don't know what to say, but not that good. but they are all here to have fun, and we all have the same passion. So it's like that. They all need to drive.
Because they're even adding bronze drivers into hypercar in the Asian Le Mans series now, aren't they? They want the customer cars with a bronze driver, don't they? We'll go back to that in a moment. Let's head back down to Alexander Ban, though.
Je suis avec Louis Chazelle, le team manager de Chazelle Technologies Course. Ça faisait longtemps que vous n'avez pas vu, vous n'étiez pas là à Manicourt, donc on n'avait pas pu faire notre traditionnelle interview. Comment se passe cette course pour votre équipe?
Écoute, content d'être de retour. La course se passe mouvementée, évidemment. C'est une course de 6 heures. On a quand même 5 voitures engagées au départ. Les 5 voitures sont toujours en piste. Donc c'est positif. De belles bagarres, de quelques accrochages qui nous font réparer les voitures. Donc les mécaniciens ont super bien travaillé. Voilà, tout le monde est en piste. Une belle bagarre là, pour le championnat Alpine Endurance Cup au sein de l'équipe entre la numéro 123 et la 94. Donc voilà, tout va bien pour le moment et on va continuer comme ça.
On vient de m'informer qu'il y avait une de vos voitures qui avait été accidentée, la numéro 93. Si vous voulez aller voir, il paraît que le full Corsiello va entrer en vigueur. C'est l'info qu'on a dans l'oreillette. On n'a pas les images pour l'instant en tout cas, mais donc,
pas de problème, je vais vous laisser.
Allez-y Louis, on vous retrouvera plus tard.
Yeah, no surprise that Louis had to make headway there, because Benoit Poulian in car number 93 has gone into the barriers on the exit of Scene corner, and we are going to go full course yellow, and oh, it's a front right hit into the concrete wall, so he's lost it on the exit there.
It's not the first of the week, you know.
No, I imagine not.
The AMG GT3 did the same. In Scene, it's really hard. You can have a big oversteer, and you have the wall on the right side who is really near. So yeah, I think he hit it, like he lost the car and hit it straight on it.
Well, we're under full course yellow conditions, and I think 2 cars made it into pit lane before that full course yellow was called. Vlad Lomko in the lead of the Porsche Cup category in the 41 car, and Francois Bilot in the 94 Alpine. So that's going to be, if they made it in before the full course yellow, because it's when the full course yellow is called, when they say prepare for full course yellow, that's when the pit lane closes. Enzo, I imagine there's quite a bit of rushing around in the garage when something like this happens to suddenly recalculate the strategy.
Yeah, it's always a bit. We always keep 1 or 2 mandatory pits. So when this happens, we say it's us, the driver, who are in the car, because when we see it on the TV, it's already too late. So when we see it on the car, maybe like a crash like that, it's like sure that they will put a safety car or full course yellow. So you need to jump in fast because before they call it. So we always keep a security like 1 or 2 pits when that happens.
And on a long track like this as well, you know, the GT3 cars are struggling to do it in under 2 minutes. And then you think about some of the Alpines that are doing it in 2.5 minutes, for example. If you're at the wrong end of the racetrack, that could make or break your race.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but you really need to be lucky, because I think when you have a crash like that, if you after T9, T10, where the crash is actually, then you can have a chance, but the track is so long that you really need to be there at a good moment.
Scene corner, it's usually an action spot. Really fast corner. What's it like tackling Scene corner?
Scene, it's really fast, the fastest of the track. It's flat out in Nova, and 1 lap on a good tire, flat out with the Vortex. But you need to do it. Like I said, it's really tricky here because the wall is really near the track. It's the only place where the wall is like that. And the most of the people, we saw the GT3 on sprint who got into the wall there too on the same place, because it's easy when you don't got a really good driver when he lost it on the oversteer, yeah, it goes really fast, so you're fast in the wall. Like even if an Alpine is not that fast as us, you see that he's fast in the wall.
Yeah, there are no small accidents at Scene Corner, are there? That's fair to say.
Yeah, we saw in Proto Nova too, who like it lift up, it flight, and it came back on the in Scene. He lost the rear tire, and the car fly, and yeah, like big crash, really big crash.
Yeah, and I remember last year as well. I think it was John Corbett driving one of the Graf cars where the suspension broke, and then he was bouncing across Scene Corner sideways with broken rear suspension, which was a bizarre one to see. So Arnaud Gomez leads the way. We are just coming up to 100 laps to be completed, which Arnaud Gomez will do at the end of this one, with Jean-Paul Pagna a lap back. As it stands, and now Cyril Saliel at the lead of the Porsche Cup category, with Gabriel Pimont coming into pit lane. Now, I think he came into pit lane under full course yellow there, because the two cars that came in were Vlad Lomko and Francois Billot. So, interesting move there from 98 to come in. I can only assume he came in under full course yellow. Yeah. That must be for like emergency fuel, right?
Maybe, or maybe the driver is a bit tired, or I don't know. and there are some people, you know, they are here to have fun, so not really to play the championship. So
no, it's fair to say this is an amateur level of racing that is accessible.
Yeah, when you look at UCS1 or Porsche, they are really like taking this really seriously. Like, yeah, there are some people, they know, the driver know why they're there, but the UCS 4 or 3, they're more like here to have fun, and yeah, they like to win, but you know, when a driver doesn't want to drive anymore, it's better that he gets out. It's a 6-hour race, so it's long.
That's very, very true. Right, Switch Racing making their GT Endurance début. Let's go down to Alexandre Urban in their garage.
On a profité de ce full course yellow pour venir dans le box Switch Racing recueillir les impressions du patron et pilote lors de cette course. Jérémy Mérires, c'est votre première participation à une course d'endurance en GT. On a vu la Nova NP02 depuis le début de la saison. Comment elle se passe cette course en Kennol GT Endurance Cup?
Bah, plutôt bien, c'est assez sympa. On s'est dit qu'on allait se faire une course. On a vu qu'il y avait une course de 6 heures. On s'est dit, allez, pour la fin de l'année, on va se défouler un bon coup. J'avoue que ça fait du bien. C'est cool. Ça se passe plutôt bien. Bon, après, on est tout seul dans notre catégorie, mais on évolue. Il y a les Alpines qui sont un petit peu derrière, mais voilà, on slalom un petit peu. Il y a les retardataires et tout. C'est un truc à gérer. Ça change du sprint. Donc, c'est cool.
Et puis vous avez un équipage entièrement neuf. Alors vous avez déjà vu un Ultimate Cup European Series et vous avez des nouveaux coéquipiers. Présentez-nous, parlez-en un peu.
Bien, déjà on a Laura Combs qui nous vient d'Espagne, qui est une pilote très douée, très sympa en plus, et qui à la base était venue pour faire du test ce week-end. Et puis qu'on a finalement gardé dans la voiture pour faire l'endurance avec nous. Et puis on a Franck. Alors Franck, on pourrait l'appeler Movie Cars parce que je pense qu'on le connaît comme ça, qui est un bon copain. Voilà. Et je l'ai vu conduire en fait aux États-Unis une limousine qu'on avait acheté $3000, tellement vite et tellement bien que je me suis dit il faut qu'il fasse du circuit. Donc j'ai appelé mon copain Franck et je lui ai dit viens faire l'endurance avec nous. Donc ça se passe bien parce que c'est cool, on rigole.
Vous connaissiez cette année l'endurance en prototype. On vous a vu encore ce matin. Félicitations d'ailleurs pour le meilleur résultat de cette saison avec cette 5e place. On est là sur une endurance GT. Quelles sont les différences d'un championnat à l'autre?
Ouais, clairement, il y a plus d'enjeux pour nous, en tout cas sur le championnat prototype, parce que c'est un championnat monotype. Donc la concurrence, elle est directe. Et puis voilà, on partait de zéro. On a commencé l'année ici en étant dernier. Donc on avait à cœur de continuer notre progression en arrivant ici. Et ouais, j'étais super content. On a passé une bonne partie de la course en plus devant, encore une fois. Et ouais, par rapport au GT, c'est sûr qu'il y a un peu moins d'enjeux parce que on est tout seul donc, dans notre catégorie. Mais là, vraiment, voilà, on s'est dit l'Endurance GT, on va se faire un plaisir surtout. Et c'est réussi. Ouais, l'enjeu, c'était ce matin. Je suis super fier de toute l'équipe et c'est super encourageant. On va travailler encore plus fort cet hiver. Et puis, on va revenir l'année prochaine encore plus solide.
Cette Porsche Cayman GT4, alors en GT Sprint, on peut extraire le maximum de ce potentiel. Là, sur une course d'une durée de 6 heures, 2 de plus que les courses d'endurance habituelles, il faut quand même l'aménager.
Ah bon? Ouais, alors non, bon, c'est vrai que c'est pas mon fort. Je m'ennuie un petit peu au bout d'un moment, on tourne en rond quand même. Hein. Donc, voilà, j'ai fait quelques glissades. Je me suis fait engueuler par mon ingénieur. Désolé, Florentin. Et faut essayer de la rendre en bon état aux coéquipiers derrière. Donc, c'est vrai que c'est un truc qu'on considère pas trop quand on fait du sprint. Voilà, donc ouais, on apprend des choses, forcément. Même si on le voit de l'extérieur, là, j'ai pu faire de l'endurance moi, et c'est vrai que je comprends mieux aussi beaucoup de choses quand ils retardent un petit peu qu'ils avancent un petit peu les freinages et on perd une seconde au tour, mais on aura une voiture qui va pouvoir rouler encore 45 minutes. Bon, en sprint, on s'en fout, on y va à fond. Donc voilà, j'ai appris beaucoup. J'ai appris aussi que j'avais une épaule droite. Je me suis rappelé qu'elle me fait mal. 1h45, c'était super long, donc bon, c'était cool. On apprend des trucs.
Il reste 2 heures de course, des conditions de nuit. Est-ce que vous allez les arpenter?
Non, moi j'ai tout fait d'un coup. Parce que voilà, il fallait vraiment que j'y aille, il fallait me défouler pour la saison. Donc non, on va voir Franck et Laura finir la course, et puis voilà, je pense qu'ils vont bien s'amuser.
Merci beaucoup, Jérémy.
Merci à toi.
Thanks for that, Alexandre. I will translate Jeremy's answer for you in just a moment, but I need to ask Enzo a question before we let him go, because his boss has already called him. Enzo, we have been wondering, how do teams pick which garage they're going to get in the pit lane?
So, they're not choosing.
Okay.
You know, here in Ricard you have some better garage than others. I think you saw it.
Yes.
And unfortunately, they're all paying the same price. But if you have 3 cars and one have 1 car, they have to pay for 1 car. Like 1 car is a price. So if you have 3 cars, it's but you don't choose. If you are on the old box, it's a bit like a shame for you. But you don't choose.
So it's based on how many cars you're bringing as a team, because I noticed a lot of teams have to share garage, particularly at the bottom end of the pit lane.
Yeah, you see many GTs on the bottom end, but like we Vortex bring 3 cars, so I think they could negotiate to have a box on the upper side.
Okay.
So it's a bit like it's a bit of a luck. But,
Okay, well, thank you so much for your insight. We'll let you go. I know you've got to get places, but thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Enzo Richer there. Thank you so much for coming in, and well done on a magnificent season in Ultimate Cup competition. Right, what did Jeremy Maria say to Alexandre Urban? Talking about a very strong debut for the Switch Racing outfit, battling away with the Alpines and even some of the Porsche Cup cars. Reminding us that it's a team that started from nothing at the beginning of this year. It's their first year of circuit competition, and now in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, picking up their best results ever right at the end of the season. So they're hoping to continue to evolve. Overall, it's been a very strong weekend. Admittedly, the GT side of things slightly less important. They're less focused on the results there and more just doing it for the love of the cars and the love of the racing, and saying, yeah, well, the real work was done this morning. And Jeremy himself adapting to an endurance style of racing, learning to look after the car a little bit more, because of course coming from sprint competition throughout most of the year. Right, we are soon to be 2/3 of the way through this race, coming up to the 4-hour mark. We are back to green flag conditions now after the extraction of Benoit Poulen's crashed Alpine, which I think is surely got to be our first official retirement of this race. That shouldn't affect things in the Alpine Endurance Cup. I think if anything, that actually works to the favour of Frederick de Brabant and Luca de Grange, because it's one less car that can take points away from them. But Claire, wasn't it lovely having Enzo in here for a little bit?
I love a good chat with Enzo. Like I said, when I said it, I saw him down in the pit lane, and I said, I haven't seen you all weekend. It was so weird because we had just had the conversation here that I hadn't seen Enzo all weekend. So it was nice that the feeling was mutual. And he said, I saw you on TV, and I said, yes, well, that's his word, you would see me. But they did really well in the prototype, finished 5th overall. And like you were talking about with him, it's been a real, a great partnership to see the team that he's moved over with in the 777, and very strong talents in that lineup. And I know I spoke to Enzo quite a lot at the beginning of the year when he was with the 2 bronze drivers, and it was nothing to do with the drivers. Like he said, it's just that they belonged in the AM category, and he really wanted to go fast, and he's always the one that finishes the race off when it's the bronze drivers, and half the time he wasn't getting a chance to go out there because the car wasn't making it home. So I'm pleased for Enzo that he's got more time out there, and I don't have to go speak to him because the car's not made it home. And he's a very well brought up little, I was about to say little kid then, but he's not a kid anymore, is he? Young man.
Yeah, is he in his 20s? Yeah,
I think he's 20. I think he's 20.
I have to dig out my Formula Cup notes from last year.
I'm almost certain he's 20.
Oh, hang on, I should have it written down here somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to like this.
19?
He's 19. Yeah.
Oh, I think he's turned 20 though. I'm almost sure I checked it. When's his birthday?
I was born in 2006.
Well, I mean, I was a year off. He's still.
That's not bad, yeah.
He's not a kid. But he's got a very impressive race head on him, if you know what I mean. Like he's well above his age.
Yeah, I will say, big change in Enzo from last year to this year.
Yeah.
Not I was talking with him in Magny-Cours, and how much his English has come on as well. He used to struggle through conversations.
He said to me earlier, he went, I don't speak English to anyone else. And I went, well, so you can always bring me in, have a chat. We can always talk about your English. But yeah, you're so right. When you used to speak to him on the grid, he had very broken English, and now he's incredibly fluent. So yeah, I've got a little soft spot for Enzo. He's done a very good job out there.
Chris Stevens and Claire Cottingham helping to develop the multilingual skills of
Enzo Richer.
Young drivers across the Ultimate Cup.
Yes, I'm sure it was just us that did that.
Yes, definitely wasn't a Duolingo.
I don't know how much. Yeah, once you start getting the baseline of it, I think. Anyway. It's very nice to hear from him, and always great to have him up in the commentary box as well. I don't think we've had him in this commentary box
No,
before.
we've never had him up here.
I don't think the French have had him either, actually, because that's what he was saying. They always say, got one up on the French.
Get one up on them.
Yeah.
That wasn't like an English driver who didn't speak French.
Yeah, he is very fluent in French. No, but yeah, good to chat to him, and hopefully we'll see him again next year racing in this championship and taking the next step as well.
That would be really great to see. So 2 hours remain in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup finale. Championships to be decided in the closing stages.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
So into the final 2 hours of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. Let's run you through the order, shall we? Currently Jean-Paul Pani leading the way in the Vision Ferrari, 106 laps completed. And we've got slow-moving BMW, but rejoining the track. So in another pit stop sequence at the moment. So it's Gabriel Bimont in the lead Porsche Cup car, number 98 from GP Racing team. That is in second. Ana Gomez currently third, but that car now under investigation for its refueling procedure. Now, for the team that needs to outscore Vijum to win the championship, that is not good news at all. Rodrigo Almeida has just done the number 41's best time of the race in second position in the Porsche Cup category, and then Loic Thier in the 89 GP Racing team car. Jean-Jacques Ardili for Mirage Racing in the Porsche Cup category. Alessandro Giretti doing his first laps now in the 911 car, the additional GP Racing car, so that's the Porsche Super Cup champion, with Reggie Rigo de Seb for Racetivity having just rejoined the racetrack ahead of Yan Pen Lu for 2B Autosports. Christophe Derigneau, after a brief stoppage on track for the RS01 Renault from Kraft, is in 10th position overall now, ahead of Frederic Lelive for the Racing Technology team. Then it's Philippe Bonnel in the 21 Vortex. Laura Camp now driving the Switch Racing GT4 Porsche. Cedric Mezard in the Martina by Almeras car. Remember, that's the car that Mathis Gelbert started and was in the garage for a few laps. And Roland Marchi in the last of the Vortex cars. Olivier Martinez back out onto the racetrack in the lead of the UCS4 category in the number 19 Alpine. Then it's Philippe Fevre-Barrio in the 117 BMW, Mark Jacob in the 94 Alpine, Jaime Bergergia in the 101 BMW, Luca de Grange in the 123 Alpine, and Felix Crepet in the 110 Alpine. And we've lost the number 93 after Benoit Pouillon's hit into the barriers at Seine Corner. Yellow flags now at turn 2. There was a bit of smoke there. I think that's one of the Alpines that might have had a rotation. Well, green flags showing there now. Hopefully we'll get an indication as to which car that was from the timing screen. Very handy that Race Control put those spun and rejoined messages up for us, actually. Car number 8, meanwhile, that's the GT4 Cayman. A 3-second stop and go penalty for a full course yellow infringement. So that might be for not slowing down to the 80 Ks quick enough, or speeding under the full course yellow at some point. It's usually how that goes. Oh, and car 10 also getting a 1-second stop and go penalty for the same thing. That's on top of the 35-second stop and go penalty they had to serve earlier for speeding in the pit lane. So number 10 is the Jean-Jacques Ardili car. The 44-year-old Frenchman. We were talking about Laura Camp, the young woman from Barcelona, races under a French license, been competing in the Indian Racing League of late. won her spot in the Ferrari Driver Academy, the Girls on Track program. Since moved to racing across the continent. And I think would be her first time racing in any GT car here this weekend. Don't think we've yet seen Michael Martin, the Ferrari Challenge driver, in that car. And there is our race leader, Romain Iannetta. And it's funny to think the car that's probably best equipped for endurance racing with the best headlights is probably this car. YouTube chat room saying, I struggle to find my way around here in a game during the day, can't imagine at night. Yes, there's not an awful lot of floodlightage up here. There is some, but definitely parts of the track where it's going to feel like Spa, for example, where there are no lights at all.
Yeah, very different. Philip Appin then getting out, Enzo Richer finally getting in for the final stint, and he will finish the race from here. Even he struggles, and he's all, you know, much slimmer and fit, and a 19-year-old guy, and even he got his leg a bit stuck there. They're hard to get in and out of these vortex.
Yeah, I think you were in pit lane as well when one of the mechanics,
I heard you say something. Yeah,
was trying to get into the engine bay, and that's not particularly accessible either.
No,
so, yeah, difficult for drivers and mechanics.
Yeah, so I think it's made like a little cube. But there is Enzo then getting in and getting a feel for everything. He'll be happy to be getting back out there. He loves racing, he does. More time behind the wheel, the happier he will be. And unfortunately the car massively out of contention at the moment, down in at 12th place, but watch those. Oh, and also got the 3. Did you ask him about the 3 things on the pit stop?
Oh, I didn't, no.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
Probably best not.
Nah, Enzo's he's pretty chill, he would tell you.
He's pretty chill, but I'd already asked him about the fact that the car had contact, and the car had this, and the car had that, and like, I don't want to rub more salt in the boar's wings.
He's a very factual person, is Enzo, and he will say exactly what it is. But I just completely forgot to ask. 71, 1 second stop go penalty for a full course yellow. Procedure infringement, that's usually speeding or going too slow.
Yeah, that's the 4th one that's come through, because the racing technology car has also got one as well. So not only are these guys always speeding in pit lane, but they're always speeding under full course yellow as well. These guys really need to recalibrate their speed limits.
I wonder if they were all in a similar place behind the full course yellow flag. I mean, say behind it on the racetrack. And they all kind of got carried away. You know, like when you're driving down a motorway, well, you wouldn't know that because you don't drive, but if you were driving down a motorway, sometimes, unless you got it on cruise control, you can sort of start matching the car in front without realising.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what happened to a couple of those drivers. I'm not sure.
Potentially, yeah. Romain Iannetta just doing the fastest lap of the race at 2:02.7, and stretching his legs out there at the head of the field. As we'll hear from the Vortex Garage with Alexander Ban.
Je suis avec Arnaud Gomez dans le stand Vortex. Arnaud, on a vu un peu d'affolement sur le dernier arrêt. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? On espère rien de trop grave pour cette Vortex numéro 22.
On a un petit souci avec le bouton de démarreur qui ne fait pas contact. Donc on a perdu 2-3 minutes à l'essence et là on vient de reperdre 1 minute. Bon, on a compris d'où ça vient, donc on ne va pas les perdre au dernier arrêt, aux 2 derniers arrêts, mais là on a perdu 3 minutes qui j'espère, enfin, à mon avis, va être compliqué à rattraper.
Oui, vous êtes encore dans la lutte pour le titre au terme d'une belle saison. Le bilan de cette saison 2025, il est encore plus positif pour le clan Vortex que celui de l'année dernière, qu'il était déjà très positif.
Oui, globalement il est positif. L'auto
elle est rapide, elle est constante, elle est fiable. Maintenant, j'ai fait une grosse erreur au Mugello qui clairement enlève le titre, puisque si on avait fait le Mugello, on avait marqué des points au Mugello, on serait déjà champion, quoi. Donc voilà, après il reste 1h40 de course, tout peut arriver, on a un bon rythme de nuit normalement. Mais bon, un tour et demi à remonter, ça va être compliqué quand même.
On voit ce projet grandir année après année. Que nous réserve Vortex en 2026?
Vortex en 2026, c'est des nouvelles autos qui arrivent. Normalement, il y en aura 4 voire 5. Après, est-ce qu'on les mettra toutes en ultimate? Je ne sais pas, mais on sera encore là, oui, bien sûr.
Merci Arnaud, et puis on vous souhaite une bonne fin de course.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Alex, for that one. Arnaud Gomez there explaining a issue with the start button during their pit stop, which is potentially what the refueling infringement is related to. Yet to see any decision being made on that one. But overall, Arnaud having a positive season in what has proved to be a more reliable car. Claire and I were talking about this earlier. After a big development year for the Vortex, it has proven to be a little bit more bulletproof, and new opportunities coming in 2026 with more cars arriving on the grid, which would be great to see. And add a few to the Vortex Endurance Challenge as well, because we've had the 3 cars compete across the full season, with 11 different drivers taking part over the course of the season. Before this weekend, I think we can add 2 to that one. Evan Manier and Ethan. No, Ethan Faramon's done it. So I think just the one new driver. Change of tyres for the 21 car, Philippe Bonnell, who's just got out of that car. Alessandro Giretti, meanwhile, just did the 911's best lap of the race. The Porsche Super Cup champion, in addition to his Carrera Cup Asia and Carrera Cup France championships last year. The 23-year-old from Montauban in France, gold-rated Porsche Junior. One wonders what his future with the German marque holds in most likely GT racing, with Porsche somewhat scaling back the 963 program, sadly, with no longer working in the World Endurance Championship. And I believe I saw a story as well, Penske rather shutting down the idea of a customer car like Proton running that car in the World Endurance Championship next year. So it's going to be a Porsche-less hypercar season next year, but still in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, of course. So Gilles Blasco now aboard the number 17, sorry, the number 11 car. The fourth of their bronze drivers. Oh, goodness me, 2 more stop-go penalties coming in. First for the 101. ETP Racing BMW. So that's a 1-second stop-and-go penalty for a full course yellow infringement. And then to the 22 Vortex as well of Olivier Gomez. That is just a standard stop-and-go penalty for a full course yellow. Oh, sorry, for a refueling infringement. It's just been corrected. So that's what we were looking at earlier. Oh, this is not good news for Kraft. the car in the garage. That's not looking like good news at all. As love racing at night. Look at the brake discs, the glowing exhaust, the blue flame out there. That's incredible, but yeah, not great news for the Craft team, I'm afraid, as it looks like their day is pretty much done. I think it was Franck Galliègue was telling me the other day that only 30 of those RS01s were made, and we've had 2 of them here this weekend. One competing in the GT Sprint Cup from Craft with Jimmy Lemunier as one of their drivers. But a shame to see the Renault here. So that was the stop-go penalty, and I'm putting stop in inverted commas there because I don't feel like Olivier Gomez fully came to a stop there. I'm sure it will satisfy the stewards, but a little cheeky there, to be honest, to get that penalty out of the way. So so that might have cost him position to Alessandro Giretti for a 5th position overall. We'll try and round up the Racing Technology car. Let's see it again in slow motion, because I'm not convinced Gomez came to a full stop. Well, he didn't really, did he? The tyres were still moving a little bit.
Nah, that wasn't a stop.
So I wonder if the stewards will actually look at that, whether they'll be satisfied with that. Do you remember in Formula E that one time when Lucas Di Grassi won a race by going through the pit lane?
I'm going to shock you, Chris. I don't remember that specifically, but I didn't work on the championship as much as you did, so no, pray tell.
So it was in the right. Well, there was some.
Don't make it that. Well, I've got an hour 35. Go for it.
So
tell us the full story from the start.
Well, it's one of those classic things where a simple solution was required, and they came up with a complicated one. So, I remember it was in Berlin, because the pit straight was curved. If you were under full course yellow, because the full course yellow speed was the same as the pit lane speed, if you went through the pit lane, you did less distance. And so people used to go through there and
yeah.
cheat
I'm getting a little bit of flashback of this now, yeah.
So what they came up with was, okay, no, if you come in under a full course yellow, you have to stop in your box and then go again, rather than just stopping people from coming into pit lane during that time. And Lucas Di Grassi in London one time, going for the...
I'm just going to stop you for a second. I would like to hear the rest of this. It's just we're going to go to Alexandre Herbin, who's with the 911 Porsche.
Yeah.
Oui, je suis avec Christophe Lapierre, dans le GP Racing Team, le pilote de la numéro 911. Christophe, vous avez pris le départ, ça vous a manqué? Ça faisait longtemps que vous n'avez pas pris un départ.
Oui, ça faisait 2 ans en Cup. 1 an en course automobile, mais 2 ans en Cup. Donc oui, c'était long, oui. Ça m'a manqué et ça m'a fait beaucoup de bien de remonter dans le baquet de cette voiture.
Et puis après ce départ, il y a eu 2 heures de relais. Vous, le quintuple champion de la Porsche Carrera France, vous aviez l'habitude de ces sprints où vous étiez très performant, et là on vous a vu à la fête pendant 2 heures.
Oui, en fait, au départ, je suis parti, j'avais mes pneus qui avaient fait les 2 qualifs puisque Sandro n'avait pas été là. Donc j'ai un peu galéré au départ, mais après, j'ai pris du rythme, je me suis calé dans la voiture, j'ai pu régler un petit peu l'assiette de la voiture comme je voulais, et j'ai fait plutôt des bons chronos d'après ce qu'on a vu. Donc ça m'a motivé et j'ai enchaîné les 2 heures de relais. J'ai même été surpris d'être plutôt à l'aise, c'est-à-dire que j'ai dit 2 heures de relais, je crois que je les ai fait une fois à Daytona, pour les 24 heures, mais j'ai jamais fait 2 heures de relais comme ça. Après 2 ans d'absence, Ben non, en fait, c'est très bien passé, donc c'est la bonne surprise.
Et puis il y a avec vous 2 jeunes pilotes, d'un côté le junior Porsche Motorsport Alessandro Ghiretti, de l'autre un pilote expérimenté en proto, Marius Fossard, qui s'essaye ce week-end à la Porsche Cup, et 2 pilotes qui ont une affection particulière pour vous.
Oui, moi c'est un peu mes deux fils, on va dire, entre parenthèses. Après j'ai de l'affection pour les deux. Sandro, parce que depuis 2021, j'ai vu le potentiel qu'il avait quand on était chez Martinez by Almeras, j'ai eu à mes côtés. Et Marius, que j'ai appris à connaître en 2024, qui est un gamin aussi extraordinaire, qui a du talent. Et les regrouper aujourd'hui sur ma voiture, je pense que c'était quelque chose de sympa. En plus, on est plutôt pas trop mal placé. Bon, il reste la course encore longue, mais on est plutôt sur une bonne stratégie. Les relais sont bien passés, donc on ne sait jamais, peut-être qu'il y aura une cerise sur le gâteau.
Et en plus, le rêve, c'était déjà de rouler avec eux. Si en plus il y a podium et victoire, ce sera, comme vous le dites, la cerise sur le gâteau.
Ah, si la victoire, bon, mais ça serait le top. Ce podium, ça serait bien. Ça marquerait le coup. Maintenant, le fait déjà d'avoir roulé et d'avoir monté un équipage qui était performant, et pour le moment, je croise les doigts, on n'a pas fait d'erreur, ça se passe bien. Si on gagne, ouais, ça sera pas mal, et puis je pourrais taquiner mes amis Seb, Loeb et Anthony.
Et puis là, en piste, Alessandro Ghiretti, 2 heures de relais, de nuit. Pour un pilote de son calibre, on imagine qu'il est parti le couteau entre les dents.
Oui, Sandro, il est parti, il n'a pas besoin d'en rajouter. En fait, il fait ce qu'il a à faire. On n'a plus qu'un arrêt, on a des pneus neufs. Donc maintenant, il faut croiser les doigts. Il peut tout arriver, une crevaison, un problème mécanique. Donc on croise les doigts. Bon, après, on a tous les éléments pour que ça se passe bien, mais ça reste de la course automobile.
Merci beaucoup, Christophe.
Merci à vous.
Thank you very much, Alexandre, for that. So Christophe Lapierre from the 911 crew telling us a long time since he's started a race, but a little bit of adjustment period at the start of the weekend, but was surprised how comfortable he was inside the car, especially given he's never driven for 2 hours straight like that. His teammates Marius Fossard and Alessandro Ghiretti, he considers his spiritual sons, and saw so much potential in those drivers. So it's great to be giving them a little bit of assistance in moving up the order, because I know we talked a lot about Alessandro Ghiretti, but we shouldn't leave out Marius Fossard, who has been competing in the European Le Mans Series this year. So they say that a win would be some spectacular results, especially considering their first time together in the car. But so now they cross their fingers, close their eyes, click their heels, wish real hard, and hope for no mechanicals. Right, story time resumed.
Go on.
So, after this, small bandage of a rule to cover off this...
A loophole.
Yeah, this loophole, which wasn't sufficient. In London, during the safety car, it was actually at a time where the safety car speed was slower than the pit lane speed limit as well. So Di Grassi went from about 18th to the lead of the race by going in through the pit lane, and he thought he had fulfilled the regulation, so you had to stop in his box, and the FIA went, no, your wheel was still moving at 0.0001
but he could have done it.
Kilometre an hour. He could have done it had he actually come to a stop. He still would have come out in the lead, because he was going like 0.0001 of a kilometre an hour when he quote-unquote stopped.
Well, he shouldn't have tried to cheat.
No, I remember it clear as day. It was an extraordinary effort.
I remember it now in London.
And I don't remember what rule they changed after that. Hopefully it was the one they should have introduced in the first place.
I say cheat. Probably Lucas Di Grassi probably isn't cheat. He's just very opportunist.
But when you think, if anyone was going to do that, it would be Lucas Di Grassi.
Yeah, but he would have done it to be like, fix it.
Yeah.
Fix it, otherwise I'll find a loophole, which he's a very clever driver. So I take back, I would never say that someone would intentionally cheat, because that's not what he did, but he found a loophole.
But if there's a driver I liken to a politician more than anyone, it is Lucas di Grassi.
Yeah, well, he gets involved in the politician side of things, and
he does, doesn't
politics.
Very busy away from the racetrack is Lucas di Grassi.
He's a nice guy. I like Lucas.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Absolutely fantastic guy.
I feel bad that I said that he cheated. I didn't mean that.
No, was the first driver to come on my my new Formula E show when I relaunched the podcast, and was the first one to come on and give us a long form interview, which is something I really wanted to get back into. So I was very appreciative of that. Hopefully all will be well with him and the Lola for next season. So part of the disappointment of the Bentley not making the start of the race was I was hoping to speak to Jeremy Colinson, the performance director of Mahindra, who's going to be driving that car, and have a little discussion about the upcoming Formula E season. But
oh yes,
shame not to have that. What we do have, though, is Alexander Urban down in pit lane with more news for us.
Oui, je suis avec Vladislav Lomko. Vlad, vous êtes habitué au prototype, à la LMP2, en European Le Mans Series notamment. Et puis là, vous découvrez une Porsche Cup chez Driven. Comment est-ce que se fait cette adaptation et ce passage de l'un à l'autre?
C'était pas trop compliqué parce que j'ai déjà roulé en Porsche Cup, mais c'est toujours de chercher à la limite de voiture ce qui est compliqué. Il y a beaucoup de spécialistes de Porsche Cup qui roulent dans ce championnat, donc c'est un peu, ce n'est pas facile d'aller chercher les premières places en qualif par exemple. Mais oui, j'aime bien la voiture, donc j'essaie de s'améliorer à chaque fois que je vais sur la piste, et puis j'arrive de choper 1 ou 2 dixièmes chaque fois, donc c'est bien quoi.
On a eu des conditions de jour, puis de coucher de soleil, puis de nuit. Il vous restera peut-être un relais à la fin de ces conditions. Comment est-ce que vous allez aborder ce dernier relais?
Oui, il me reste un relais. En fait, ça va être full push à la fin, jusqu'à la fin, parce que c'est le dernier relais. Il faut tout donner, et on met les pneus neufs. Donc c'est ça le but. C'est le but d'aller chercher les temps, d'aller doubler les personnes et voir où est-ce qu'on finit.
Vous êtes pour l'instant très bien parti. Parlez-nous de cette première expérience avec l'équipe Driven et ce nouvel équipage à vos côtés.
Oui, ça se passe plutôt pas mal. Je pense qu'on a eu de la chance avec le FCY quand on a pité pour l'essence. C'était prévu le pit stop, et le FCY il est apparu au tout dernier moment. Donc on a eu le temps de rentrer, et ça s'est bien passé. Et puis on verra où est-ce qu'on finit. On vise la victoire, mais on ne peut pas le prédire.
Merci beaucoup, Vlad.
Merci beaucoup.
Thanks again, Alex, for that one. So Vlad Lomko talking about the transition from the LMP2 car that he's grown used to over the last couple of years in the European Le Mans Series to driving the Porsche. Actually said he's already driven some Porsche machinery, but I don't know when that would have been. Whatever it was, it hasn't made his headline CV. That I've got noted down, but so yeah, every session trying to become better and adapt to the car more. We talked about some of the cars got lucky with the full course yellow. They were actually refueling when the full course yellow came out, so that was a good bit of luck there. So he cannot predict a result, but hoping for a win, of course. Rodrigo Almeida driving that car at the moment, well, in pit lane at the moment, and came in from the lead of the Porsche Cup category, but that car not scoring points, it should be reminded as saying. So I think I'm going to get confirmation of this, but I think the way it'll work is if say it wins, whoever finishes second would get the win points. That's usually how it works, because if you had a car that wasn't scoring points, but the car that came behind it finished, got fewer points anyway, it would kind of defeat the purpose of not letting that car score points in the first place. So Almeida just waiting to be released back into the race, serving the minimum pit stop time. It's quite a chunky minimum pit stop time for them, actually. I think it's 70 seconds they have to serve as a minimum stationary time. Sorry, as a handicap specifically, on top of the 80 seconds for the standard minimum pit stop time.
It doesn't look like a healthy car number 17, does it? Daniel Rovinski from the Porsche category might just be doing some...
Oh, yeah, front splitter change.
There we go. I was like, that doesn't look right. We've obviously gone over a curb or something and knocked it. Curbs aren't that big here, though, actually.
It depends. Some of them can be quite aggressive, but the majority of them are quite flat.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But you do get a random one that will launch you into the sky.
Yeah, talk to Nicolas Prost about that.
Yes. If you didn't see the European Endurance Prototype Cup race earlier, I recommend you go and take that
Rewatch it. It was a really good one, actually. Yeah, it was a very good one to end the season. Bit of a nail biter.
I hope Stefan takes a step back in about 1 second's time, because
It's
that
not
car's
Stefan.
about to launch forwards. Oh,
Yeah.
who is it down there?
It's Ralph.
Oh, it's Ralph.
I was about to say Ronald, but it's not. Yeah, it's Ralph down there.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever that was counting down to,
Yeah.
it wasn't to the car being released, so never mind.
Ralph looks a little bit like a movie star. Like he's got a Sean Connery about him. Maybe that was his former life.
What, a movie star?
Or maybe. Could have been an actor. Could have joined you at RADA.
I did not go to RADA.
You keep saying this.
I don't want this to become
I just
a
don't think of it.
rumour or
I
a
don't-
thing.
There's nothing wrong with RADA. It's a very esteemed school in the UK.
Yeah, I don't deserve to be associated with it at all.
You're dramatic enough to be.
That's very true. No, I went to a stagecoach when I was a kid. So.
What, like stagecoach like the coaches?
No, it was...
Like a bus?
I took a bus to get there, yes, but was no, a little like acting, singing and dancing school on weekends when I was a kid.
Jazz hands?
I was terrible at the dancing, I really was.
What was your favourite dance?
The end of it, that was the choreography in general. I was just awful.
But you can sing?
Yeah.
Sing Skyfalls, isn't it? What was your favourite song to sing?
I think I maybe was...
I've heard you sing.
I think I was maybe okay at singing when I was 14, but not anymore.
Oh, before the things had happened.
No.
You were a choir boy. You could sing high.
No, I was...
Why are you so uncomfortable about this conversation?
I was fairly average at a lot of it.
Average.
So.
That sounds about right. Yeah. I think there is some sort of secret going on here that we need to uncover at Chris Stevens.
No, look, I was a failed actor, you know. Then I was a failed journalist. Then I was a failed PR guy. Now I'm a failed commentator.
Well, no, you're not yet to fail it, but you know, there's still time.
Well, I will be. Yes,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, everyone fails eventually.
There's a trend in all of my careers.
Oh dear, woe is me. Sing Skyfall, Adele.
No.
I've heard you. This is probably why you can rap along to Hamilton, the musical, so well, isn't it? Because
That probably is.
You were like trained to remember all the words. That was the worst journey of my life, coming back from Manicourt, listening to you say everything.
As if you didn't do most of the songs
I did the women
yourself.
bit. So yes, that's true. I don't know every word to it because I've got a life.
I can't help it. I learned songs very.
I do have a life.
Very easily.
Yeah,
That was producer Nathaniel, by the way.
I forget that sometimes people can't hear him, and he said he called me a liar.
I feel like we should get him in here at
He
some
would be
point.
great. Honestly, I'd walk away. I'd walk away and drop the mic, and Nathaniel would keep you entertained. It's keeping us entertained. 1 hour 18 then left on the clock at the 6-hour Kennol GT Endurance Cup race, the final race of the 2025 season for Ultimate Cup. Thank you so much for joining us. If you've been here since the start in Paul Ricard a couple of months ago, quite a few months ago now actually, and the 6 rounds coming to an end here once again, opening and closing the season at Paul Ricard, and It's a track that lots of the drivers like. We've got a lot of French drivers within the championships, especially this one specifically. And it's a nice place to come.
I do enjoy coming here. I come here like 3-4 times a year these days.
We were talking about this when we were driving in. I've grown to like it a lot more. First time I ever came here was for the F1, and they hadn't worked out the management of the traffic, and it was a nightmare.
I heard the stories.
Trying to get into the media centre and then get through, and it was just awful. And I remember sitting up on because to get into the track you're sort of around mountains, and you come up and down mountains to get to various different places. And I remember just being stuck on the side of a mountain thinking, I mean, it was amazing. Obviously I was at an F1 race and that's amazing, but just sitting there being like, just move. We were there for hours just waiting. The traffic was so bad. So I think that marred my view of Paul Ricard to start. And now we've come here a lot more, and it's growing on me 1%.
No, I tend to enjoy it, especially because when I come here for other series, we use one of the rooms at the back of the media centre for the commentary box, which is right next to the podium that we use a different podium. There are 2 podiums here, which I found out the first time I had to announce a podium, and I went to the wrong one. So there's one slightly further up the start-finish straight, and there's one next to the media centre, which is the one that we use for when I'm here for GT Open, for example. And so I like it because it means I can nip out the commentary box and then go and have a word with the driver straight after a race as well. It's a lot of the reason why I like Portimao as well, because you have the Parc Fermé right next to the steps for the podium, which is then right next to the commentary box there.
I'll tell you for free, everything falls out of my head as soon as I leave a track.
Fair enough.
I could have gone to tracks. Brands Hatch is maybe the only one that I've retained any information of how to get in. Until then, I'm like, where's the tunnel?
In fairness, Brands Hatch probably the best circuit in the world.
Agreed. This is about the only thing we agree on. No,
it isn't.
It is. It's the only thing we ever agree on. I know what you're doing, and it's not funny.
I think it's hilarious. No, but it is brilliant. Absolutely love it.
It's a great track. It's a great track.
And I don't get to do it very often, but I got to go twice this year for work. So that was a fun treat.
Used to be my local track. I used to go all the time when I worked for the BBC. It was my my home track, and I used to just rock up for the touring cars and the bikes. Pretty much anything that was at Brands Hatch, I would turn up. Just opening the doors, I would turn up.
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm like, go home, Claire.
It's my closest track now, which makes it bizarre that I don't visit it very often.
We can't. It's hard. I always think in the UK, when you don't drive, it's quite hard to get to racetracks. It's not like there's a load of pardon?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, to get to like train stations and things. It's the closest one to Brands Hatch would be
Swanley.
Maybe. Anyway, let's head back down to Alex while I think about a Brands Hatch train station.
Je suis au sein du garage de Beltosport, la numéro 7, avec les 2 pilotes bronze de l'équipage, Olivier Favre et Yann Pornou. Yann, on va vous laisser respirer encore quelques instants parce que vous venez à peine de sortir de la voiture. Olivier, pendant un temps, on a vu votre voiture entrer au box un court instant. Que s'est-il passé?
Un petit problème technique, les billes de la crémaillère qui se desserraient. Et Romain trouvait que la voiture était inconduisible, donc ils ont contrôlé, resserré les vis avant que je reparte.
Malgré ces petits arrêts au stand imprévus, vous êtes toujours dans la course pour un bon résultat.
Tant que c'est pas fini, on peut pas savoir parce qu'il reste 1h30 avec les arrêts au stand, les pénalités, les track limits. En fait, tout va jouer, je pense, dans la dernière demi-heure. Mais la course est encore jouable. La victoire, non, mais le podium, oui.
Et puis Yann, vous avez vu depuis le départ tout à l'heure, auteur d'un très bon départ mais d'un relais plutôt court.
Ouais, le départ c'était assez sympa. Après il y a eu un petit cafouillage à la sortie du T2. Du coup il a fallu que je m'écarte très loin. Du coup j'ai perdu quelques places. Bon, le relais était assez solide, donc j'étais content de ça. Après je pense que toute l'équipe a fait du bon boulot jusque là. Après les petits aléas techniques, les petites pénalités, on sera en course pour la victoire, mais on va se battre pour le podium en tout cas.
Puis vous faites partie des pilotes qui ont commencé de jour et qui maintenant viennent d'arpenter les conditions de nuit. Comment, dans une même course, on fait face à ces deux types de conditions?
Après, finalement, le plus dur, c'est peut-être pas la nuit, c'est la tombée de la nuit, parce que le soleil est très très rasant. Dans le T2 ou dans le Beausset, on l'a vraiment en pleine tête. Mais après, ouais, les conditions de piste évoluent fortement avec la température qui chute, l'humidité, les temps s'en ressentent. Donc on adapte les réglages et puis son pilotage pour être au mieux.
Messieurs, c'est toujours un plaisir de vous avoir. Vous étiez là à temps complet l'année dernière, vous avez même gagné cette catégorie Porsche Cup. Est-ce qu'on a des chances de vous revoir à temps plein en 2026 ?
Si les budgets le permettent, oui. Tout dépendra de ce que fait Romain l'année prochaine. Pour l'instant, c'est en bonne voie, mais la priorité sera donnée quand même à Romain.
Yann, on espère aussi, si vous revenez, que toute une saison, que vous serez encore en lice pour le titre en catégorie Porsche Cup.
De toute façon, si on revient, le but, si on fait une saison compétition, c'est pour gagner. Hein. Après, on est là pour s'amuser, mais si on peut gagner, c'est pas mal.
On s'amuse en gagnant.
Exactement, encore plus.
Merci beaucoup, messieurs.
Thanks, Alexandre, with Romain Favre and Jan Penlu, the outgoing Porsche Cup champions. Some kind of technical problem. Didn't get much more detail, I'm afraid, on that car that's set it back a little bit. Louis Perrault currently driving that car in 6th position in class. Jan talking about how he lost places at the start, trying to avoid the crash. He talked about how he went to driver's right when most people went driver's left, and also saying that this is not the hardest conditions. It's not the night time; it's the sunsets that you have to think about, because you've got the sun directly in your eyes. Olivier also talking about a potential return to the championship for 2026. Obviously, it hasn't been a full season campaign for that car, and it depends on Romain, his son. I guess victim of his own success, really, making it big in Le Mans Cup and maybe even potentially European Le Mans Series for next year. So, of course, we're big fans of seeing Romain racing on the ACO scene. After his appearances here in not only the GT Endurance Cup, but also the European Endurance Prototype Cup as well for Inter Europol, ahead of his Le Mans Cup debut with Forrester by VPS Racing. Oh, now this is an interesting one. Driving standards penalty for number 20, which is currently being driven by Enzo Richer.
Was he being naughty out there? He promised me as he as he left. I said, "Don't do anything," and he said, "Me, I would never." Well, now look at him. Drive-through penalty, driving standards. What happened? No, that was an incident. There was an incident involving 20 and 17, which was under investigation, which I assume is why he's been given the penalty, but I didn't see it, so I can't judge it.
Potentially, that's what it's for.
Of course, well, I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah, normally would say causing a collision.
Oh yeah, driving standards.
It's a driving standards penalty, which I'm.
But it only said incident involving, so maybe I don't know.
Sorry, I hadn't seen this one. So there's an additional one under investigation with one of the BMWs. Okay. Yes, okay, I would assume that those are then related, aren't they? So contact to the final corner by the sounds of it. That's the number 22nd drive-through penalty of the race.
Lots coming in, lots coming in for their final pit stops now. Just looking down the order, quite a few still have quite a lot to go, as we're used to seeing Romain Ionetta in the Vision team. Still got 3 to take with an hour to go. We are used to seeing this from, well, it was a big clunk of the curb there from the 89 Porsche of Benjamin Pack. Cut the corner quite a bit. As I speak, Romain Ionetta is into the pit lane and on his way out, so that must be surely one of his mandatory pit stops. Olivier Gomez in second at the moment in the Vortex at 22 is taking 2 of their 7 mandatory pit stops. Taking 2, I keep doing it the wrong way. Taking 5 and got 2 left. Rodrigo Amida is got only 1 of the mandatory pit stops left to take. And 98 as well, got 2 left. One to look out for, though, is the 911 Porsche, which is one of only 4 cars that have taken all of their mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, that's the first one, isn't it?
No, there's 4.
Sorry, yes, there's 4, but 2 in the Porsche Cup
Yes.
category, which...
And 1 in UCS1 and 1 in UCS4.
Yeah, these are the cars that are going to be vying for a spot on the overall podium here now, with dramas for some of the UCS1 cars.
Well, I think we were being a bit silly. Sorry. When we talked about car number 21 and the investigation, we were talking about Enzo. Enzo's absolutely not got any investigations on his pit stops. So Enzo is actually a very interesting one to watch out for in UCS1 here, down in 14th, because he's not got any more mandatory pit stops to go.
I think it's had too much drama there, potentially, because it's still got a drive-through penalty to take. And so,
oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Forgot about that one.
So yeah, so a second drive-through penalty for that car, but the 21 is the one that's going to end up taking 3 or 4 penalties for not doing the mandatory stops.
I think I missaid that earlier, saying it was Enzo's car, and it wasn't at all.
Oh, that's okay. They're similar looking cars, and I often get confused between them as well, so no shame in it. Just waiting on confirmation about this rule about the invitational car in the Porsche Cup category. It's not invitational because of the car, it's more invitational because of the caliber of driver in it, which doesn't really reflect the spirit of competition here. Yeah, the 41 that currently leads. My understanding is it won't be scoring points, nor should it be blocking points either. Which would be interesting, because at the moment it's an all GP racing podium in that category. 98, 911, 89. And the reason that could be significant is that obviously 98 is the one that's got to outscore 89 by 20 points, and it is 15 points the difference between first and third. But if 89 were to dip too far low, that would potentially cost them the championship, although I notice that 89 has got still got that pit stop under investigation, hasn't it? With 1 more left to do, and the 98 still got 2 more to do. Actually, that might work out even Stevens actually in the end. It does seem like every time we see one of those cars, it's line astern with its teammate. A lot of personal best starting to come in with some of the quicker drivers now aboard, such as Gregory Goulvert, Alessandro Gueretti, Benjamin Pack back aboard 89, and Louis Perrault in the 2B Autosport car. So personal best coming in for Goulvert, Gueretti and Benjamin Lessenes aboard the Racetivity car as well. And we are well into the night. Now,
considering it's only 20 to 7.
Don't feel it, does it?
Well, in the defense of us, we have been here since 8 a.m. watching racing cars, and
yes,
we are very privileged to sit here and watch that, and that be our job. But we have no concept of time right now.
No, I think I've seen the sun twice today.
I've been very lucky. I have been out in the pit lane all day, so it's good. But yeah, you've seen these black walls all day. You're going to be dreaming of cars.
Screens.
Yeah, your little eyes are going to hurt.
Yeah, I'm going to go to bed tonight and just see a timing screen.
You see that anyway, though, really, don't you? No, you won't, because you're going to have a couple of the old bevies, having a lovely party at the what's it called, the award show. You and James Winslow dancing on tables.
No comment.
You're going to have a lovely time.
So, Romain Iannetta had 2 laps his advantage now over Olivier Gomez. Rodrigo Almeida just bringing the 41 in from the lead of the Porsche Cup category, and actually Romain Iannetta now bringing the race leading car into pit lane as well. Should be the penultimate pit stop for that car.
Coming early, considering the 22 still has to do 2 stops. They always seem to get their strategy right.
Well, what's good here for the Vision is that it'll have to do 1 more pit stop after this, but could refuel to the end now from here. So it won't have to come in for fuel again after, or loop back around, come in for fuel, I'd imagine, because that car can do roughly an hour in a stint. And you think about how much time it's going to be stationary now, how much time it will take to get back to the pit lane. It will definitely be under an hour remaining, especially by the time it gets out of the refueling area and back out onto the racetrack. And then it only has to come in and do 1 more mandatory pit stop, which is not for fuel. I know it's confusing for me to be talking about pit stops and refueling as they're like they're separate things, because they are here. Due to the nature of the pit lane and the refueling regulations that we have here that are aimed at entry-level teams. This is a first step on the ladder in endurance racing, as we don't want people buying expensive refueling equipment and then having to have potentially inexperienced team members having to handle them as well. So that's a matter of safety and cost. Arnaud Gomez also coming into pit lane. Jean-Bernard Bouvet has just taken over the lead Vision, which is headed back out onto the racetrack. I imagine will return into pit lane for fuel, and then only 1 more stop to go to the end of the race. Gregory Goulvert now into the lead of the Porsche Cup category after Rodrigo Almeida has done its latest stop, but it's Alessandro Giretti in the best position there, only 22 seconds behind the race leader, and no stops remaining for that car. So 911 looking very strong there as well. Oh, yellow flag at Scene Corner, and that is for the parked 117 car of Manuel Cintrao Guerrera. So that doesn't look like a spin, that looks like more of a mechanical, but that's in a very fast part of the racetrack. And I imagine full course yellow will be coming in soon. So we'll wait to see if any message comes through from race control, whether that's going to be a full course yellow or potential safety car intervention. And I'm sure teams will be bailing for pit lane as soon as possible in order to beat the jump into the pit lane. But we're into the final hour now. We are going to go full course yellow in about a minute's time, so this will be a good time to run through what's happened so far in the race.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Et on va entamer ces 50 dernières minutes dans la pit lane avec Christophe de Ruino, le pilote de la Craft Racing numéro 37. Christophe, on a vu votre voiture beaucoup trop longtemps malheureusement immobilisée dans la voie des cendres. Qu'est-ce qu'il s'est passé?
Ça fait 1 heure environ qu'on a un problème, on n'a pas la puissance en haut, on a des coupures, donc on fait des tours en 2,20. Et le temps de chercher la solution, l'équipe a décidé de rester quand même en piste. Là, la voiture vient de repartir, on va voir si ça fonctionne. On soupçonne un problème de pompe à essence.
Bon, malheureusement, c'est un bon résultat qui s'envole, mais vous avez quand même fait de belles performances cette saison 2025. Votre première au volant de la Renault RS01, ça reste un bilan plutôt satisfaisant.
Oui, après la Renault, c'est une auto qui a 10 ans, mais qui fonctionne très très bien. On a énormément d'aéro, on a un très bon châssis. C'est une auto qui passe très très vite dans les courbes. Là, bon, généralement sur les qualifs, on s'en sort bien. On a fait des pôles, on a fait 2e place. Après, c'est vrai que on manque un petit peu de chance en course, malheureusement.
Il faudra revenir en 2026 pour aller chercher justement cette victoire et mettre fin à cette série de malchance.
Oui, 2026, ça sera une nouvelle année. On va déjà prendre le temps de tout démonter, de tout checker et après on verra ce qu'on fait l'année prochaine. Après, la volonté de l'équipe est effectivement de revenir bien plus fort. C'est une auto qu'on avait récupérée qu'en début de saison pour la course du Mugello. Donc voilà, c'était un petit peu au dernier moment, mais on a quand même la volonté de revenir.
Puis vous avez été le seul pilote à venir à chaque course, à être régulier. Est-ce que l'idée l'année prochaine, c'est d'avoir une line-up fixe, comme on peut le voir sur d'autres voitures de votre catégorie?
Oui, forcément, c'est ce qu'on aimerait, avoir un équipage pour l'année fixe. On va chercher cet équipage-là, parce que si on revient l'année prochaine, c'est forcément pour jouer le titre.
Merci Christophe, on vous attendra l'année prochaine pour le titre alors.
Merci, à bientôt.
Thanks, Alex, for that one. Christophe de Ruino there from the Craft team. Now, we saw that car stopped at the side of the road earlier on. Suspected fuel pump issue with that car. It is now back out onto the track with Jean-Christophe David at the wheel. It's still a fun car to drive, despite it being 10 years old now, the RS01. Happy with their pace in qualifying. It was on the front row with the grid, but still feeling a bit unlucky in the races. Christophe saying they are coming back next year, but he's been the only consistent driver in that car, and they said next year they want to have a fixed group of drivers for the full season to fight for the title with, which would be really, really great to see a bit of consistency in the lineups to help entice the championship fight. Right, we've had a second full course yellow, and that means another bout of full course yellow infringement penalties. So a 1 second stop and go for the number 11 Racing Technology Porsche. That car also picked up a stop-go penalty in the last full course yellow. Slightly bigger one though, it's 15 seconds. 21 picking up 2 seconds of stop and go, so that's on top of the 5 second track limit penalty and the 35 second stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. 71 is also under investigation, which is the Martina by Almeras car. Not sure how much more drama they can stick on that car, but it is also under investigation, so I'll expect that to come through shortly. The Renault back into pit lane, and I guess just having a bit of a debrief there about how the car is now with its power after hopefully a fix. Well, it looks like they're adjusting Jean-Christophe's seats there actually. Clearly not something he can reach himself when he's strapped in.
Yeah, that's yeah, definitely struggling with that a little bit, isn't he? Different, and this is something that we see quite a lot with these cars, the different shapes and sizes that drivers come in, and the car remains the same. Yes, you have a little seat foam thing that you can sit in, but that's the only thing that molds into your body.
But that was an actual adjustable seat though, like in a road car, you can move it forward and backwards.
Like when your mum used to be like, move it.
Yeah, which I think in most race cars now they're a fixed position that you have, like the inserts, as you say, for drivers of different body shapes and sizes, but it's usually adjustable pedals and steering wheel that you get rather than an adjustable seat, because I think they like to have that in a fixed position.
I don't know if it was just moving the seat it was something to do with the seat belt, so I don't know.
It was moving forwards.
Yeah, no,
backwards,
I could see,
so.
yeah.
So I know that because Renault developed that car for a one-make series, which they probably had aimed at, you know, young drivers and gentleman drivers as well. So that was probably part of their, you know, to make the car adaptable, and it was probably a simpler solution, a cheaper solution potentially than adjustable wheel and pedals.
Yeah, maybe.
That's my theory anyway.
That's your theory, and you're sticking to it.
Damn right. 21 back into pit lane. That's to serve the 2-second stop go. See, this is the thing, when you get a 1 second or a 2 second stop go, you do actually have to stop in the box. Nothing's actually come through for the Olivier Gomez stop go penalty. So I guess the stewards are satisfied with the fact that even though he didn't come to a complete stop in that stop go penalty he served, I guess in terms of the spirit of the competition, it's been done. It's sorted.
71 has got a stop-go penalty.
Oh yeah, thought that was coming in. That was also under investigation. So 71, exactly the same penalty and exactly the same reason it picked up earlier. So I don't know what's wrong with some of these cars that just aren't calibrated properly for full course yellow or for the pit lane speed limit, because we've seen so many of these penalties. I'm going to count them up. Pit lane speeding.
I'll turn you off when you do it. We don't need you to go through. Go on, tell us.
No, I'm right. Okay, so for pit lane speeding.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, I think, for pit lane speeding. Full course yellow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then on top of that, a bunch of
stuff.
Track limits as well.
"45 minutes then left on the dot of this 6-hour race. And still quite a few of the pit stops to go as it stands. All but 2 in the top 10 have either got 1 or 2 pit stops still to go. The Porsche running in 98 still has 2 pit stops to go, and only, when does the pit window shut? 15 minutes before, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So 15 minutes before the end of the race. There's one of the cars coming in now, that's Enzo Richer, and there is no reason for this driver change. They've obviously realised that now it's just a bit more checking out timings and track time and all that for the end of the season, because they've completed all their mandatory pit stops and Enzo was due to finish the race.
I wonder if that's potentially to do with maximum or minimum drive time.
No, because Enzo, well, unless Enzo went in early, because he said he was going to finish the race to me. And they've also taken up all their mandatory pit stops, so it would seem like a weird thing to put him in.
It would seem.
They said that Philip Papin was only going to be in for for not long, basically. He just, you know, get a few laps out there, and then it was going to be, Enzo was going to finish the race. That's what he said. So I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Just giving their bronze driver a little bit more track time potentially in the closing stages of the race.
I'll text him.
Laura Camp has just done the best lap of the race for the Cayman. Oh, yellow flags at turn 2. Oh, car spun there. We just saw a flash of it. I think just rejoined the road, and in the blaze of headlights, which it's the Renault. Oh, it's the Renault again. So that's Thomas Leal. seemingly really struggling with the rear end on that car. Thomas Leal, the French GT4 racer of this year. Podium finisher in the AM Cup in the Toyota Supra. Before that was in an RS3 in the French Touring Car Championship. I think just coming up to the end of his second year in car racing for young Thomas. Close between these two Porsche Cup cars here going into Le Bousset. That was Rodrigo Almeida clearing some of the traffic in front of him. Getting around the not the 911 car. It's actually too close on the track map. I can't see which one it is. And difficult to identify as well. Might be able to do so now as it comes into pit lane. Ah, yes, the 70, sorry, the 10. So Lionel Rigaud there, that Almeida was just putting a lap on. We're getting busy into the chicane here. Looked like start the race for a second there. I have had confirmation, by the way, that 41 is not blocking points either. So if it were to win, whoever finishes second would get the 37.5 points it is for the victory. That is because it's 1.5 times the normal points. So normally 25 points for the win, but 1.5 times points for this 6-hour race, which we'll have 2 of next year, of course, talking about that earlier. So even more points on offer in 2026.
This car's had a few issues as well throughout the race, hasn't it? Car number 10.
35-second stop-go penalty for pit lane speeding and 1 second stop-go penalty for full course yellow speeding.
Still running P8.
Yes. 6th in class as well.
Fought back hard to remain in the top 10.
I think it's just whoever's had the least penalties.
Yeah, but they've had loads of penalties.
Well, yeah, okay. Let me run through this actually, because because I've got a few cars that are. I haven't written anything down in terms of penalties, but there have been some incidents. So Vijom had the incident with the Vortex. Yeah, that's for sure. Kraft has been in the garage and spun a few times, so that's fair. 93 has had contact, and the 123 was on fire earlier. So I think the only cars that have had a clean race, as far as I can tell, the Racetivity Porsche, I think the 19 Alpine, the 94 Alpine, and the 110 Alpine, potentially. Ah, the GP, the 911 as well. Which would probably explain why it's in such a good position in the Porsche Cup category at the moment, and probably on course for an overall podium.
Car number 19 then also in the pit lane, down in 15th at the moment, using up their final pit stop, the Chazelle Technology team. Had a tough ride, the Chazelle guys, and one car was in the wall a little bit earlier. We've had all sorts of issues going on. In the pit then is Jean-Bernard Bouvier for the Vortex, which is leading the way in UCS 1 at the moment. And let's head down to Alex. He is in the pit lane.
Oui, maintenant je suis bien en place avec Lionel Rigaud, le pilote Mirage Racing de la numéro 10. Lionel, une fin de saison pour vous avec ce dernier relais. Quel a été le bilan global de cette saison 2025?
Alors, fin de journée, fin de saison, fin de pas mal de choses. Ouais, c'était super, j'ai même le crâne qui chauffe là. Intense dans la voiture, la nuit pas évident. Le niveau est de plus en plus relevé en Porsche Cup, donc c'est sympa parce qu'on peut s'étalonner face à des pilotes silver. Et voilà, donc on va essayer de finir sur la meilleure note possible. Le but c'était de ne pas faire d'erreur, il y en a eu 2-3 petites, mais bon voilà, c'est la course.
Et oui, le Mirage Racing qui a débuté cette année une nouvelle aventure avec cette Porsche 992 GT3 Cup qu'il a fallu d'abord apprendre, ensuite apprivoiser et maintenant réussir à faire performer. C'est ce que vous avez fait tout au long de l'année.
Oui, on est monté en puissance, donc on est content parce que c'est la première saison donc, avec mes coéquipiers. C'est leur première saison tout court sur de l'endurance. J'ai eu une petite expérience au préalable et c'est vrai que c'est super de se partager le volant entre coéquipiers, différents niveaux. On a fait appel à Wilfried pour cette épreuve qui est plus expérimentée, qui nous tire un peu vers le haut. Et voilà, la voiture marche super bien, l'équipe technique a fait un super boulot et c'est top.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut souhaiter à cette line-up de la numéro 10 pour la fin de cette course et la suite de cette aventure?
Alors à la suite de la course, on va essayer pas de faire d'erreur du tout, de finir le mieux possible au niveau de nos classements. Il reste encore 35 minutes de course. La suite, on ne la connaît pas encore pour la saison prochaine. Donc petit projet pour moi dans l'hiver où je devrais rejoindre le Sébastien Loeb Racing pour Abu Dhabi pour les 6 heures. Ça me fait plaisir parce que c'est vraiment quelqu'un que j'apprécie, qui a un grand cœur. Et puis après, on verra l'année prochaine certainement pour l'Ultimate, toujours sur une 992. J'espère avec les mêmes coéquipiers. Et puis tous les copains, les partenaires qui nous suivent, la famille, voilà.
Eh ben, on vous attendra avec plaisir l'année prochaine, Lionel.
Avec plaisir, merci.
See you next year, indeed. Lots of see you next years at the moment, isn't there?
Yes, Lionel Ricard from the Mirage camp saying his head was burning up after another season being completed here with so much track time for him. Is referencing that the level is getting higher and higher, especially in the Porsche Cup category, with so many silver and even gold drivers coming into the championship, and so just trying to make as few mistakes as possible. And his teammates new to endurance racing, so giving a helping hand there. And although 2026 plans are not confirmed, may join Sébastien Loeb Racing for some of the Corvette races in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, or for the for the 24 hours and the 12-hour. Of course, Sébastien Loeb, very familiar with the Ultimate Cup paddock, racing in GT Sprint this weekend, as was Mirage with their GT4 Aston Martin. Very successful year for the Mirage camp, winning titles in both French and European GT4. Potential dramas for the third place car in UCS 4. Frederic de Brabant under investigation for pit entry infringement. So that, I imagine, would be coming the blend line into the pit lane. As it stands, that car should still be winning the Alpine Championship.
We've seen before with the 1, 2, 3 in the pit entry here is that they've spun on the entrance to the pit lane sometimes, and that's usually why they get the infringement, because they've just spun and then gone across the line they're not meant to.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but we have seen that before, or just taken the line wrong.
Yeah, sometimes cutting across it. I mean, of course, there's a lot of traffic out there as well. So if you have a car diving you around the outside and you can't make the pit lane entry, then that, of course, is quite the compromise. Gregory Goulvert out of number 98, and that is that Sébastien Loeb or Laurine Godey's helmet that we can see over the top of the seat. Probably they both have the open face one, don't they?
They do, and I'm trying to see if I can see either of them standing by, because usually one is watching the other, and I can't see either of the drivers behind either. 5-second time penalty for car number 41.
And that's track limits. That's that car's third track limit.
I think it's someone very frustrated, that's what it is. Throwing their arms up in the air, whoever it was.
Well, this is dramas for...
Open the door again.
The team contesting for the Porsche Cup Championship, second in the standings, that needs to outscore the sister car.
It's Sebastian.
Okay, well, straight away, straight out onto the track is Sébastien Loeb.
So I asked Enzo, and I must have misunderstood him when he said I'm finishing the race, because he said no, Ethan has got to drive for a bit. He said I drove enough for today, and I said what about not having any mandatory pit stops left? And he said yes, this is true, I think they just want him to drive also, but we have nothing on the line, so why not?
Yeah, makes sense.
Pretty much what I said. No, was it not?
I just want to check.
I feel like I said that.
If it's Am and Silver. So there's no minimum drive time for the Silvers, but it's just a maximum of 2 hours, and then you can do whatever you want with the 2 Ams. And that is between the pit exit and the pit entry loops, by the way. It doesn't count as soon as you get in the car. It is when you are actually on the racetrack.
Minutes left then, and I was correct in the visor looking through the eyes of Sébastien Loeb, and it was him that was getting frustrated. Interesting to see what would have been up with him, because they shut the door and said we're ready, and then he clearly was incredibly frustrated about something, and it was a quick fix, so that's the main thing.
Hell hath no fury, like a racing driver scorned.
Why was he scorned?
Well, he's clearly miffed about something.
Drivers can get miffed if you walk past them on the wrong day on a Tuesday.
It's true.
They get over it quite quickly. So it's always a fun thing to not upset a driver, but when they're a bit grumpy. Especially if you've had these stories where you've asked them a question and maybe they haven't taken to it as you'd hoped.
I could give another Lucas Di Grassi story. I won't on this.
Don't want to ruin your entire relationship with Lucas Di Grassi. Jean-Bernard Bouvet then still leading the way. No mandatory pit stops to take there for the Vision team, looking pretty positive that they might wrap up another championship in this series. And it would have been nice to see a different winner on the top step in the Vortex. But you have to say they've come incredibly far over the last couple of years, the Vortex team, to get to where they are, and the Gomez brothers have worked incredibly hard as 2 bronze drivers in that UCS 122 to even get in contention of the championship. Sébastien Loeb currently ahead at the moment of the 89, but the 89's actually got a pit stop under investigation.
Yeah, it has done for a while now, and so I don't think that car's going to be coming back in, although they could, I don't know, it depends whether they want to take the penalty or just do another stop, because they'd have to sit him there for the minimum stationary time.
Once.
But mind you, so your options, if you're them now, you've got 1 pit stop under investigation. Your options now are drive down the pit lane and sit there for the minimum stationary time, or go down there and sit there for the penalty amount of time.
Wait, how long is the penalty, do we know?
I think it depends on how much you've missed the window by. I think it's almost like a correction.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll be waiting to see if when Sébastien Loeb comes back in and where that feeds him out. And then they'll do the maths.
Potentially. I think at this point, the 89 crew are looking very good in that championship. It was a big ask for the 98 crew to outscore the sister car by 20 points.
Yeah.
Even in this race with like more points on offer than normal.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that they'll think about it that hard. Just checking in the championships that are up for grabs. I won't call any of them just yet, but the only one I'm hesitant to start writing down is the Porsche ones.
It's changing so quickly.
It's changing a lot, yeah. And we still have just under 12 minutes until the pit window closes.
A few people then coming in for their final pit stops. Car number 10, 11, and as well as the 71, all coming out on their outlap. 71 saying they have got another stop to have off the back of this. 5-second time penalty for track limits has come in for Lomco. And
I think that's just a correction on the driver that they gave, because they had
41.
Yeah, they'd given it to Almeida, but
correction.
In terms of that car, it makes no difference. Still a 5-second time penalty that they're going to have to take.
What was Enzo? I only caught the end of it. What was Enzo explaining to you about something was specifically to the team, not the driver, and it caught you out, and you said,
"Oh, the track limits."
He was saying
it's done per car.
Per car.
Rather than per driver. Because in the prototypes, it's done per driver.
Yeah, I don't know if he's right there.
I didn't want to say that. Because they're still attributing... They're still giving first infringements for, for drivers who hadn't been in the car, so...
Yeah, I don't think that's...
Yeah, look, Marius Mezard literally just got his first track limits infringement, and that 71 has definitely had... Yeah, I refuse to believe that car has not breached track limits in 5.5 hours.
This is the problem when you ask a driver for... Did you listen through the driver briefing, Enzo? Did you listen?
No.
No would be the answer. Maybe he's thinking of something else. He might have misunderstood your question.
Yeah, they
given the benefit out. He's speaking another language that's,
We were talking about his improving English and...
there could be anything. And like I said, he did tell me earlier he was finishing the race, so maybe he meant something different. Who knows?
Just don't let him order food for you, because you might order chicken, you'll end up with beef.
Oh, Enzo. Yeah, I did, because I nearly questioned it at the time, and I thought, no. What do I know? Anyway, still lovely to have Enzo in the commentary box with us for the hour or so he could before he jumped in for his stint. He is back out the car now, and the car is now being looked after by his new teammate for this weekend. Yellow's at turn 11. It's Evan, but I thought it was Ethan. Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan Faramont.
Sorry, I was looking at 21. That's why I got confused there. The Vision team coming in for what should be their final stop then, and going straight for some fuel. Splash and dash, I assume.
Well, I thought when they came in with an hour to go, I thought they would have done it then, because you can do an hour, but I suppose it doesn't really matter when they do it, I suppose. So yeah, that'll be for the last batch of fuel.
22 then coming in for their final pit stop as well.
Oh, more problems for the Craft Renault, because the yellow flags are for the RS01 that stopped at turn 11, Thomas Leal, at the wheel of the car.
Driver change for then the Gomez brothers as well. Arnold Gomez coming out. And his brother getting in Olivier Gomez.
Let's see if we can find the Renault here on on this shot.
There's no car there. It's gone. It's gone.
Still says stop to turn 11, so might just be out of camera shot. Might already be behind the barriers, even potentially.
So 22 then coming back out after the driver change from Arnaud Gomez to Olivier Gomez in the UCS1 Vortex. Looking like they're going to have another issue here actually in the 22. Here we go then. The rear is coming off, and that is not what you would call a mandatory pit stop. Trying to turn it on. There we go. There must have been an electrical issue of some sort in the startup motor.
So getting the hood back on, and Olivier Gomez will take the Vortex to the checkered flag. Green flag's now waving at turns 10 and 11, so the Craft Renault seems to have gotten underway.
And it's interesting because Olivier Gomez now coming out after doing his final pit stop. And where does that kind of bring him out in terms of the overall standings? And did he lose a bit too much time there in the pit stop when they had the issue with the rear hood of the car coming off?
That looks like a slow-moving other Vortex as well, doesn't it? On the start finish straight, doesn't it?
No.
Who was that?
I don't. Hang on. Let's. It's. I think it was a Porsche, wasn't it, coming through?
No, I think that is the oddly shape of a Vortex. Oh yeah, moving very slowly now.
The Vortex, the orange. It would be an orange sort of car.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, pulling into the runoff area.
There we go. Oh, it's going to be the 20, isn't it? Or is it the 22?
If they put the number not right next. Oh, it is the 20.
20. Yeah, I
good
thought
spot. Oh, that's going straight behind the barrier, isn't it?
Yeah. The Enzo was saying he was worried about the gearbox.
Yeah.
And this seems like we've gone kaput, as he might have thought.
Yeah, so Ethan Faramont finding a good place to park there, actually, is right by the gap in the barrier. So that should be an easy extraction for the marshals.
Frustrating, 20 minutes left on the clock, and I'm sure Ethan would have preferred a little bit more time out there, and yeah, nothing you can do when it's a mechanical failure like that, and clearly it's yeah, stopped at car 20, stopped at turn 5, and there it is being pushed back by the marshals. Always a sad sight. We've been talking so much this weekend, haven't we, about the reliability changes in the Vortex, and it seems like it's been one of Vortex's worst weekends in a while.
Yeah, it was, I think it was quite as bad as Manicourt, actually, if I think about it.
This year?
Yeah, a few weeks ago. Not great, don't get me wrong, but it seemed like there was problems left, right and centre for them.
They've had two back-to-back poor races, unfortunately, and not as bad as Graf, though.
Oh, God, no, that's been awful, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Nina. Great, quick work there by the marshals to push that car into a safe location, and an opportunity to thank the marshals for their work, not just here this weekend, but across the whole season. It's been great to have their support, and we cannot go racing without them. So into the final 19 minutes now.
So everyone has come in that needs to come in unless they have a pit stop under investigation. Final drivers just to come in was Louis Perret in the Porsche class, car number 7, which is 5th in class overall, and 7th in the standings as it stands. This then is Sébastien Loeb, who is going round at the moment in 4th, fighting against Benjamin Pack for the Porsche Championship, and he's going to be frustrated, isn't he, if he can't get this one done. And unfortunately, I think at this stage unless Benjamin Pack gets a rather hefty penalty for whatever's going on with the investigation, which I don't know if we're going to find out before the end of the race.
Well, we'll find out in the final 15 minutes.
They tend
usually
to do that,
when
don't they? They start to bring them out.
Yeah. Those two cars actually only separated by 17 seconds at the moment, but we are expecting a penalty to come in for the 89 Benjamin Pack car.
So it could get close by the end.
It could. I imagine the 98 will jump that guy, especially Sébastien Loeb is the gold-rated driver, Benjamin Pack the silver. I don't think there'll be too much pace difference between them, but Loeb is rated gold for a reason.
Where does that leave us in the championship, Chris?
Well, I don't think it's going to be enough. They need a big outscore, does 98, and I don't see them, because Louis Perrault, oh no, sorry, hang on a minute, Vlad Lomko is the 4th place car in that category. But 41's not scoring points, so ignore that one. So the next car will be Louis Perrault, which is 2 laps back. So I don't think they're going to lose a podium, a podium's worth of points here, to put it that way. So I think the minimum they're going to get here, unless the car blows up in the last 15 minutes, 22.5 points, which is more than enough to seal the title for them. I'm curious to see the how many penalties 21 gets, because we know that's got at least I think 3 pit stops that haven't been served properly.
Evans just going around, hoping for the best at the moment.
Blissfully unaware of the pain about to be imparted.
Well, yeah, we're going to find out in a minute or so's time, aren't we? What's going on next?
I'm sure he'll take a deep breath and scream at the top of his lungs, what's going on?
I'm not. There's 15 minutes to go. I want to go home. Sing Adele, Skyfall. No? Chris has tapped out.
Sorry, I was looking at the YouTube chat.
Seeing if anyone has sent you any nice words.
There's been lots of activity in the YouTube chat, actually.
I heard someone wanted me to continue my conversation about stars and moons and the sun.
Oh, that was in my Discord.
Yeah, I'm in for it.
I think producer Nathaniel might explode if we were to do that. Right, pit lane is now closed for business. So we're expecting penalties to come in for the 2nd place car in the Porsche Cup category, the Benjamin Pack car, Evan Manier in the 21 Vortex, and Pablo Bergera in the 101, which is still circulating.
Someone did on the chat want to actually hear your Degrassi story.
Yeah, that was when we got interrupted by...
I did pick it back up. I did interrupt you and say...
Oh, well, no, we got it done.
Oh, someone doesn't like... I mean, look, I think you should sing Skyfall, but this person said not the Skyfall singing request again.
I think that's enough of the YouTube chat.
No, I want to have a look.
I regret giving that to you now.
Until someone says something mean about me and I'm like, you can have it back.
Oh, now I'm losing count. A 5th track limits penalty for car 41. This time, thanks to Vlad Lomko, it's another 5-second time penalty for the car that is 4th in Porsche Cup. Sébastien Loeb back into pit lane.
That's not where he should be.
Yeah, it wasn't due to come in, was he? He'd done his last stop.
This 3rd sector was quite... Look how long the 3rd sector was.
Oh, yeah, 1 minute
lap.
10. So he lost about 15 seconds there. Now, we saw he was unhappy about something when he got strapped into the car. He's come straight back out again. Did he have a drive-through that we haven't noticed?
I've seen no drive-through penalties for car number 98. He's coming back out the pit lane now, but I don't know. I'm confused why that 3rd sector is so long as well.
Curious. Very, very curious. One there for the 9-time World Rally Champion. That will probably end all hope of the championship then, I'd have thought there.
Oh, the person that didn't like my Sky Forcing request has also said, we're enjoying the commentary out here, keep it going.
Oh, good.
So you're very welcome if you're listening, and thank you for getting involved in the commentary. It keeps us entertained as well. 12 minutes left to go, and there's been a hive of activity on the YouTube chat, so thank you so much for watching and getting involved.
And I'm putting the phone out of your arm's reach.
I do have my own phone, you know.
Well, that is true.
You just know I won't go and have a
yeah, exactly.
I'll get distracted by something else. 1 second stop-go penalty then for a minimum pit stop time infringement, and that's car number 89. So that's what we were talking about when we said that there was a pit stop under investigation for Benjamin Pack, who is the leader at the moment of the Porsche category. Well, he was. The 911's actually leapfrogged him now. So Benjamin Pack could win the championship, though, and it's Sébastien Loeb that could take it away. Car number 21 then has got a 9-second stop-go penalty, minimum pit stop time infringement, and that again is what we're talking about when we said there were pit stops under investigation. So that's 2 of them that's come in. We've got 1 more then to come in for the 101.
We've got 2 more to come for the 21 though as well.
So
they've got 3 to come.
9 seconds for just 1 penalty.
Yeah, so that's how much they missed it by. So in terms of Benjamin Pack, I think he'll be fine with that. He's 69 seconds ahead of Vlad Lomko, so he won't even lose second position. So 89, very much in a championship winning position here.
Sébastien Loeb's just dropped down to 6th as well after that pit stop.
Yeah.
So slipping out of his hands, that one.
Just waiting for the last penalties to come through.
They're frantically writing it, the stewards and race control.
I hope so. Hope so.
We've got, a few more to come in terms of penalties. Benjamin Pack then is coming into the pit lane, and that will be for his 1 second stop-go penalty for the minimum pit stop time infringement. Currently 3rd overall at the moment and 2nd in the Porsche category. So he's going to come in, serve that penalty, and then head back out. And already is making his way out because 1 second doesn't take long. 101's got a 1 second stop-go penalty. Again for the minimum pit stop time infringement. I think car number 21, they've lumbered them in 1. I think the 9 seconds is
maybe
all of that. It's too much. There's no way they've given them 9 seconds for 1.
Well, if they've missed it by 9 seconds, then
I don't think they have. Is how I'm going. I'm gonna take that one to the.
I understand your pessimism because I've been there and done that, but I have seen pit stops being missed by a bigger margin there. But no, if it's 9 seconds, it's 9 seconds. I mean, that car's already had 35 seconds stop and go, and a 2 second stop and go, and a 5 second time penalty as well. So
what's another 9 sequence to add to the party?
Another 9 seconds and a drive through. What's he going to do? I would, I'm quite confident that it will be 89 securing the Porsche Cup category. It's quite funny that because Benjamin Pack hasn't been the full season driver in that car.
No, he hasn't.
So he is bringing it home for Loic Thiers, Cyril Saliel and Anthony Beltoise. Can you imagine leaving your championship hopes in another driver?
That happened in exactly the same in the Endurance prototype. They gave it to Job.
Yes, yeah, of course. But that was slightly different because they had drivers unavailable, so they had to replace them.
Yeah.
Whereas this Benjamin is an additional driver to that trio.
Yeah. Silver driver though, knows what he's doing. He's been in this championship before.
Oh, he certainly does. It's a very safe pair of hands. In fairness, it's just like it's a relinquishing control thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, that's you. That's your projection onto the onto the team.
I think you're one to talk about the Carrera Cup France racer, bringing it home for the GP Racing trio. Eight minutes left on the clock. Jean-Bernard Bouvet Claire, I think we'll have 2 Porsche Cup cars on the overall podium with the various calamities of the Gomez brothers.
Brutal. I'm not quite sure when the 911 managed to do this. They snuck up there and managing to pick up an overall second podium by some very good, consistent driving. Have they had any penalties, the 911?
No, they've been so squeaky clean.
But number 21 coming in for the 9 seconds. That must have been all they had. Look at this.
Yeah, it must be.
Oh. Oh, there we go. Back out then after serving the 9-second time penalty.
It does make a good noise, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I really like the vortex noise. 911 then hasn't had any penalties. So he kept their nose clean, basically, and drove a really solid race. Did the 911 drivers.
I think it might also be the partly the Giretti effect. But the thing we talk about, that is such a strong combination of drivers. Marius Fossard, great prototype racer. Giretti, one of the top drivers in the world in this car right now. And Christophe Lapierre, super experienced and successful bronze driver as well. So I think credit to the team. That has been the benchmark in this championship this year, and a brilliant trio of drivers. So, looks like, Benjamin Pack. Well, the 89 crew will get to celebrate their championship with not only a class podium, but an overall podium as well.
I like that when the champion ends up on the podium.
It is good. It's why I was, worried because Job van Uter didn't finish on the overall podium in the prototype race earlier.
Yeah.
So
we couldn't find them. So unfortunately, we didn't speak to them earlier, but don't come round to the same area, unfortunately, but not such the same story for this one, because Benjamin Pack so far running 3rd overall, and that's enough to take home the title from this. Jean-Bernard Bouvier also sitting on the podium. That's the car there. It's almost like they knew, said the name and they went by. Also going to be our UCS1 champions.
I think we should change that procedure, by the way, because we've got so many classes here, they all go into the Parc Ferme area, but for things like the prototype, if you win the championship but you're not on the podium, they should pull you into that area.
Oh, totally. I think anyway. champions should absolutely be in there, because otherwise it just doesn't
feel good, does it?
No, it didn't feel like anyone won the prototype earlier, but yeah, maybe that's a change we can have for next year, or even just do a champion trophy podium at the end.
Yeah, that is a good idea. There are a lot of championships that do that. I think it's a great idea.
You could just do. Yeah, maybe you could just do the overall champion for just that podium, because then they do because otherwise you might be there forever doing podiums.
That's true.
But yeah.
You've never done a GT Sprint podium where there's 5 different categories, so we have to
there's a reason why I say no, thank you. I would not like to do that podium.
Deary me. So
the podiums are your domain.
Yes, they are. Into the final 5 minutes, and also looking good for the Gomez brothers should take home the Vortex Endurance Challenge. It's a new subcategory for this year for the Vortex runners. And speaking to, I think it was Arnaud Gomez that Alex or Renault was talking to earlier, that we should have more cars, maybe 5 cars for next year, which would certainly spice things up a little bit. Not too many places where you can race one of those. I know they have a few entries in the Creventic 24-hour series, and they've done the Bathurst 12-hour as an invitational car, but mind you, even in Creventic, they're listed in GTX, which is basically category for cars we don't know what to do with. Or at least in this championship, they are on a somewhat equal plane with the GT3 cars, competing in the same category and for overall honours. Oh, that's brave for Alessandro Giretti to be, getting right up alongside the race leader. So Giretti, despite being in the Porsche Cup car, actually lapping quicker than Bouvet at the moment, and taking off one of the 2 laps that car is down. Where are we up to? Penultimate lap of the race, I would think. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock, and the race leader coming through the final sector now into Le Bousset. Of course, this brings an end to the Ultimate Cup European Series as a whole. We will be back with the Winter Cup in February. Go on the website, check out the dates for races in Portimao, Estoril and Navarra for Kennol GT Endurance Cup, European Endurance Prototype Cup and Ligier Formula Cup as well, before we get into the season proper back here in Le Castellet in April. Final lap of the race then for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. He and Jean-Paul Pani on course for a 6th title together across Ultimate Cup competition and V2V competition. It will be an 8th title for Jean-Paul Pani as well. Back-to-back titles for the Vision squad as well. He leads by 2 laps to Alessandro Giretti. And it will be a 4th victory in 6 races for this squad. Vortex has given them a tough time across a few of the races, with them taking victories in Portimao and Aragon. But it's not been enough to stop the prancing horse that's considered a canter now and still come away with the championship as the clock ticks ever closer to 0. Into Scene Corner for the final time. A few Porsche Cup cars for them to round up. You'll imagine he won't try too terribly hard to disrupt them. If anything were to happen now, it would be quite the story. So it started on pole position, had the challenge from the Vortex, but it is back to winning ways once again. Jean-Bernard Bouvet out of Virage du Pont. It is victory in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. It is the championship in 2025 of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup for Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Once again in the Vision Ferrari, they take home the overall driver's honours and the UCS1 championship. An incredible season for them. Alessandro Giretti will take the Porsche Cup honours alongside Christophe Lapierre and Marius Fossard for the GP Racing team, but the champions of 2025 in the Porsche Cup category is the sister car, the number 89 of Anthony Beltoise, Cyril Saliel and Loic Thiers, as Benjamin Puck brings that car across the line in 2nd position. The driven car will finish on the podium, the number 41. As across the line as well will come the 123 Alpine from Chazelle to win the Alpine Endurance Cup. Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange, already UCS4 champions. Now they are Alpine Endurance Cup champions as well. The first ones Arnaud and Olivier Gomez don't take the overall title, but they do take the first ever Vortex Endurance Challenge as well. Sébastien Loeb bringing the number 98 home, third in class in the end, alongside Laurine Gaudy, Gabriel Pimont and Gregory Goulvert. Olivier Gomez, alongside his brother, fourth in the end overall. UCS4 race honours going to Gianni Scarbarassi and Francois Bilot and Marc Jacob in the number 94 car. Not enough to deny Luca de Grange and Frédéric de Brabant the championship. He's just coming across the line now. In third position in class, Olivier Martinez across the line in the number 19 car, with Benoit Marion and Julien Bouni second in the UCS4 category. Fifth and sixth for the BMWs in the end, the 101 beating the 117 E2P racing car across the line in the end. But there are the champions, the overall drivers' champions for the second year in succession, for the 8th time for Jean-Paul Pani, for the 6th time for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. They're 6th together as a pairing, with the help of Romain Iannetta and David Halliday over the course of the season. Of course, Alessandro Giuretti very happy with second place overall there, as well as Christophe Lapierre, the first to greet him in Parc Fermé. The celebrations will begin. Young Marius Mézard in there as well. There is Romain, the first to greet Jean-Bernard Bouvet with his congratulations and the usual thanking of the car from Jean-Bernard Bouvet, and a big thumbs up as well. As the GP racing crew, they're climbing on top of the car. A magnificent performance from them. Alessandro Giuretti will never pass up a photo opportunity. Fantastic stuff once again from the GP racing team. It's a 1-2 finish in the category for them. But not with the cars we normally see, the 911 being a very welcome addition to the championship. And it is the title for the sister 89 car that finishes third overall as well. I'm sure those celebrations will continue long into the night, as they will for Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange. Shout out to the Switch Racing Cayman, the number 8 machine of Jeremy Maria, Laura Campen, Franck Gallieg. 13th overall in the end, the sole GT4 car. So before we hand down to Alexander Ban, let me thank you all for watching Ultimate Cup European Series competition over the course of 2025. You have been listening to Renaud Lacroix, Alexander Ban, Claire Cottingham and Chris Stevens in the commentary box, in the pit lane, on the grid and in the garages. Thank you very much for joining us. So let's for one last time go down to Alexandre.
Et oui, je suis avec les champions de cette saison 2025 de Kennol GT Endurance Cup, félicités par leurs rivaux de Vortex. Je vais commencer avec vous, Jean-Bernard, qui avait passé le drapeau à damier. C'est toujours la même émotion, même quand on a déjà gagné des titres, mais à chaque saison est difficile et chaque victoire est belle.
Ouais, c'est toujours une émotion forte. On sait tous que pour gagner un titre, c'est un travail énorme toute l'année. L'équipe a été formidable, mes coéquipiers Jean-Paul, Romain, je pense à David aussi, qui a fait une partie du boulot. Et c'est beaucoup de travail, parfois des injustices, mais on est quand même champion, donc c'est ce qui compte. Voilà, on a fait le job encore une fois et je suis fier de Visium encore une fois, mon team. Merci.
Jean-Paul, vous m'avez dit sur la grille tout à l'heure, le but ce sera de gagner le titre en remportant la course. La mission est totalement réussie.
Effectivement, l'équipe et mes coéquipiers ont fait en sorte que effectivement on ait ce résultat ce soir. Et bon, on a une petite pensée aussi pour David Hallyday qui a participé toute la saison, ou au moins une partie de la saison au résultat. Romain était en renfort, il a été extraordinaire. Je ne parle même pas de JB parce que ça fait bientôt 15 ans qu'on roule ensemble. C'est un magnifique pilote, coach. Enfin, il a toutes les qualités. S'il y a quelqu'un qui veut l'embaucher, il n'est pas dispo, hein, je vous le dis tout de suite.
Et puis pour Romain, c'est pareil. Romain, vous êtes à chaque fois qu'on vous appelle le joker de luxe qui répond présent et qui aide cette équipe Visium à aller remporter des titres et remporter des courses comme vous l'avez fait aujourd'hui.
Ouais, je suis content de pouvoir partager ces courses avec Jean-Bernard et Jean-Paul. C'est toujours un plaisir, la voiture est superbe à rouler. Toute l'équipe a fait un boulot d'enfer parce que il n'y a jamais de panne, c'est vraiment bien préparé. Ils font au niveau des ravitaillements, tout se passe super bien. Donc vraiment un grand merci à toute l'équipe parce qu'il y a beaucoup de monde derrière qui travaille pour arriver à ces résultats.
Merci à vous, bravo surtout pour ce que vous nous avez montré toute l'année et pour ce titre acquis. On va essayer d'avoir un petit mot avec nos vainqueurs en catégorie Porsche Cup. Ils sont là-bas. Alors je les ai vus monter sur la voiture pour vous féliciter, messieurs, bravo. On va commencer avec l'homme qui a passé le drapeau à damier, Alessandro Ghiretti, un dernier relais où vous êtes fait plaisir dans la nuit pour aller chercher cette victoire pour la 911, pour Christophe, pour Marius.
Ouais, c'était super. Alors je tiens à remercier l'équipe GP Racing Team. Et Christophe et Marius, ils ont fait un super travail, m'ont donné la voiture au bon endroit et j'ai juste eu à rouler. Et ouais, la voiture était juste top. Je me suis régalé, surtout de nuit, ça faisait longtemps que je n'avais pas roulé. Et au Castellet aussi, donc c'était juste super. J'ai pris beaucoup de plaisir. Et voilà, c'est toujours incroyable de rouler dans ces 992 Cup, un Porsche Cup.
Marius, première course en Porsche Cup et première victoire. Vous pouvez pas mieux démarrer.
Ouais, c'est clair. Non, franchement, on a fait un super week-end, une super course. Franchement, je suis très content d'avoir ces deux gars là à côté de moi qui sont vraiment géniaux et puis super vite sur la piste. Donc non, c'était vraiment du plaisir qu'on a partagé ce week-end. Et ouais, moi j'ai pris le milieu du relais avec un peu de coucher de soleil. Donc c'était aussi sympa et vraiment un plaisir de rouler sur cette voiture qui est juste extraordinaire.
Et puis Christophe, vous êtes à l'initiative de ce projet avec ce numéro 911, avec ces deux pilotes qui vous tiennent à cœur. On vous en a parlé tout à l'heure. Et puis on parlait de cerise sur le gâteau. Ça y est, elle est posée.
Oui, elle est posée. Voilà, on ne pouvait pas rêver mieux. On a fait une course tous les trois. Voilà, chacun s'est mis au niveau pour être devant. Et je suis super content. Je suis super fier de Marius et de Sandro. Moi, je suis content du boulot que j'ai fait aussi. Donc, vraiment, c'était un super meeting. J'avais une petite idée. Je savais qu'on allait être perfo, mais je ne savais pas si on... Voilà, c'est long, 6 heures. Et d'être en plus se bagarrer avec Seb, Anthony et avec dans le team GP Racing. Je remercie Gabriel d'ailleurs qui a fait du bon boulot avec tous les ingés et les mécanos. Tout s'est passé parfaitement. On a fait 0 faute. On a été perfo en course. Chacun avait du rythme, donc c'est vraiment, ça va rester vraiment un très très bon souvenir.
Bravo à vous et on vous laisse aller profiter du podium. Alors nos champions Porsche Cup, ils sont tous partis, mais j'en ai réussi à en rattraper un pendant l'interview. Benjamin, juste un petit mot rapidement avant d'aller au podium. Vous aviez une mission, aider cette 89 à aller remporter ce titre. Vous l'avez fait avec cette deuxième place en catégorie Porsche Cup.
Ouais, elle n'a pas été facile cette victoire. On a eu pas mal de pénalités. La perfo était là, donc c'est assez cool. Puis la dernière relais, on a eu un petit problème sur la voiture, donc on a juste essayé de finir, c'est ce qu'on a fait. Donc voilà, 3e général, 2e en Porsche Cup. L'objectif c'était de remporter le titre pour l'équipe et je pense qu'on l'a fait, donc je suis vraiment super content.
Merci beaucoup Benjamin, on vous laisse aller célébrer ça avec le GP Racing numéro 89. C'est la fin de cette saison 2025 d'Ultimate Cup European Series. Merci pour votre fidélité, merci d'avoir été avec nous et puis le prochain rendez-vous, c'est en 2026 qu'il arrive.
Merci beaucoup Alexandre, merci.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.